All right, everybody. Welcome back for round three here at Diamond Valley Collectibles in Colorado, Windsor, Colorado to be exact. Looks like we've got some Gardevoir gameplay here, actually. How fun. Gardevoir looks like versus some Raging Bolt on my left here. Um, let's see. This matchup's a little interesting for sure. Depending on how good the deck starts for the Gardevoir player, the matchup can go pretty downhill for Raging Bolt pretty fast. The big thing for Raging Bolt is that baby Raging Bolt, or I'm sure Cody plays. The problem here is that brand new Shaman there that is across from him. So that is a tough card to be looking into when your game plan is to try and get knockouts on Ralts as soon as possible here. You can do stuff like Crispin. The Stada's Vitality works. Not Vitality, I apologize. Professor Stada. Attaching two energy to two different ancient Pokemon, drawing three cards off the top. Kind of how the entire deck works for the ancient Pokemon. The whole mechanic there. Um, no deck searching from Gardevoir here. Looks like they know what they want, they know what they need, and they've got it. So doing a little bit of shuffling here. We'll see if they've got a way to get a Ralts down turn one. I think that's probably the most important thing here. Making sure that you're moving with your Ralts. It does not look like it. Attachment to the Shaman and pass is not a good way to start this one out here. It looks like Cody's got the Ditto start. Can't ask for anything better than that. Truly, you cannot. Ditto is very, very good. The way Ditto works is it lets you discard it if it is your active Pokemon on your first turn of the game, and it lets you search your deck for any Pokemon that is a basic and play it as your active Pokemon. Um, and we'll see if Cody. I think it's kind of tough to go with the Baby Raging Bull here. It's a lot of energy to attach to your active for almost no upside here with no sniping. You can knock out the active, maybe use a Slitherwing, something like that to kind of keep it one prize here. But for Cody's deck to work, he definitely has to play a Terra Pokemon, as it does play the Noctowl engine, which is a really, really cool engine. It's a very solid engine. It with a Terra Pokemon on your bench lets you search for two of any item card, which is quite the ability in the Pokemon TCG. Um, Being able to search two for anything is quite good. So it's definitely a good option. We'll see how Cody game plans here. They're doing a lot of deck searching, cleaning things up though. We'll see if that works itself out with the Fan Rotom he's about to bench as well. The card's incredibly good. Keeps your deck working pretty fast. Searches for all your pieces, and really very consistent. So we'll see what Cody opts to do here. They've also played a nest ball, it looks like. So maybe grab that teal mask so that way your ogre pawn, your Noctowls can be online. You can start doing the ability, which is quite good. See a little bit of deck checking still. Trying to see what's prize, what's not, what's working. Their hand looks very, very live. We're going to use that Ditto's transformative ability, turning into a Raging Bolt EX. Here comes the Fan Rotom. Fan Rotom, quite good. Lets you search for three colorless Pokemon of 100 HP or less. Why that is good is because it grabs Hoot Hoot and Noctowl. Grabs the entire engine for your first turn. So that way your turn two is ready to go. Raging Bolt's one of those really fast, low to the ground decks. Quite aggressive, very safe play for a lot of different tournaments. I know Cody's been on it for a few weeks now. I do believe they won a cup here in Colorado last week as well with the deck. So seems to know the deck pretty well. Looks like he's got that fighting ogre pawn in the deck too. I don't think it matters as much in this matchup, but I know that's been kind of the tech of the month according to the Play Limitless online tournaments and such. It's definitely been quite the card. Even streaming into the league cups from across the country here, there's been a lot of ogre pawn install decks and stuff like that. So I can imagine why the card's in the deck. It is quite a good addition. It's also a Terra Pokemon, so it's got a lot of use cases in this Raging Bolt deck, who just seems to be changing the way it plays just about every time this deck comes out. It used to be a no Noctowl deck. You're quick as fast as possible. A lot of stuff like Squawkabilly's in your deck. Trying to be fast and get turn two knockouts. Stuff like Catcher used to be in the Raging Bolt deck, but thankfully we have all moved on from that day and age. Looks like they're got a good start here. What with the teal dance to attach the grass, draw the card, kind of how the deck works with the Raging Bolt discarding energies for 70 damage per energy. Just kind of loading up your board with some options here. Looks like he's looking for a supporter to play here. I think he's going to opt for the Crispin. Crispin's quite good in this current format. Lets you search your deck for two different kinds of energies. So you opt to grab the lightning and the fighting energy. Those are the two different types of energy that Raging Bolt EX needs to attack, which is quite good. The Cody's still moving here. Got another teal mask down. Looks like he killed the Shaman for the prize card. Definitely a good way to start the game. Drawing one prize card. Against the Gardevoir deck's kind of just how it goes every single turn. So it's kind of what they feed you, especially when your deck only plays Prime Catcher and one boss's orders. You don't have too many options here. Gardevoir's probably going to be moving into the Secret Box for this situation here. Secret Box is quite the supporter that Henry Chow kind of brought to the light with his regional wins. Definitely a really good engine. Grabs the Buddy Poffin, grabs the supporter for next turn, grabs the Artisan, grabs the TM Evo. You can't really ask for much more than that. The Shaman being discarded is a little bit annoying, but there is no Baby Raging Bolt on the board, so there's not a lot of options for realistically a Baby Raging Bolt to even come out into play. They would need a Terra Stadium, the Area Zero Under Depths. They would need a Latios. They would need a whole lot of stuff. So I don't think that's in the cards next turn. We'll see what Gardevoir can pull off here, though. I do believe it's going to be an Evo for a couple of Curlias. Maybe try and get that ball moving here. Yeah, looks like he's got that. He's going to play the secret box here. He's going to get rid of some cards. And not looking too fantastic, but that's why Secret Box is quite good. It lets you grab a supporter for next turn after already playing the Arvin this turn. He's going to grab the Buddy Poff and he's going to grab the TM Evo. He's already discarded TM Evo, kind of the luxury of the card as well. Getting free discards off a lot of stuff. He's already lined up all of the cards down there he was going to grab, like I was referring to. Gets the Iona for next turn. Quite a good card against all the knockdowns in hand. Attaches the TM Evo, plays the Artisan, plays the Buddy Poff, and here comes the Ralts Brigade. Maybe another Pokemon with the Artisan. You've got to search for something. Maybe a Scream Tail. Could be something like Monkey Dory's never a bad option. It's always a good thing to have on your bench at all times. It's probably the best grab in this current situation. Yeah, as long as he uses it, there he goes. There it is. There's Monkey Dory. Quite the card there. One of the better cards ever been made, to say the least. Yeah, sorry about the delay on the screen names here. On the left, I do have Cody Floyd. He's a local up here at DVC. He's been playing for a little while now. I've been around quite some time now, so they've been playing for a little bit. They've got definitely some nice wins. They came out when Charizard was playing, so I do remember when they started. And then we've also got Nicholas on the right. Must be one of the locals up here I have not met yet. Fantastic deck list. I definitely like the way it's looking. He's got the stuff like the three Monkey Dories. He's got the Shaman in there. Nothing too crazy. He plays a Super Rod, plays Double Bravery Charm, got the Evos, two Rare Candies. All seems pretty standard. So Gardevoir is going to be moving into the position they like to be in right here. They've got double Curlia down. They've got some energies in the discard pile. He's got an Iona for next turn. Raging Bull's going to start making some plays here. There's not too many things they can do. They could take the knockout on the active and try and be too big. I know that Cody plays that Bravery Charm, so maybe they can throw that on there. The only downside is that the Lily's Clefairy and Gardevoir is kind of a double-edged sword for the Raging Bolt deck here. So it just kind of depends on when that can kind of get into play. As it is a two prizer, you don't really want to edge it for Raging Bolt to do something like Prime Catcher. So that's why you'll see no EXs on Nick's side of the board here, trying to keep it as one prize as possible. Not let Raging Bolt too far ahead before he gets set up here. Earthen Vessel, discard a card, grab two energies from your deck. Very broken effect. Yeah, so we'll grab a couple grass energies. Those grass energies go on the teal masks. They will draw cards. Another broken effect in the ability, like I was talking about with Goldengo last round. Drawing cards in the Pokemon trading card game is generally a good thing. So just kind of depends on how that goes here. Draws the card. He's the prime catcher. Draws another card off the other teal dance. Let's see what he gets this time. Another Earthen Vessel. That's going to open the door for stuff like Professor Sada's. Um, let's see what Cody chooses to do next here. There comes that Latios I was talking about. Maybe he's going to go for that baby Raging Bolt and see what he can do with that here. Start sniping some bench Pokemon here. Got the energies on the Raging Bolt here. Ended up opting to get another Raging Bolt here for his Sada, so that way he can get some more value here out of the energies in the discard pile. I think he's just gonna try and get as many energy ahead as possible here 'cause he's gonna be in no two-prize situation. Not a lot of things can one-shot this Raging Bolt that are not, ironically, that Drifloon that's about to go down. So it's a weird situation. Cody might be eyeing the Prime Catcher, actually, to try and go for a Kirlia here. I don't hate the concept, but, um benching another Ralts kinda eliminates that. I would probably save it for the two-prize play, on the Gardevoir EX, I think is kinda what you're looking for if you have a boss's orders, and a Prime Catcher, I'd probably just try and keep the Prime Catcher as long as you possibly can. Yeah, great option from Cody here, in my opinion. Taking the one prize, getting rid of the Drifloon, which is really the only threat here. The Monkey Dory needs another Monkey Dory, which needs another Dark Energy, so the Gardevoir cannot one-shot. The Raging Bolt, kind of a tough situation here for the Gardevoir player. He's gonna get some free damage on the Monkey Dory, though, which is quite good. Plays the Iono, kind of the bread and butter for the Gardevoir deck. Let's see, he's gonna draw 6 fresh cards here. Cody's gonna draw 4. All he really needs to make the deck work though is knocked out, so Cody's not feeling too bad about it, I'm sure. He can find stuff like Fetch and Dippity next turn. He's got the best ball. He's got stuff like Sada in his hand. Great draw. It looks like the Gardevoir player's got 6 fresh cards here. He's got stuff like the Dark Energy. That's a good start. He has the Energy Switch in hand. He's not gonna be knocking anything off this turn. It looks like he did get the Lily's Clefairy. I would not probably go down that route right now. I don't think it's gonna be very effective. Yeah, the Pheasant Dippity here. Draw the cards. This is why you keep the Prime Catcher. So that next turn, Cody can guarantee 2 prize cards either way, whether it's the Gardevoir, whether it's the Pheasant Dippity. Um, just kind of depends on where this ends up. Cody's hand ended up being very, very good for the situation. Um, not too many great options for Gardevoir here. You can lead with the 2 prizer. Once you do that, then the game is going to be in a tough situation with that Lily's Clefairy on the field and a Pheasant Dippity for Cody to clean up here. It's kind of a Raging Bolt looking for something free here. Let's see, 3 cards off of the Flip the Script. Quite the effect. Let's see, I saw them draw a Bravery Charm. As long as there's no Energy Switch, I don't believe they play it in their deck list. Let me double check here. Yeah, no Energy Switch from the Gardevoir player, so we won't be seeing that play happening this round, fortunately and or unfortunately. They did draw the Monkey Dory, but yeah, weird situation here. You could attach to the Guardian attack, you could retreat into Monkey Dory and confuse, but they will free retreat with the Latios. You're not really gaining any time. His best play would be to probably counter catcher the Noctowl and use a Scream Tail if he could. Looks like that could be an option here. I don't know about benching the Lily's Clefairy. I do think that's something I was talking about a second ago. I don't know how much I love that decision. Looks like he's attaching to it the Gardevoir ability. He's kind of cheating it here. Not cheating technically, but just for the stream viewers at home that do not know what's happening, he's using Gardevoir's ability to attach 2 energies to the Gardevoir and retreat it. He just didn't attach the energies. That's why the 4 damage counters are on the Gardevoir, and he moved to the bench. The Scream Tail becomes active. It has 6 damage counters on it. The way Scream Tail works, it lets you knock out, it lets you do bench damage to a Pokemon that has um, 20 damage per damage counter on it. So it's doing 120 damage. With the Lily's Clefairy on bench, he's doing 240, which does exactly to knock out the Raging Bolt. I don't really understand the counter catcher. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just to keep it active, but if he's not going to, he could have knocked out the other one. All he's gaining is the energy. I think the counter catcher is a little bit more important. But yeah, the hitting for 60, 60 times 2 is 120, 120 times 2 is 240, ironically. So that is going to be enough for the knockout Pokemon. A little bit of math involved. Cool game to start if you're a child. So I recommend to your children and or people that need help with math. Um, Cody here, his hand was fantastic, just like I was talking about the turn before. Here comes the nest ball for the Pheasantipity. He's going to make sure that he's moving along. You got to see the cards. Pheasantipity just way too good in this situation, especially off the nest ball before, off the Iono. Cody doesn't need too much here. He can make a lot happen. He's got a lot of great options. The Pheasantipity on the bench, the Lily Clefairy, both looking like fantastic ways to knock out. Draw the two prizes this turn. You definitely want to draw two prizes if you can. Now that Nick is drawing prize cards, you definitely want to start getting ahead on the prize race here as fast as possible, because Gardevoir will find a way to use two prizes to make you lose the game, or one prize to make you lose the game, and Cody will be out of gut spec. So thank God he saved the Prime Catcher, and there's a Boston Orders right off the top like I was talking about as well. So he's got some options here. No knocked out. If he can save the knocked out's what he should have done. In my opinion, the Gardevoir player should have put the 30 on the Hoot Hoot to try and pressure that, but that's okay. We'll see if that ends up panning out or not. If you're ever in the Pokemon trading card game and you have a way to get rid of Hoot Hoots, it's pretty much what you want to do. So, especially with the damage, the fan run's fine, but it's really not getting you anywhere unless you do a couple more turns of it. Here comes the Noctowl off the top. I wonder what they're going to do with it. Looks like Prime Catcher, Rescue Stretcher. I wonder if they're going for the Fez and the Clefairy. I think both are fine. I'd probably go Fez personally, but he already used the Night Stretcher. Gardevoir is known for playing a bunch of Night Stretchers and Super Rods, though, so I wouldn't highly recommend it. Yeah, it looks like his list has double Night Stretcher and a Super Rod, so doesn't think it's going to make too much progress here with that. Here comes the Raging Bolt. Here comes the Sada, so we can draw some more cards, get some more energy attached for next turn. So if he does get Iono'd that way, the energy's on board, stuff is live, nothing's really hurting or anything. So it just kind of depends on what you can do here. Looks like we've got the Prime Catcher on the Clefairy, so we can't get one shot again next turn. I think that's fine too. That or the Pheasantipity, just because he has so many two prize options, it doesn't really matter about the weakness anymore. But and all the damage in the double Monkey Dory that does 90 plus 60 is 250s. So I think the Clefairy, maybe not so much as the Pheasantipity, but I do understand the concept. 7, 14, 21. That's enough to knock out the Clefairy. Cody draws two more prize cards down to his last two. Going to be looking to close it out on that Pheasantipity there on a Boss's Orders next turn. If you got the energy involved, he would just need grass and a fighting energy to make it happen. The teal dance and the fighting energy on the attachment for turn. Looks like we'll see if he can hit all that. Looking like he's a little in the think tank here, trying to figure out what's going to come up next. You guys send up the screen tails, got the energies, just in case you guys send it up to get rid of the energy. You could also send up Gardevoir, so you get some damage counters on that for the Monkey Dory. It's already got 20 on it, though, so maybe you have some free stuff there. Definitely an interesting situation here. You've got to get rid of the hand. You definitely have to get rid of Cody's hand. It's like 12 cards, so you cannot let that happen. If there's no Iono play this turn, the game just kind of ends. He does not seem too excited about it. I don't see an Iono in hand. That's kind of the death sentence here for Nick. If he can't find it, see how this goes. You see the darks, you see the Monkey Dories. The Latios kind of really prevents any of that from mattering, is the only problem. So it is kind of wild to see Monkey Dory be held at bay. That card has been quite good for quite some time. It's like we're trying to figure out what to do here. Options are limited if you don't have the Iona. The game's kind of wrapped up just because we know it's in Cody's hand here. We definitely know he has the energy involved to make that knockout work. So I think he'll find it here. So I don't think that the Gardevoir has too many options. He just needs the Iono. I'm not seeing it in the hand. He's trying to figure out if he has any other plays or options here. I don't believe there's too many great options for him. You got to send up a one prizer. You got to have force Cody to have it. Here comes the Super Eye. He's going to grab maybe the Fez, maybe the Clefairy, the Drifloon. Let's see. Yep, here comes the Drifloon. He has a full bench, so he can't exactly go get it back. So he's gonna have shuffle either way. Looks like he's got double research in hand, a rare candy, a good bunch of energy. Yeah, completely a dead hand, unfortunately. Yeah, his best play next turn is going to be to probably, if only he had that Prime Catcher, still bring up that Noctowl and wait another turn. But That's kind of the hope for, the Gardevoir player. That's why you saved the Prime Catcher from last turn, is you'd bring up the knockdown, you'd hope to Iono, so that would force them to play an energy to retreat the knockdown and have energy and another energy for the Teal Mask. But looks like a couple of lines were changed in that situation making, but no Iono either way. Looks like it doesn't matter. So here comes 7 cards off the research. Yeah, he shows him that he's got boss. He shows him he's got the energy. He shows him he's got everything he needs. Yeah, Cody being a gentleman here in that game. There's no way for Nick to shuffle the hand at all. So Cody's just showing him he's got game in hand. That's how you wrap it up, especially at a bigger event, because you're playing 2 out of 3 at these big events. So you want to try and take up as little time as possible, especially playing against decks like Gardevoir EX that take up, goodness, as much of the timer as possible. So one of those things you want to throw on there. Cody picks up another big dub. Great player in the area. You'll see more of him, I'm sure, to say the very least. Him and Raging Bolt EX will be around. So it looks like that's going to do it for my round 3 here. I think we have a couple more and then a top 8 cuts. So make sure you stick around. I'm going to go see what's going on downstairs and grab a drink, grab something to eat. We'll be back in a little bit. All right, looks like we're about to get back in it here. I'm not sure if it's on the screen yet, but we do have on the left Alex Lang playing Marnie's Grim Snarl. He's been playing Grim Snarl for quite some time now. Definitely a great player from Colorado Springs. I've known him for quite some time now. They are definitely good with the deck. They're good at the game. They will definitely be a fun one to watch here. On the right, I've got Madison again. So we'll see Typhlosion up against a matchup that's a tad bit different this time. Something a little harder for it, I would assume. In the Grim Snarl, definitely not one of its favorite matchups to see, I wouldn't think. Looks like the Typhlosion is starting first. Their hand is completely dead. I definitely don't want to see that. It's going to end up being a pass for Madison turn one, and Alex is going to jump all over this here. Looks like they've got the Buddy Poffin turn one. Incredible opening. With any deck that plays Buddy Poffin, you definitely want it in your opening hand. So looks like we'll see Alex doing some deck searching here, grabbing his two targets, and then going to look around and see what else they need. Looking at the deck list now, nothing too crazy. They do play the Tatsugiri, which I think is an interesting choice. Definitely a really good card to make sure that you're not dead drawing. I'm sure that's the main reason for the inclusion. It looks like the only other new card they added was that air balloon in there. Nothing too crazy. Definitely a really good card for the concept. Kits here, Marty's Grimsnarls to retreat for free, which is just an incredible concept, especially against stuff like Monkey Dory. Very, very good concept against stuff like um, anything that can attempt to block the onslaught of Marnie's Grimsnarl, I guess. The card's really good. Came out just right before NAIC. A lot of people believed in it. A lot of people didn't. It is the new Monkey Dory deck. It's dark, so it's good against Gardevoir. It's got a lot of options. Looks like Alex is going to be going into the Badoo here. Super, super good against Ethan's Typhlosion. It'll stop them from pretty much doing anything, especially because Madison's hand has Rare Candy Typhlosion. Ironically, their hand is awful, and that's the only thing they have going on. So that will ironically stop that. So Alex kind of hit the buzzer beater here, and is going to stop that effect here. So we'll see if Madison draws a supporter so they can get out of this awful, awful situation here. Um, Here comes the Badoo. Here comes the top deck. Is it a supporter? It is a drag cloak. We're going to have an Ember, most likely, which might wrap this one up quick, depending on Alex's hand here. If he's got the rare candy, yeah, it looks like it's the Ember for knockout. Let's see if Alex Lang can do 60 damage here. Based on their hand, I'm not entirely sure, but the way they're shuffling, I would assume not. So we'll see here. It looks like he's got absolutely nothing in the hand, so maybe not here. Unless there's a rare candy or an Arvin drawn right here off the top. Opting to go for the Monkey Dory. So if he does draw, yeah, you gotta send it the monkey. You gotta send it up just in case. Let's see. Here's the draw for turn. It is. I can't tell. It's gold. Maybe an Ultra Ball. Oh, it's a Super Rod. I see. Evolves into the middle stage. Evolves into the Frostlass. It's just going to be the pass from Alex here. Definitely not the situation you're hoping for. Madison might be back up on the situation. Evolves into Quilava. Fantastic top deck. Grabs the Ethans. Gonna start moving here. At least getting in a couple Quilavas. Let's see. Sorry, Cyndaquils was the term I was looking for. Let's see how many Ethan's Adventures are in the deck for Madison here. It's going to make a big difference in this matchup, especially. You definitely want to get to 4. It's the only way you're going to one-shot these Grimmsnarls. Hitting for 280 is quite good in the matchup, though, with the Brave Bengal going to 310, because there's almost always a Frostlass on field like there is now. That will stop Alex from using Pheasantipity. Looks like they cut the Pheasantipity, so never mind there, but for the players listening at home, I would definitely recommend looking for plays like that. If you're playing stuff like the Marnie's Grimstorm, it's kind of the point of the deck. So you can manipulate damage really well and avoid stuff like Pheasantipity and really, really good cards that are in just about every deck. So it's a good way to avoid letting your opponent have free cards at the end of the game. You are an Iono deck with Monkey Dories. You're pretty much set up to be Gardevoir, but you're dark. So we will see. Madison's going to grab a couple Cyndaquil here. Not much else to do except for setup. Alex just doesn't have an incredible hand right now, but they do have the Marnie Grimmsnarl. So the idea that they did not get knocked out this turn is going to be quite good for them. Madison Possibly should have went for the rare candy on the Typhlosion this turn instead, but I guess they couldn't get the Ethans. Never mind. I thought they top decked that, but they actually top decked the Quilava, so never mind that. Um, yeah, playing to their outs here. They have the rare candy for next turn, but the Marnie's Grimmsnarl should be played next turn. So that won't really matter. Then Alex is going to be kind of off to the races here. This matchup starts going down from here because Madison does not have an incredible board state. They're going to start getting some Cyndaquils here, but you'll start seeing how fast this damage is going to add up. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, such a force of a deck right now. I do believe it will be one of the most played decks, if not the most played deck at the World Championships. It's just got everything you look for. It's also, I don't want to say incredibly favored against Gardevoir, as the Gardevoir players I'm sure will tell you otherwise, but I'm willing to bet that a Boss's Orders or a Counter Catcher changes that matchup quite a few times. So it just kind of depends on the draws. Looks like it's Alex's turn. He's going to evolve into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl here. It's going to use the ability Punk Up. Grabs 2 energy cards, or up to 5 realistically, but we're never really doing that. If you can attach them to your Marnie's Pokemon, so what they will be doing is grabbing 2, attaching them to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Then it will be able to use, if I remember correctly, Corkscrew Punch for 180 damage. And 30 damage to a bench Pokemon, which will start to add up pretty fast on Madison's side of the field here. So we'll see if this makes any difference at all. But Alex is off to the races here, has the setup. Let's see if they have a supporter to go with it. If not, things might be a little dicey here because their setup is fine. They're going to start drawing prize cards. They do have a giant Pokemon in the active here, but if they don't have any other playable cards in hand, things could go sideways quick if Madison has a big turn here. Maybe not, though. I do see an Iono. You have to play it, absolutely. Gets rid of all that setup that Madison had. Madison had like 7 to 10 cards in hand anyway, so it's good to kind of refresh that to the 5. Let's see if Alex wants to find some more Impidimps, maybe even another Frostlass here, or Monkey Dory. It's just more Pokemon in general. Kind of set up a board. There's a Buddy Poffin. You love to see that. Here it comes off the deck. He's probably going to grab an Impidimp and maybe another Snorunt. Maybe double Impidimp. I can see either option being correct. We'll see how this looks here. Going with the Buddy Poffin. Here comes the Impidimp. Here comes the Snorunt. Maybe not, depending on if it's prized or not. Maybe just double Imp, and this matchup is correct, because once they evolve, the Frostlass isn't doing too much. You just want the damage for yourself with Monkey Dory, so you can start doing some cute stuff to the bench, moving damage, knocking out Quilavas and Cyndaquils in the same turn that you're knocking out Ethan's Typhlosions is quite good, and why the matchup is quite unfavored, in my opinion. Not quite unfavored, but definitely I'd be more happy to be on the Grimmsnarl side than on the Typhlosion side, let's say that. It's like we got the eye. Uno played. He's gonna use the knockout. Attack for 30. 2, it doesn't matter. Pick the foil one, I guess. I think that one's reverse foil. Draw the prize card. Kind of start moving up in the world, taking the damage. So Monkey Dory's got something to work with next turn. Alex got a great hand now. If it looks like it, we'll see what Madison can do to make a comeback here. It's going to be a double Buddy Poffin slammed on the table. Grab some Drag Cloaks. Grab some Cyndaquils. Grab the whole squad if possible. Here comes some of the squad here. 1, 2, 3, maybe another Dreepy, but that shows that they play a 3-3 Drag Cloak. Definitely a heavy Drag Cloak line here. I do think that's how the list was played originally. There's been a lot of different online cultivators of the Typhlosion. There's been the Pidgeot version. There's been the Amola Mola interesting stuff I saw on a stream the other day. You can play it with this, with the Dreepies and the Drag Cloaks, as you're seeing on screen. The deck has kind of evolved a few different ways here. Who knows how it's correct, but Madison here is 3-0, so trying to prove a point as to why this is the right way here. With 6 rounds today, whoever wins this round should be able to ID into cut. There is a decent amount of players here today, but 4-1 should be safe. There is that Gravity Mountain that I was referring to. The card is quite good in this matchup. It makes Marnie's Grimmsnarl have minus 30 HP. It is ironically a double-edged sword for your Typhlosion, as it does minus 30 HP, so it does go to 140, but in this matchup, that is not entirely relevant. So what the hope is that you get to 280, and with your Typhlosions, it hits 60 times 4 plus 40 is 280 with the attack if you have all 4 Ethan's Adventurers in the discard pile. With the Brave Bangle, that's 310, especially with the situation now with the Frostlass or even the 10 damage now, that would be enough damage. So the Gravity Mountain isn't as relevant now. But the card is used for this matchup, Dragonbolt, Charizard, stuff like that, just so you can reach those big numbers and get knockouts on these big Pokemon. Let's see what we got here. Maybe a counter kick Alex down here. I do know that they've got Earth and Buffalo, so it shouldn't slow down too much here. Let's see what Madison chooses. They've got Counter Catcher, TM Evo, a Rescue Board. It looks like they just choose to pass here. Um, Alex is going to start bullying with Monkey Doors here pretty fast now. So here comes the Dark Energies. Marnie's Morgrim on one of these Impidimps would be quite good too. But just to kind of make sure that you've got another one for next turn. The deck does play Rare Candy, but it's a little bit easier when you have a Stadium that searches a Marnie's card for free. You get a lot of value out of that. Helps a lot. Alex did forget a damage counter, so he's just adjusting that real fast. Here comes the attachment for turn. I mean, more damage the better in this situation. Just free damage. Here comes the boss's orders. Oh gosh, here's where things start going downhill quickly. They're going to move the 30 damage to the other Cynical. It's going to start stacking up quickly. Up there it goes. It's at 40. That's enough to take a double KO here. Alex is going to go down to 3 prizes. Madison still doesn't have half of a board here. I do believe this one might be over pretty quick here based on the way this is playing out. But the way it started, it's starting a lot longer than I assumed it would. So love to see that at the very least. Let's see. Evolved into Ethan's, uses the Journey Together. Gonna grab the Ethan's Adventurer. Looks like they're going to look for the Ultra Ball here. Maybe grab some Drag Cloaks. You definitely don't want to put Pheasantipity in play or anything like that at this point. Your board's already kind of committed to being really, really weak. So if you put a Pheasantipity in play, it just means Alex is going to win faster. With him using boss orders last turn, does not mean he's. The odds are he probably doesn't have boss orders this turn. So you might be able to have a turn with that Cool Lava, but if Alex has the boss's orders here, it is all but wrapped up. We'll see how that plays out here. Just afraid to evolve into the Drag Cloaks too, because the Frost Lass will start adding up damage too fast. Here comes one. They seemed a little hesitant, but I understand. You got to see some cards here. It's how your deck works, so you got to at least see something. Ultra Ball. Get that out of the way. Looks like they need to shuffle first, so make sure they shuffle first, hopefully. But here comes the Arvin. Never mind. Let's see what they grab with the Arvin. I'm not too sure what the thought process is going to be here. There's just not so many things happening. Rescue board is the only tool that you can grab in this situation. Maybe Secret Box, or it looks like Night Treasure is going to be the choice. I'll grab another Cyndaquil. There's a way to get Super Rod and Beauty Poffin. That'd probably be their hope here. Maybe should have drag cloaked first, so that way maybe if they would have hit one of those options, they could have gone this way if they wanted to. But now they've got to play the stretcher. Ooh, double stretcher here. We'll grab a couple Cool Lavas. Cyndaquils, I apologize. Ooh, Cyndaquil on a fire. Maybe they're going to TM Evo? Oh, yeah, it looks like TM Evo is going to be the choice here. Then I'm not sure why they're shuffling then, but that is A-okay. Yeah, TM Evo anyways after they all shuffled. Just a small tip. Oh, never mind. They had to drag cloak first. Never mind. I understand the shuffle now. But TM Evo going to evolve the Skull and the Quilava. Gonna have a couple of better bench Pokemon here. Definitely a little bit better of a board than I'm sure they're anticipating to have this next turn. But same thing. If Alex has the boss's orders, it's still the same situation. Based on the hand now, they don't have it. So um, Madison might have a turn or two to hang on and 5 off the hit cloak, but here comes the 10 damage on the Quilava and the Drag Cloak. That definitely is going to start adding up pretty quickly here with Alex with 30 to the bench. With Monkey Dory, that's 60, 70, 80. Things are going to start fast here. So here comes the draw for turn. Let's see what they rip here. They got another Arvin. They've got some Dark Energies. Looks like they're going to play the Arvin. I would definitely recommend the Spike News as well, just so you can get that Marty's Morgrim into play. Looks like the Arvin's going to be played. Secret Box might be the find here. I think anything to find more Monkey Dories is good. That's all that really matters. TM Devo, another atrocious card for you to see in this matchup. If you're Typhlosion, the damage just adds up so fast on your middle stages. The TM Devo really, really puts it to rest here, but it looks like he's getting discarded off the secret box anyway, so it does not matter. I think Alex has a different game plan in mind, which when you're this far ahead, I don't think it really matters. So he does have the discard on the secret box. He's choosing the last card to discard here, putting himself in a sweat here. Looks like that last option here. He's going to decide on it still. Let's check his discard pile. Definitely an experienced player, knows what he's doing. We'll just make sure that even when you're ahead, you can always, always play better. So just make sure that you're paying attention to what you're doing. As the great Asmul always says, you can always play more Pokemon. There's always something to do better. So just make sure that you're always, always, even when you're ahead, making the right decisions, keeping yourself ahead of the game, and paying attention to what you're doing. So Alex is on top of the game here. He's definitely got a lot of good options. Make sure you've got the boss's orders for next turn. Even if he does get knocked out, he should grab the Morgrim off of the stadium either way, so it won't matter too much. As long as you got some dark energies left, he'll probably grab a super rod, would be my thought process off of the secret box, so we can make sure he can change next turn. Ultra Ball is an interesting choice as well. Maybe grab another Monkey Dory if you feel like it. There's the Spike Muse. He's already got one in hand, so it does not matter too much, but it's a nice addition to the hand to make sure he's got the Morgrim. Morgrim turns into Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl's the attacker. That's what you're looking for, so. Clean up the board state a little bit. Here comes the stadium. Oh, the Ultra Ball. Let's see what he chooses to discard here. Iono makes sense. You wouldn't be drawing too many off that one right now. You want to keep the Arvin in your hand, I would think. Spike News is probably the only thing you can discard. Not too many counter stadiums from Madison side anyway. I do think the Spike Muse is fine because you have the other one. As long as you play the one this turn and grab the Morgrim, that's all that really matters to me. I do think you're fine discarding it, but it looks like Alex wants to be resourceful. He'll discard the Arvin instead. Grab the Monkey Dory. No surprise there. Gonna try and get as many of these damage manipulations as possible. He's gonna move 60 to that Quilava there. That's gonna be at 70 damage. Ding, ding, ding. That's the number you're looking for. So here comes 3. Oh, he's doing it to the Drag Cloak. Interesting choice here. I definitely would have killed the Quilava if it was me personally, but I understand it, I guess. Looks like they opted to kill both Drag Cloaks. If I was Alex, I personally would have killed the Quilava, but I just don't think Drag Cloak's doing anything from at this point. Like, what cards could they possibly draw for it to matter anyway? I do like the concept of getting rid of draw power, especially against Typhlosion, because they don't have a lot of cards to play or options outside of, they've got no tricks. So I don't hate the concept, but I think killing the attackers against Typhlosion is definitely the right option because it's not exactly very fast getting them back up. You only play one rare candy. It's not exactly their best option either. So, not exactly something you want to be doing in general this late in the game, unless it's for game. But, the Devo's gone anyways. So, I guess the rare candy's fine. But I think this game is all but wrapped up. One prize card left. The Morgrim on the field. The Marty's Grimmsnarl supporter, our stadium in play. Sorry. Looks like they're going to grab this. They're going to attach by attack for, I don't even believe it's the knockout. I could be wrong, though. I think they're short a Ethan's, if I remember correctly. Attach for turn. Definitely want to evolve that Quilava. There you go. If not, you're in a bad spot. Can't do anything without that, because if not, you just lose the game next turn, which I believe you do anyway, so does not make that much of a difference, unfortunately. Their only players are really like Counter Catcher or Frostlass. Alex has Balloon in hand. It will get out of the active very fast. It'll be too easy. The game should be all but wrapped up here. Yeah, they're discussing it now, yeah. Not much that can really happen. I don't know what happened there or why they switched out here, but yeah, it really does not matter. The game is over, so I'm not too sure what they're talking about, but the game is all but wrapped up. Alex has won round 4. He will top 8 another League Cup here in Colorado. Definitely a player to look out for if you are playing the regionals. Bigger name in Colorado here, definitely one of the better players. So definitely keep him on your radar for the future. Madison playing the Typhlosion. Tough break here, 3-1. Definitely plenty of room to make the top cut still. You only need to win and tie to get into this after the cut, or just win one of the 2 rounds. Well, not true. You have to go 4-2 at that point. 4-1-1 should guarantee. So it looks like Madison will have to win and tie, or tie then win to get into the top 8 here, as Alex will be able to glide into the top 8. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, the deck has not changed at all. I am sure it will be very, very good for the Pokemon World Championship. Thanks so much for joining us for round 4. We'll be back with round 5 here shortly. We will see you soon. Thanks again. Just kidding, I pump faked you. We've got another stream game on. I've got Mondo on the left. Looks like he's playing Joltik Box, everyone's favorite glue eating deck, and on the right, Raging Bolt. It's either eating glue or you're eating the crayon, so you have one of 2 great options, both delicious, I'm sure. So here comes the nest ball. It's kinda hard to kind of figure out what's going on halfway through the game, but it looks like he's got the nest ball. He's got the Clefairy on field. Pretty good against the deck. Cody has put a 1 prizer in the active, which is quite strong in the situation. If Mondo does not have a boss's orders, that kinda changes up the flow of the game. Here comes Blood Moon Ursaluna. Quite the card here, but the problem with Blood Moon is it does get one shot by this, I forgot the name of the Pokemon on the active, but it's a fighting type, and it sure does one shot Blood Moon Ursaluna, so let's see, Mew to draw 2 cards. Let's see if that helps at all. I'm not seeing anything game changing here. Drew an Iron Leaves and what I believe was an Ultra Ball, so not too many fantastic situations here. It looks like he might even be forced to pass this turn, which is definitely not what you want to see here. Getting down to 2 prizes, the Raging Ball player is exactly what you want. There's nothing stopping that damage on the field. There is no Raging Bolt EX on the right side here, but realistically, it's not a hard concept to get out. Joltik is not known for being an Iono deck, that's for sure. So I think Raging Bolt's ginormous hand will stay there. If they can find another Hoot Hoot on the bench, I'm sure that'd be fantastic too. But uh, you know, you can only work with what you got. So we'll see what Mondo decides to do here. Here comes the Crispin for turn. He can at least knock out the active, but he's not the right choice. Uh, just so many cards in Cody's hand. I'm sure there's a way to get a Raging Bolt EX out. There's no way there's not. It looks like Mondo only grabbed the Lightning Energy. It looks like it was off screen, but just the one Lightning. So if you've played Crispin, there's not 2 different kinds of energy in your hand. It does not get attached. It just goes to the hand. So it basically becomes an energy search, which is not ideal in this situation. It looks like Mondo retreats and knocks out the active. I I'm not sure I love the concept, but I guess I do get it. He's just gonna see if Cody has the knockout. Maybe I Iono him to 1, but, you send out the bear, you take the knockout. If Cody gets double bolt down here, we'll see how the game plays out here. He's got the Pheasantipity draw. He's got a bunch of grass energy on the field. Already ready to go for some knockout potential on that Raging Bolt. Looks like he's got an Ultra Ball ready to be played here. Grass energy on the Ogre Pawn, gonna draw for Teal Dance, draws another Lightning Energy, not exactly helping here, but he's got the Ultra Ball already. He looks like he's gonna play the Ultra Ball. Think about if he should Pheasantipity first. I do think that Fez is not a bad option because you want to find double bolt if possible. Looks like there's 1 in the deck, there's 2 in the deck. Yeah, he probably should have Fez first. Would have hit the first one, then Ultra Ball for the second one. But that is okay. He does have a baby Raging Bolt to attach to, but if he attaches the double Raging Bolt, the game kind of ends just because Mondo cannot draw those amount of prize cards before Cody will, just with all the damage on board, him going down to 1 prize. That will definitely change the game here. Cody figuring out what to do with this Ultra Ball. I'm sure it'll be a Raging Bull TX, but to what fashion? He's deciding what he's going to do with the Raging Bull TX. He's got plenty of other energy to attack with, other Pokemon. So you could even close the game out with a Teal Mask. I believe that Miraidon had the Bravery Charm, so not there. Um, maybe not. 3, 6, 9, 12, 150. He would need 2 more Grass Energy. Not exactly realistic when they're all on the Raging Bolt there to one-shot the Mew EX, so it's not exactly a fantastic option either, but we will see what, Mondo can cook up here. Cody's gonna do the shuffle. I'm sure he will find a way to knock out this active, quite easily. Here comes the flip the script, draw the 3 cards, become the hero. 1, 2, 3, hits the Raging Bolt anyway. Who cares about sequencing, am I right? Let's see, do they not have the Sada? Is that what the problem is here? He seems to be in the think tank about this one. Let's see, bench the Bolt, play the Sada, become the hero. The Bolt. Hey, gotta not have it. If he's still thinking about it, there's no way he's got the Sada, right? Let's see what he's gonna do here. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210. That does knock out the active. And does put him down to 1 prize. So it's not exactly a beautiful way to win, but there's also the boss on the Joltik for that last prize with that fan rotom there. Baby Raging Bolt, if he were to play a Sada and attach the other color of energy, he would be able to one-shot the Joltik. I mean, he would have a ton of energy then, so he would be able to one-shot a couple things, but mainly the Joltik. Looks like he's going to attach the Bravery Charm. It looks like that's going to be the play for him. Is going to be attacking with this Teal Mask here. It does do the knockout. It does exactly enough, 210. So we'll put him down to 1 prize here. I wouldn't be too worried about an Iona or anything. I do believe that's going to work out pretty well for Cody here. It looks like he's choosing to bench the Mew. He should absolutely do so. Yep. No, looks like he's taking it back. I would definitely play the Mew down myself. Yeah, I do think that was the choice he should have made. I don't hate the Iono. Iono's just fine. But with his hand, just since he's missing the Sada, it probably would have been okay to keep the hand just so you can win next turn, but we'll see. See, there's the Sada there, so it looks like it's just a little late, but realistically, if he draws any color of energy off of this that's yellow or green, he will have no problem at all with a fighting or a lightning attach off the Sada to knock out with the active, with the Baby Bolt to knock out the Joltik. So taking the prize knockout here should be good enough for Cody to end up closing it out here. Let's see what he can do. I'm not too sure what options Mondo has. There's the knockout. Cody's down to 1 prize. He's gonna send up the bear, which doesn't actually knock out the baby, or doesn't knock out the Teal Mask Ogerpon anymore. So kind of in a tough spot here for Mondo. Not really sure the options he has. He could boss kill the baby Raging Bolt possibly, so he doesn't lose to the Sada attach. It all feels kind of bad though. Let's see what he hits off of this Pokegear here. Looking for 7. He's got the boss, Arvin. He's got a few options here. He can definitely pick his pickings here. About 4 minutes left. Not too much time left. Cody just needs 1 turn to really close it out here, though. So here comes the boss's orders off the Pokegear. We all know Cody, he can't play the Prime Catcher anymore because the Genesect is down with the tool attached. So Prime Catcher is not available to be used off of Genesect's ability. So the real problem here is going to be finding that boss's orders to close the game out if he can find it. Mondo doesn't have too many options here. He could send up the bear and take a knockout on that baby Raging Bolt. So he goes down to 2 prize cards. It's probably his best option here. Let's see what he picks up with the boss's orders. Target is going to be the Pheasantipity. Interesting choice here. I'm not too sure the thought process on this one here. It does take a knockout. The baby Raging Bolt takes the knockout either way. If you kill the Pheasantipity, you draw less cards. So we're just kind of banking that Cody didn't have it. But as we can see in Cody's hand, he sure does have it. So here comes the knockout with the Blood Moon. Blood Moon Ursula, one of the better cards in the game. Yep, here comes. Here comes the Vessel. Vessel will grab one of the 2 energies. Here comes Lightning. Here comes Grass. Does not make a difference. Cody's going to play the Lightning. He's going to Professor Sawdust. He's going to snipe that little Joltik for the knockout. And Cody's going to also move on to 4-0. Looks like he will also be in our top cut, playing Raging Bolt just perfectly. Looks like crayons are a little bit better than glue this time around. So matchup's already kind of chalked for the Joltik box side. So tough matchup either way. But love to see Cody play it correctly, get it down to the end there, get the knockout. I love to see it. So another fantastic round on our round 4. Luckily that we have 2 streams here we can go between. Looks like I am out of games to cast, though, for this time being. Looks like we will cut to a small break, and I will see everybody in just a little bit. Get yourself some drink, some to snack on, and I will see you in a minute. Welcome back to DVC. We have got Jerry versus Aiden. It looks like Aiden on the left is going first, playing Goldango. Goldango on stream has seen a couple times. This time, it luckily will not be against Typhlosion, so it's a little bit of a better shot here. But Pikachu would be another one of those not so lovely cards for Goldango here. So we'll see what Aiden will do about it. I cannot actually tell who's going first because no one's doing anything. So we'll see. Maybe Jerry was actually the one going first, and I was incorrect. We will see what happens. I think he's going to grab Miraidon. Miraidon's going to grab Joltik. Joltik's going to attach some energy, so it just kind of depends on which way it's going to go. He's going to grab the Miraidon. I can't tell if Aiden went first in attach pass. Jerry using the Miraidon ability. I'm going to grab Joltik for sure. I would assume in this matchup, maybe an Iron Hands to kind of keep the pressure up, but I think Pikachu is probably the best way to go in this situation. There comes the Joltik. See what else he grabs off of the Miraidon here. He's got a couple options. It looks like Jerry there is going to be doing some deck checking, so that's always a good thing. He's on top of his game still. He's actually ironically playing my Pikachu Joltik box deck, so it's kind of cool to see. But he's one of he's been playing since 2005. So Jerry's one of those longtime players alongside me as well. So I love to see him out here still playing the game, doing the Joltik thing here. So his hand not super incredible for the start here. Looks like he grabbed Iron Hands. He grabbed the Joltik with the Miraidon ability. I'm going to take a wild guess he went first here based on how things are going. He's going to attach energy probably to the Iron Hands or the Pikachu, maybe the Joltik, and end his turn here. Hand looking a little bit scarce here. Let's see what he ends up doing. His hand is not looking fantastic. Can't do that. Yeah, looks like Aiden did draw pass. So Jerry gonna attach for turn and probably end it there. So let's see if Aiden's got any playable cards here to kind of capitalize on Jerry's also poor start. Attach to the Joltik. That's gonna be a pass for turn. Let's see what Aiden draws here. Genesect for turn. Does he have an Arven for a Buddy Poffin? Oop, Goldango. That's a good start. Draw 2 cards. Oh, he's got a Cipher. He gets to kind of play the game here. I would definitely Goldango, grab the Genesect, grab a couple of Goldangos, do the deck search situation here, see if your pink card is prized or not. That's the one you want. Energy Search Pro card is so good in this deck. Really opened up the door for Goldango. I am not seeing it in this deck right now, so I'm sure he's a little sad about that. Let's see. He's showing me the full deck here. I am not seeing it, so definitely not ideal for Aiden here. Got the Moonlit Hill. I definitely like the deck list. Surprised it. Looking a little sad about it. So let's see what he grabs. He's gonna grab double Goldango with the ability here. And then he's gonna do the Codebreaker. Codebreaker's gonna grab 2, put him on top. Looks like he's getting the Metal and the Buddy Poffin. Gonna have to get some more bench Pokemon here. Gotta get the Gimmies out. Gotta get the squad out. Here comes the Buddy Poffin. Gonna grab double Gimmighoul. Gonna kinda get his board set up. Looks like he's got Gimme, Gimme, and then the Goldango active with the Metal. As long as he has a single energy to do 50 damage, that's actually really good for Aiden. Pikachu is kind of a menace for this matchup. Goldango cannot one-shot it with the ability that Pikachu EX has. So with that ability, things do change a lot, and make this matchup a little bit worse. But it looks like Aiden does have the attachment for turn. Looks like he discard fantastic news, so it's for 50 to the active. It does put Jerry in a worse position after Aiden had an attached pass for turn, and now he has an entire board. So that's the new Goldango for you right there. It's quite good. Let's see what Jerry drew for turn. Looks like you're on a boss's orders. Definitely not helping his case too much here. Um, he definitely wants to. Let's see. He's gonna Miraidon. If he has a fresh Pikachu, that would be ideal here. Just to kind of get some stuff moving. Sorry about the sleeves I gave you there, Jerry. They're a little terrible, but let's see. Does he have another Pikachu in deck? The answer is no. He does rise the other Pikachu. That's a tough situation, so he's gonna have to go into this Joltik this turn, get some energies attached there either way. I It's just tough without the ability being there. It definitely changes this matchup a tad bit. Jerry's gonna be off on the back foot here. Missing that turn 2 Joltik anyway. His opening hand was incredibly poor, so not much you can really do about that. It's kind of the Joltik box effect. It's either you got it or you don't. Open hand Arvin or you don't. So he did not in this situation. Just the boss's orders. So maybe it brings up that gold, the Genesect, and attempts to stall with the Joltik Heal attach retreat, or maybe even Prime Catcher. I'd probably just attach retreat and go from there. There it is right there. So he's got the failed to find off the Miraidon. Kind of figure out what his options are here. Looks like he might use the Prime Catcher. He's going to Prime Catcher the Genesect and bring up the Joltik here. With the Joltik, he's going to use the attack. Like we did earlier, it does the 2 grass, 2 lightning energy, attach him to your bench Pokemon. Probably power up that Pikachu, get 2 on there. Probably put 2 on that Iron Hands. Maybe even 2 on the Miraidon so you can knock out the Genesect. I don't hate that either, actually, instead of the Iron Hands. It's probably a little bit safer. Yep, looks like Jerry kind of figured that out. He's going to use the Joltik. He's going to power up the 2 of them. The Psychic Energy is unfortunate because it does absolutely nothing in this matchup. It's just another energy, and on Miraidon, it's not as good. So it's more of an Iron Hands card. So maybe Jerry should have attached that to the Iron Hands, but I think he wants to attack with the Miraidon first. So we'll see how he does this. He wants to put 2 on the Miraidon. I think that's really interesting. We'll see if he ends up putting 1. Yeah, 1 on Pikachu. So it looks like he's hoping for that Genesect knockout with the Goldango. Kind of hoping that Aiden whiffs here. Aiden's got the Arvin in hand, though, and another Codebreaker. So Aiden's in a situation here where he hasn't taken any prize cards yet. So that can make something different here with the 1 prizer active. Jerry might have been able to stabilize the board here. There's no boss. Yep, there's a Turo. So he's going to use the Genesect ability, grab 2, and then he's going to Turo it off the board here. And I'm going to take a guess. He's going to knock out the active Joltik. Maybe with the baby Goldango. We'll see what he ends up doing here. Aiden, one of the better players out of Colorado as well. He's been playing for a little while now. He's your average day tour for sure. He's quite good at the regionals. Definitely a name to look out for on your pairing sheet. Quite a good player. Plays a lot of different stuff. Luckily, he's off of the Crustle in this tournament. So what a nightmare that was to deal with. He's got the Goldango coming up here. Bringing up the Goldango. Gonna attack onto the Joltik here, it looks like. Maybe take the freebie prize. It really does not make a difference. So that's why he's gonna send up the gimme goal here. I just think giving Jerry time's not exactly what you want to do. Okay, never mind. I was incorrect. He's gonna draw 2 with the Goldango. Let's see what he does here. Does he attach the metal, or does he even have the metal? Here comes the 3rd Goldango. Can't hurt. Well, maybe it can, unless you want to pass up a 1 prize here, but looks like he's gonna air balloon into this one. Draw 2. 1, 2. There's a dark energy. Does he have a metal? I don't believe so. It might just be a pass for turn here from Aiden. It looks like it's just gonna be the pass for turn here. Jerry's play kind of panned out for him. The only thing is, since he didn't attach that energy to that Pikachu, he can't really pressure the Pikachu this turn. His hand is awful anyway, so it doesn't matter. But uh, if he wanted to, he can't even pressure. So I think his next idea is probably just a Joltik again. And just keep it moving. Now that Genesect's gone, that Miraidon energy is quite useless. So, just like I was hoping, if I was him, I just would have put 1 on the Miraidon, so that way it's ready to go with an attachment, 1 on the Pikachu, and then your Pikachu would have been a little bit more of a threat this turn, but no metal anyway does make the difference here. Jerry's hand, Night Stretcher, Boss, Blood Moon, Iron Leaves, not a lot going on here. That's the real problem with the Joltik deck is you don't really have any agency over what you're trying to do. You kind of just have the luck of the draw there. Um, since Jerry had such a poor setup, there's no Mew, there's no Fez. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like Fez would do anything this turn, but you kind of want that kind of stuff on your bench so that way you can start moving when Aiden starts uh, drawing the prize cards here next turn with the boss's orders. I'm sure he'll find Jerry's just gonna have to attach and probably use the Joltic charge again. Not a lot of options, unfortunately. There's just not much you can do here. I definitely wouldn't do that. Um, 'Cause that's one, two, three, four light energies now gone. Um, let's see, maybe he's just gonna attack into it with the Miraidon. Interesting choice here. He's gonna do 220, try and hit the three prizes off the Iron Hands. It just doesn't make a difference. I see why Aiden passed last turn just to try and put this prize race off like this. So Jerry's just in a weird situation now. Aiden's gonna be able to kind of do whatever he'd like. He's got the code breaker in hand. He's gonna draw the two. Here's the 1-2. He's gonna probably air balloon into another Goldango, preferably the one with the energies. Go grab maybe a vessel since he prized the Ear Search Pro. That's going to be the real problem here. If Aiden cannot find E-Search Pro, I kind of did forget about that portion of the thing, but he's got three. If he's got the energy, that's 4-5 off of the code breaker, so he gets one more free draw. Nest ball. He's got a nest ball. Gimme. Yeah, there's a gimme ghoul. Probably the best thing to put down. Doesn't hurt anything. The Iron Hand is a little bit annoying, but Jerry's not going to pull all that off with how bad his hand is. Here comes the Arvin for turn. Here comes the Vessel. Vessel is the only way to kind of find the energy after the Research Probe being prized. It is a quite annoying situation, but the Air Balloon's going to fix that. Air Balloon retreating to the other Goldango. Vessel playing the game. The way Goldango works is you really want that E-Search to grab all your energy so that way your superior energy retrieval is a really, really well played card. It's kind of how your entire deck works. You play four of them, it discards two cards, lets you grab up to four energy cards from your discard pile, put them in your hand. The idea of that is Goldango is doing 50 for energy discarded. You can kind of do infinite damage to the idea. Energy Search Pro lets you play a rainbow of anything, of all the energies available. So you grab one of every energy. The only problem is that Aiden prized it. So yeah, he's gonna move the damage with the Monkey Dory. Great addition. He's gonna have to do one less attack every time now. One less energy to attack. The Monkey Dory is quite the good addition in this deck. Comes the draw two off the coin bonus. Fantastic choice to do it. Aiden, quite the experienced player, doing all the sequencing and everything else correctly. Here comes the four discard. He's gonna get to knock on them right on. Aiden takes the first two prizes, and that's kind of how this matchup wants to work for Goldango. He's a little far ahead now. The Pikachu can't be a menace. Realistically, Jerry's best play is going to be to hope for the best and knock out that bench one with the attach and a knockout with the boss, but his hand is just so poor. Not a lot happening. He's got to be able to get rid of Aiden's hand. Aiden has about 13 cards in hand. Did ironically find that E-Search Pro off the prize cards, but not going to really make a difference here. Jerry's just got not a lot to work with here. He's going to be able to rescue Stretcher that metal or the lightning energy back. Here's the energy. He's going to attach it to the Iron Hands, most likely. Boss KO the bench Goldango. Does get the damage off the board for the Monkey Dory, which is nice. But the Pikachu having the 50 damage on it is going to kind of wrap it up for Jerry, in my opinion. He probably wants to bench the Blood Moon just to have a bigger Pokemon on his bench. It does take a lot of energy to discard. So that will give a lot of options. Here comes the boss's orders. It's going to be the attachment for turn on the Iron Hand. It's going to turn into the arm press here. 160, draw two prize cards. Aiden kind of gets to do whatever he wants here. He's got the Goldango with the balloon, so he can draw two cards. Notice how he's sending that one up first, not the one with the energy. Ironically, plays the Ear Search Pro with a little bit of a giggle. I can understand why. An A spec for 200 cards, not exactly as good as the other A specs. So I understand the laugh. So we'll see what happens here. He's got enough energy to knock out the Iron Hands. I've seen superiors in his hand already. He's got code breakers. He can really do whatever he'd like this turn. If he can get another metal energy on the Goldango, so he's got metal, he'll be in a really good spot. Looks he's already eyeing it up. Yeah, he's gonna draw the two cards. He's gonna retreat into the other Goldango, draw another two cards most likely. Look at him with all the cool alt art Goldangos flashing out for the stream here. Goldango for one. Draws into a Pheasant Dippity, another fantastic card to see. It's not like he needs it. That's why he's kind of contemplating playing it down. He's going to boss his orders with the Pikachu. That's a great choice. It stops Jerry from getting any form of knockout next turn. That's not a boss kill on a Monkey Dory. It does stop the Pikachu from being anywhere near relevant. There's another superior for turn. He's got the energy he needs. There's a superior. He's got the Fez just in case. Probably not a bad idea to bench it here. I think I would have kept the energies myself. It's all he needs for game next turn to need less cards next turn. But I don't hate having the metal in there so we can attack off of the superior energy retrieval. I do understand that concept. So here comes the 3 energy, knock out the Pikachu. Aiden goes down to 2 prize cards. Here comes the Iron Hands. The game is all but almost wrapped up here. Cherry just has no real options. He could Iron Hands the active with an Iono. I know he plays an Iono. He has no way to get Iono right now, so that's not an option. He can Arven for turn. If he Arvens for turn, the game pretty much just ends right there, as there's not a lot to do. Jerry can't even arm press into the active because then he will move the damage to the Joltik, take a prize there, and be down to 1 prize, knock out the active. Just doesn't make a difference either way. Everything's pretty bad. Let's see. Aiden giving me as many cards. He's got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16 cards in it. And that's how you do it correctly, folks. If you're watching Aiden play Goldango here, this is kind of a masterclass. He is drawing everything possible. He's doing everything correctly with the sequencing. You got the energy on the Monkey Dory in a matchup that doesn't even seem relevant. Just getting that damage on the Pikachu is really important on that turn, too, like he did. All of that stuff is just super, super key in this matchup. Jerry prizing the other Pikachu, definitely unfortunate. But the way Aiden played it, it looks like he would have figured it out anyway. So I know the Goldango deck plays a lot of bosses orders now. There was stuff like the Miraidon on the bench. The double attach there into the Professor Turo, definitely a tough turn 3 there. So can't really solve that one, unfortunately. Jerry's going to try and do whatever he can, grab the Poke Gear for next turn. Aiden does have game in hand. I think he's just going to show Jerry he's got it. 15 cards in hand. You got to assume he's got it. He's drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the bare minimum cards next turn, pretty much. Card for turn, 2 off the active, 2 off the bench. So he's drawing 5 guaranteed next turn. That's not involving the supporters. I'm sure he has at least 2 Arvens in his hand to go grab another superior, even with the Bravery Charm. I like that Jerry's doing anything he can here. But putting the damage on there doesn't make a difference because Iron Hands with the Bravery Charm goes up to 280. With the Monkey Dory, he'll move the 30 back and only need 5 energies, just like he needed in the first place. So it does not make a difference. And that's why I said the Monkey Dory right there. I know it doesn't make as much of a difference in this exact situation just because Aiden already has the energy in hand and 15 cards. But he did set himself up. So if an Iono did happen, he knew exactly what would happen. He played the deck correctly and kind of showed how it's supposed to work here. Yeah, there you go. He's got about 13 energy to knock out his opponent's active. Jerry shows him and picks up his cards. Yep. Prize the grass, prize the other Pikachu. It's a tough outing for Jerry here. Can't do much there. The 50 on the active was just the devastator there. Yeah, that kinda clears that one up, so I'm gonna take a guess that the other stream game is not up. It was Kyle versus Harrison. Interesting matchup, Terrabox versus Joltik as well. Joltik seems to be very popular here today. There's a lot of Marnie's Grimmsnarl that's been moving around Colorado, so I can imagine they want to, beat that at the current time. Deck's very good, very incredibly playable. Definitely the best deck probably right now, I would say. Looks like they're picking it up. Jerry signed the slip. It looks like that's going to do it for our round 5 here. We'll have our winning in match next, and we'll see you here soon. Thanks for sticking it out. It looks like we get to catch the end of game 2 here from Kyle and Harrison. Harrison on the left playing more of that Joltik box, and Kyle on the right playing the Terra box. He's got 3 prize cards left with a little bit of an awkward board. Nothing really going on. Harrison's board, I would say, a little bit more awkward with double grass on a Pikachu and a Pheasantipity. And not a lot happening. So Arvin for turn. Let's see what Harrison decides to grab here. He's got a couple options. The Pikachu is going to be quite annoying to deal with, but with only 2 prize cards, you're kind of hoping to not deal with the Pikachu at all here. Your deck plays 4 bosses orders. Looks like he's opting for the Super Rod here. Might be out of energy. Pokegear it is. I think that makes more sense. You really just want boss for game here. Um, Blood Moon Ursaluna should be active here pretty soon too for Harrison. So that's something else to think about in this matchup. He can really clean up one of those 3 of those 4 cards on the bench here. The people have been calling him the 4 horsemen, the Latios, the Mew, the Pheasantipity. It's just missing the Blood Moon, ironically, who is coming to catch him. So here comes the Lily's Clefairy. EXP share, Silver Bangle to get rid of it. That's what we call deck thinning there. He's got the Prime Catcher in hand. Is there something he can do with this here? If he has Crispin, he actually wins the game. Oh, never mind. He played Arvin. Just Josh and yeah. Let's see. Retreats into the Clefairy. I think the passes to Kyle with the Clefairy active. I think the Mew might be a little safer personally. It's also got free retreat. I think I like that a little bit better. So I got the Bravery Charm. Kyle evolves into Noctowl. He gets to search his deck for any 2 trainer cards. Just because there's a Terra Pokemon and with that Pikachu there, he looks like he's opting for the Vessel and the Area Zero. I actually sold him that Area Zero back at the let's see, a couple weeks after Baltimore Regionals. So how cool. Nestball grabs a Teal Mask. So he's gonna play the Vessel. Gold Air Balloon, that's Kyle. He's always got the cool cards. All the alt arts and the golds always looking blinged out. Let's see what he opts to discard with the Earthen Vessel here. Goes for the Crispin. Must have another one in hand here. Grabs a grass, grabs another grass. We can draw some cards with the Teal Dance, it looks like. Attaches to the Teal Dance, draws a card, draws into another Teal Mask, attaches Lightning for turn. Let's see what Kyle. Ooh, the ends plan. Nice and spicy from Kyle here. Brings up the energy. Lets Pikachu get the 1-shot here. So it kind of keeps the door open for Kyle next turn if Harrison misses the Prime Catcher turn this turn. That's why I like sending up the Mew a little bit more. Because now he needs to. Well, he drew the Super Odds, so I guess maybe that's irrelevant. But now he can go get Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Prime Catcher. The game actually should be wrapped up here for Harrison. Let's see if he prized Blood Moon Ursaluna. That'd be very unfortunate. I would keep the boss just in case. Yeah, there he goes. Okay. I'd get rid of Iron Leaves EX. That card is doing absolutely nothing for you. There you go. Um, it just shouldn't matter, right? If he's got Blood Moon, the game's over. So let's see if he's got it. There it is. Blood Moon it is. He's going to use the Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher bring up the Mew or the Latios. Doesn't make a difference. And Harrison will secure the match. Looks like the Joltik bot gets it on this side. The Terror Box, it's kind of an interesting matchup in the first place. You're both trying to Pikachu each other. Just one of you is better at it than the other one. And I would say that that's Joltik Box personally, because you play 2 Pikachu and a way to power him up off turn 2, as you have to struggle to find stuff like the Crystal to make it work. But Harrison has proved that Joltik Box is superior against that one today. And we'll go from there. So, oh, Kyle signed a win on accident. Whoops. But yeah, looks like our round 5 is officially over now, and we'll be back pretty soon with round 6 and our winning in. Thanks for joining us.
Ready.
Welcome back to DVC. We've got round 6 underway. It looks like we've got everyone's favorite Dragapult versus Dragapult. I finally get to be joined by Kenyon Fisher.
The one and only Kenyon Fisher here to cast the very exciting Dragapult mirror match. There's a lot that goes into this one, like who goes first, and that's it.
Well, realistically, it's going to be a big Badoo fight to start the game out. No one wants to let each other set up. That's why this deck plays a lot of cards like Brock Scouting, Jacques possibly, depending on the list. I can't tell if there's
Hilda
a
just
Dustnor.
released.
Yeah, Hilda, the brand new card out of Black Bolt and White Flare. Quite the addition to this deck, grabbing an evolution Pokemon and an energy card from your deck. Quite the addition to the Dragapult concept.
Not
You can
only-
play a lot of cards like Neo Upper,
Yeah,
stuff
They
like
use
that.
special energy.
Yeah, you grab your pink card, you grab that ace spec, quite good in Dragapult. Looks like Dan set up with triple Dreepy the Dream with the Badoo active. Means he's got a low hand though, but I see a research, so I smell a good turn coming. So let's see. Looks like Neo Upper and a handful of not cards you want to see in your opening hand on Jeremy's side there. Gonna retreat into the Badoo.
Costly retreat.
Costly retreat. The Luminous Energy, not good to get rid of, especially in this matchup. But it does look like I didn't realize Dan went first.
We are now Badoo locked.
We're locked, baby.
He is playing Dusknoir.
He does
I
have the
don't know.
Dustnor. Dustnor in his deck as well. So
Okay,
it's
so
going to
that
be
is-
probably around 58 to 60 cards of the same here. So we'll see what happens here. Dan
we
can't
go.
play any item cards, no drag cloaks, no energies. Tough draw off the 7. Ooh, a research off the top. We're gaming here. Here it comes. We got the Recon Directive. We've got the Neo Upper. Things are really turning around for Jeremy here. You can't play it. There's a Badoo. You can't, even if you could, you couldn't do it. You've been itchy pollens, my friend. So the snobs on your shirt aren't cute enough for that.
They're close.
It's funny because on stream you can't see his shirt. He's wearing a snob shirt.
Oh yeah, it is cut off on the screen.
I mentioned someone's Rocket t-shirt earlier too, and then I realized you couldn't see it. So let's see. We got the Recon Directive, Iono, and what I believe was an Ultra Ball. Stuff like how Luchador is going to be coming into play next turn. Going to get a little dicey for Danner here. We'll see the Recon Directive grabbing a card, the Haluchador in hand. I can't imagine too much more than just another Badoo. I think, unless he has another Pokemon to play down.
There's the Halucha.
The Haluchador is coming down. I don't know how I feel about doing it just yet, but I don't hate it, I guess. You're under item lock. It's not like you can really do much about it, but what he can do is now evolve those ones, and now your Haluchador is less effective, so I do believe Jeremy could have done a little differently with that one. Hilda rips right off the top. Let's see the Drag Cloak. Let's see the energy.
The Luminous. The Monkey Dory could come in.
Yeah,
could come into play
yeah.
with
That's
the
why
Luminous.
I don't agree with the Haluchador
Yeah.
as well. I do think that was another choice that you probably should have held that for, because Dan here can make a comeback. Even a Dusclops could do some damage here, but
I wonder if either of them is on Rare Candy. I guess it doesn't matter. They're bundling with each other.
with Dustnor in the deck, you'd have to assume at least one, right? You know?
Yes.
Nothing. You could like call me on Discord on my phone or something. But yeah, we can't hear anything from you. Do I have something wrong in the call? Because we're this one, right? Yeah, so you'd be that one. It says that you're talking, yeah. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Sorry, buddy, having some.
That's maybe the stream. I wonder if it's. Maybe try it out.
1, 2, 3. This seems off. This is the same. Oh, there. So you're moving it. Yeah, yeah. So it's all-
Yeah, it looks like Jeremy is moving here. He's got the Dragapult going. He's got the Neo upper. He's got the Dream. He is going to make it start working here. He's got the damage. He's got the energy on the bench. Drag Cloak. He's drawing cards. Oh my goodness, I missed that part. That is, yep, I couldn't imagine a more home run turn. Duskull gone. This is going downhill quickly for Dan. Ooh, his own Neo upper, if only. Maybe the rare candy?
But if there's a rare candy,
They say if there's a candy, there's a way, as they say.
see what first.
No, it looks like he failed the Buddy Poffin. Gonna go for the Ultra Ball here. Discarding a Dragapult itself. And let's see, what else do you got to get rid of here?
This. Surely it's a cloak.
Yeah, you would have to think. I can't imagine another card to search for other than your good friend, your Cloak here. I do know the Dragapult is equipped with a lot of boss's orders these days, so let's see if Dan can dodge another one of those.
It'll definitely be important to get both drag cloaks into play to play around that boss's orders. He could definitely knock out one, but I don't think he could knock out both realistically.
Absolutely fantastic point.
All the energy there is tough, I feel.
Another
Oh, he's
reason
researching.
another
Okay,
reason
yeah,
why
yeah,
you
it's-
don't bench that dang Howluchador.
That's true.
Coming back to bite him. He bossed the damage on the first one. The other one's an evolved drag cloak now, so that's why you hold that one there, folks. Here comes the recon directive. It looks like he's already used. You just rearranging it. Nope, I was lying. Night Stretcher. His hand's got some playable stuff in it, but he's still a little bit behind here. Let's see if the Badoo can bring him back into this one. Oh, there we go. Just like Kenyon was mentioning, he needs that Dracloak here. He's got to keep that board state moving. Triple Buddy Poff, and love to see that on turn 5. Dan's got his own Howluchador. With the way that Badoo damage is set up, he might be able to get a juicy turn off of that. Yeah, he might be able to get a 3-4 prize turn in one swing here. If only he could find a Dreepy, not a Dreepy, a Duskull. The only scary thing is that that Dragapult is going to be putting some damage up, but he did waste that energy on turn 1. I guess you couldn't say waste, but he did use that energy to return to the Badoo turn 1. So to retreat this Howluchador might be worth a little bit more here as well. It's not like there's a ton of... Ooh, another Dragapult. Interesting choice here. Cutting off his draw power. He's going to attach to the Howluchador.
That's the third one. It's going to be no Monkey Dory.
Yeah, no Monkey Dory from Jeremy's side at all. Card's incredibly good in this deck, especially in the matchup. Here comes the Iono.
That might hurt Jeremy more than help him, to be honest, with 4 cards to draw and no Dracloaks left. There's I mean, he's got the attack, but there's a decent chance Danner could mount a comeback off a bad draw from Jeremy.
Here comes the retreat. 60 on the Dracloak with the Neo. Monkey Dory comes down with no Luminous down. I don't know if he realizes that.
Yeah, I mean, he might play 4.
He could play 4 Luminous. Either way, I don't think it's very necessary.
Probably not at this point.
Hand's got the boss, the research, nothing else really. I mean, not much else to do here except for retreat into the Neo upper, do some damage. Ooh, but dude, different path here. I don't hate it, but
Knockout. We wouldn't have taken an extra prize with Dragapult anyway.
right. Makes sense. I don't hate the free damage because it's just going to get Monkey Doried, but I guess you can't countercatcher now either, so it puts Dan in an interesting situation. I would assume that a boss's orders would be pretty ideal here with the Dragapult.
Third for Cloak.
Iono played. Here's how you make the comeback right now. Hopefully it's drag a Polt, I think, is the only thing he's missing here.
He still has all 3 recon directives, if I'm not mistaken, to find it too. So it's going to see 12 cards here. Just came up. Oh,
Did he find Dragapult is the real question here. The boss's orders for next turn after you already played the Iona, he really
he
has to
can't
find a
play the Ultra
Dragapult.
Ball. Very relevant here, actually.
With how slowly he's playing his cards, I'm not thinking he's got it. Here comes the
He can-
Pheasantipity. Become the hero. That's a miss. I believe he has 3 or 4 boss's orders in his hand, though. Let's see if he can do something with that.
Sure, no supporter yet. He could go for trying to strand the Halucha one more time. I mean, Jeremy doesn't have any way to draw cards, really, so it's kind of down to whatever's in his hand right now. A lot of energy in the discard pile, too.
The Badoo paying off a lot more than I thought it would.
Yeah.
It looks
honestly,
like
that
Dan
was-
passes.
that seems like
Oh,
very
what a
good play
heartbreaker.
here, yeah.
That pretty much decides this one, in my opinion. Here comes the retreat, the knockout on the energy. It's just a tough situation here. He's got the Fez down to put the damage
So
on.
many cards.
Not a single one of them can find a Dragapult. Well, I guess a bunch of them could find Dragapult, but none of them actually get to play the Dragapult. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but you know, what can you do? So Dan opted to pass instead of taking the knockout on the Badoo.
Could he have taken a knockout on the Badoo?
Does Neo upper not count on Dragapult?
I think it's only stage 2.
Stage 2s. Never mind, folks. Yep, never mind. He was forced to pass here. Well, he benches his own Pheasantipity for who knows why, but it's there. I mean, realistically, all he's got to do is retreat and attack, and I think he's in a pretty good spot. That's why you don't evolve the other Drag Cloak here, so your hand's not completely dead.
Right, that was the thing.
That just the other Dragapult not useful right now because it doesn't have any way to attach the other energy. So he retreats into the other Dragapult and he'll just start cooking, I guess. Looks like he's got boss in hand. He can't do much with it. Put the damage on the Pheasantipity and hope that Danner doesn't have another Iona, and you pretty much lock it up. Yeah, damage on the Fez. I'd probably put, just to be safe, I'd probably put 4 there.
Yeah, the Monkey Dory.
Just so you can stop the monkey
Definitely.
situation. Because it's not like the other damage is all that relevant. Because you want to win off the boss either way.
Right. It's definitely, I mean, I don't know about Deathmite, but there's likely a Bloodwind Ursa Luna in Danner's deck list.
I'd
Could
bet my
come up
bottom
here.
dollar. I saw a Latios, so
Good combo.
yeah, turns out you got to play them both.
Got the Dragapult
Needed that.
right there.
He did discard one off an Ultra Ball turn 2 or 3, which I thought was a little questionable to play the Ultra Ball in general, but
He does need to evolve both your cloaks here.
maybe Turo the Pheasantipity.
Maybe, I don't know, that'd be
Yeah, I mean,
sick.
I think that's his only real out here. I mean, he's got to have the Iono, got to have the Turo. If either of those aren't there, we know that Jeremy has the boss in hand. So, kind of an irrelevant point, unfortunately. He does have the Iono. I'm sure he knows to play it here, but he's got to evolve. He's going to hit for 260 to the bench. He needs to draw a lot of prize cards here, though. So let's see what he can even cook up here. I mean, realistically, if he takes 200 to the active, you could do 10 to the Fez, and well,
Could be a trap something angle too. Maybe bring up the Fez and hit it for 200 and hope he can't retreat it.
yeah, I could see bringing up the Fez. That could seem really good. He did have counter catcher in his hand before, I think. So I think if he was going to do that, he would have already done it. Yeah, it looks like Dan's got his own ideas. He did need another energy. Let's see if he finds the energy. I'm pretty sure he did. 2, 3. There's the counter catcher. Let's see if he can cook with some of this here.
Yeah, he's got the energy.
He doesn't have grease. He's got Crisco, folks. That is cooking right there. So let's see if he evolves into the other Dragapult. Looks like he. I mean, even realistically, even the Dracula getting knocked out doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's not super relevant, but let's see. 'Cause he can take 200, knockout, take 2, bring up the Fez. No.
I think that You probably don't take a knockout this turn.
I don't think you can afford to. Yeah.
Those 3 extra cards from Pheasantipity.
He needs a way to power up the one on the bench though, but the Neo upper is gone, so he's gonna have to. Yeah, he's gonna have to hit 200, then retreat into a Blood Moon and hope for a Hail Mary probably.
There's a deck that can do it. It's Dragapult.
It's Dragapult. It's got a will. It's got a way. $10 damage onto the Fez. Yeah, I would assume you keep the. Yeah, I mean you can't kill the Badoo or anything, so. Yeah, looks like he puts the 5 on the Dragapult. I mean, there's nowhere else to really put it. It does start to get the Blood Moon math kind of moving. Let's see, he's got an Ultra Ball for turn. Not a lot to do there. Looks like it's just going to be an attack here. So Dan might have a shot just based on the fact alone that his opponent doesn't have anything going. He does have Luminous on the Dragapult, but if he draws off the Fez next turn, it doesn't hit an energy. I'm not sure what to say about that one. That could be an awkward situation for him. So that could be Danner's kind of Hail Mary here. I think taking the prize card there.
Find the Iono tool.
Yeah, he definitely needs the Iono. And then you just got to hope the Fez doesn't hit it, I guess. Comes the draw for turn, gets a Duskull. That won't matter anymore. I'd probably burn a few of those Buddy Poffins. Get that out of your deck just so you don't draw them again ever again. A little bit of that deck thinning 101 there.
As the counter catcher, I think you need to get rid of that Neo upper energy this turn.
Yeah, I think you have to take the energy off the board. I don't think you have a choice. Because, I mean, you can't lock anything anymore. If you would have kept the damage off of the Pheasantipity, I think that would have been pretty clever. Counter catcher the Pheasantipity, hit it with the 200 like you were saying before.
Right.
Don't take any knockouts. Do the Haluchador play. Do the counter catcher, then you win again. That's how you draw 6, right? So I think that was probably the misstep here, was missing the first counter catcher and or boss turn. Because now he's just kind of hoping for the best.
Dragapult doesn't knock it out with Jet Headbutt, right?
No, he needs a little bit more. So he does need the energy, which he does have in hand. So Dan does have he has the Iono. He's got it. He's just got to play. He's going to thin his deck out more, in my opinion. But so he does have the counter catcher. I think he's realizing that he messed up that damage, in my opinion. Because look at all those boss's orders. Yeah, he would have put himself in a 2-turn win con. Would have been pretty nice. Opting to waste some of these cards here, like we were talking about, just doesn't need them. Wants them out of the deck for the Iono. Should probably grab something he doesn't want in the hand. Badoo maybe. Yep, there you go. Even though it is glorious, it is gone.
He put it as he carried his weight in the first half of the game.
He sure did. He definitely showed up to work today.
No overtime, but that's all right.
Sometimes it's all right.
Jeremy's Badoo, though, definitely came in with a little overtime.
That's a working man's Badoo right there.
Okay, it's going to be a Blood Moon angle, I think, with that extra energy attachment.
I don't know. Let's see what happens here. This is why I think, the Drag Cloak knockout makes a lot of sense. You don't really have a choice for your Jeremy, but it would feel nice to not have to, so you don't draw just one card here. But
one card, Blood Moon being able to attack for 0 energy here.
He did draw it quite excitingly. We'll see what happens here. He's going to have some options here. Dan's going to have to find the Haluchador for next turn. Either way, I believe. So we'll see. It's just going to come down to if he has the energy. If he's got it, he's got it. Oh, he's actually got the Blood Moon this turn. He did draw into it. Kenyon called it. That's why you don't take that extra prize card right there, ironically enough. It puts Dan into a winning situation. He does need to find the Latios, but finding the Latios shouldn't be too hard. Let's see. Oh, Buddy Poffin, so shuffle the deck. He did have a Psychic in hand, so it makes sense to shuffle the cards. I'd probably grab anything you can to thin the deck here, because this turn is all or nothing. It's pretty much the whole game here, so. Let's see what he finds here. It looks like he's looking for some options. I count 1, 2, 3. 3 energy, maybe 4 in the deck. He's going to draw 3 cards. He's got like a 25-card deck. Odds aren't fantastic. He can draw into Hilda though if he does play it. I do have the list here. Let's double check. Let's see. It looks like nope, he does play 2 Hildas, so we'll see if that makes a big difference or not. It'd be a cool way to show off the new card right here for games. So Countercatcher won't be live, so he does have to deal with the Blood Moon. Hitting it for 200 is really not a bad thing either because nothing can one-shot the Dragapult. So the only way Dan wins this game is the boss on the Fez, the damage with the Howluchador knocking out the Badoo, and then the damage from the Dragapult finishing up that Howluchador from the Jeremy side of the field. And man, I do think that'd be really ironic if he loses the game because of that Howluchador misstep. 2 and 3, I don't see an energy. Dan might have made an incredible comeback here. Let's see if he has the boss. He's got like a 9-card hand.
Yeah, he's still gonna need a few cards.
Latios, boss, and Howlucha. He was thinning out correctly, just like we were talking about on the turn before. I think I saw boss for sure. Looks like he's got 12 to 15 cards. Doing the math in his head there. I think he sees the option here. Okay, a research for turn. See what that can do. 3. He's looking for the energy to attack with the Dragapult would be my first thought. I saw a Dreepy.
See a way for Jeremy to take the game this turn with Countercatcher not being live and Supporter already being played.
Right, research for the turn. I think that about seals the fate for the game-winning play here. The Monkey Dory, as we talked about earlier, the Luminous isn't there. He wouldn't be able to attack with the Luminous anyway if he attached the Luminous. I don't see an energy in his hand, Kenyon. I think he might have missed completely here. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, the Badoo's really not that bad unless Danner has Latios in hand. He's just going to be missing the Howlucha at that point. Yeah, it's going to be harder to find the Howlucha. You'd have to have it, right in hand. It'd be a little tough to ask for, I think. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I see Altart Latios myself. I see a couple Dusclops, maybe a Dusknoir, a couple Dreepy. Not what you're hoping for. Oh, he does retreat. He's going to Jet Headbutt to set up the knockout. Interesting approach. Howlucha should be in the deck. There it is. Just missing the boss and the Latios now. Shuffling the deck doesn't make me think he's got it. Luminous to the active. Latios for the retreat. Oh, research.
He does have Countercatcher live, though.
Ooh.
Importantly.
Oh, there it is.
The Countercatcher.
Countercatcher and Howluchador. There it is. Looks like Dan has found the comeback. Incredible play. Yeah, there it is. Yep. So he takes the knockout. Yep. Countercatcher first. Howluchador to take the knockout. And yep, there it is.
4 prizes from Danner.
Incredible comeback.
Wow.
Fantastic play. Yeah, that's how you do it, folks. Dragapult's never out of it. Even when the cards are not looking too great. Stuff like Blood Moon, Ursaluna, we didn't see it coming. Jeremy missed for the turn, and there it is. I mean, how do you draw it off one card, though, you know?
I'll back to the mirror match at the start of this. I think that maybe changed my mind. I think there was a lot that went into that.
I think it's just...
Well played.
I think it was well played. I do think Jeremy...
Lucha did.
If you're watching this back, man, don't play the Howlucha next time. You got excited about the concept, but next time just keep that one in hand, and you would have had a killer turn too. And I think the game would have been a little different for you. So
the little things.
Sometimes it's just the small things that matter, We will see if there's a game 2 live. Let me check real fast. Yeah, they're both. It looks like both of our matches are done for round 6, so we will soon enough have a top 8 cut of playoffs, and we will be back for top 8. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, everybody, welcome back. We have our top 8 today. I am also joined here by
Tyler.
We are going to be co-casting here today. I've got a top 8 match of Raging Bolt versus Grimmsnarl. If you don't know, Grimmsnarl is the new big bad deck in the game right now. I didn't gain anything from Black Bolt White Flare except for Air Balloon, but I think every deck pretty much gained Air Balloon at this point. The card's just atrociously good.
Like that. Sid drops the Toy Story for rescue board.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the meme where he's dropping, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Rescue board should be phased out. I mean, what is the second effect ever being used for? The answer is nothing. So hard to make that work, but we will have a best 2 out of 3 for the top 8. People do say on paper that Raging Bolt is favored in this matchup. If you ask any Grimmsnarl stands, they will tell you it's not. So depends on who you ask. I do think that the deck is quite good either way. Switch like between games. I can message you. Does that work? Whichever you prefer. Okay, that I can do. Yeah, because I've got you pulled up right here, so I'll just say, hey, can you switch to the other game or something like that? Okay. Thank you. We do have 2 games live for you today. The other game is Aiden versus Ryan. This is going to be our main game, but the side game, is going to be Ethan's Typhlosion versus Goldengo. So I'm happy this is on the mainstream. Earlier, that matchup did not go according to plan here. One of those tough ones, with Typhlosion just only needing 2 of the Ethan's adventures to do any damage at all against your entire deck. I mean, they're one-shotting everything. You're taking 1 prize you're discarding 4 energies at that to take 1 prize against something that's absolutely going to murder you next turn. What can you do? It looks like we're off to a start, though.
That is what I think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't hurt to open with a Buddy Poffin. I'm sure we'll see Justin doing some deck checking here. It looks like he knows to not play any Grimmsnarls pretty much as early as possible. As long as you have double Frostlass in deck, you're going to play a low board against Raging Bolt pretty early. It kind of forces them out of doing anything. It makes them want to use their Baby Bolt. You do play Shaman. It looks like he plays Tattoo Guri as well. The Shaman's in the deck list as well. So that'll stop the Baby Bolt early on being kind of a menace. But I do believe that Justin's start is good enough here. It looks like he's setting up the monkeys, setting up the snow runs. That's kind of the way you're supposed to go. Hand looking quite unplayable, though. We'll see if he can draw out of this, I guess. I'll tell you this right now. Raging Bolt shouldn't be Ionoing him. Maybe a judge, but I think it'd be unlikely. I think the other problem with Artisan for Raging Bolt is it gives him Fan Rotom turn 1, so I'm not too sure how I feel about the Artisan getting played by Justin, especially if he's just grabbing a Badoo on his first turn. It doesn't really do anything. The idea is kind of just you kind of just hope that Cody misses, right? You know what I mean? You kind of just hope that he doesn't have the Fan Rotom.
Yeah, I mean, giving it to him turn 1 is just basically giving Cody here, just do what you want, kind of have fun.
It's a guaranteed setup. See, first thing he even does, search the deck. Cody's knows what he's doing now. He's going to prize check. If you don't know what this is, what he's doing is organizing his Pokemon, his energy. He's going to count his cards and see what's missing. He knows his deck in and out, all 60 cards. So he's going to find out what those 6 face down cards are so he can make decisions based on what's prized. He can get higher percentage plays out of. Maybe he prized something very important. Maybe it's a 1-of card. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's Latias. Maybe it's Vezendipity. You never know, but these all cards are very situational and they're all very good. So you want to know when they're in there and when they're not. So he's about to probably take a notepad if I can see that correctly. Probably put some notes down. Looks like that's what he's doing right now. So for those players at home, if you don't bring a notebook to your locals, maybe think that change that thought, maybe give it a try. Maybe it's not at the locals, but you got to practice for regional somewhere. So
Yep, just like you said, Fan Rotom. We're gonna grab a couple owls, probably a Noctowl, and off to the races here.
Looks like Cody's going to get the Ditto, the Hoot, the Knocked Out, kind of the dream setup up here. Getting the Ditto is going to have that transformative start. You can switch into any Pokemon you'd like. I wouldn't be surprised to see it turn into a Teal Mask Ogerpon. You don't exactly want it active, but you do need a Terra Pokemon no matter what you're doing to make your deck work. Only downside to Knocked Out is you do have to have a 2-prizer in play for it to work. So it's one of those things I wouldn't recommend not having a Terra Pokemon before you put it down. That's to say the least. So it just kind of depends on your list, but in Raging Bolt, you don't really have a choice. That's how Knocked Out works. So doesn't load. There it is. You'll probably start seeing a lot of Frostlass coming up. It looks like turned into the Teal Mask. I think we all saw that one coming here. He'll probably Teal Dance, draw a card, see where he's at, reassess. Got a lot of options. I don't think he has any energy in the discard yet for the Sada, but I know he's got about 4 energy in hand, so. Crispin, going to keep the door open here. Realistically, all he wants to do is retreat into Fan Rotom, take the free knockout on the Snow Run. Really helps a lot. It stops Frostlass from really becoming a huge problem in this deck. Crispin coming through, Lightning, Grass Energy. The Grass makes sense, so you have a draw power for next turn. You want to attach either a Fighting or a Lightning to the Fan Rotom, so if he does have an answer to the Fan Rotom, you have an energy in the discard pile for Sada next turn. That's not a Grass Energy off his retreat. You definitely don't want to put Latios in play. Yeah, there it is. Attaches the energy to the Fan Rotom, retreats into the Fan Rotom. Going to take the easy knockout, take the easy prize. Kind of put himself in a nice position here. He's not overbenching. He's keeping his board nice. His hand's not fantastic, but he's keeping the option for knocked outs available. He's not overbenching Hoots. I definitely like how he's playing right now. Justin's hand, not good. I think he's kind of forced to grab an Impident here. Doesn't have a ton of options, though, when it comes to his hand. So Badoo's not doing too much when that Fan Roam's about to just send him to the knockout. So, Tatsugiri, how could I forget? Iona would be ideal. Arvin gets you in the game. Research not as exciting, but it plays it. It's got Candy, maybe a Super Odd in hand. I think the big thing to avoid in this matchup is going to be getting the Teal Masks down so they get the free damage with the Frostlass. You don't want them adding up the damage as fast as possible because then your Grimmsnarls are able to one-shot them, and that's kind of the problem. You want to force them to have the monkeys to do so. Here comes the Tatsugiri. Got a boss. That's not the... Ooh, research. Ooh, Iona. You got to take the Iona here, in my opinion. I don't think you have really much of another choice. Let's see. Did have to retreat into the Tatsugiri. I do feel like that makes a big difference. Kind of a little harder to deal with. Attach the TM Evo. Iona. I don't know if he's planning on getting another Frostlass out or just having an Evo for the Impident if he can find it. Yeah, energy seems pretty important. There it is. Got the Impident too. Yeah, I think the play's on the wall here.
The Arizona just set Cody at the plate.
I completely agree. I think the Artisan was a misstep there, but I do think you bench the Impotent too. I do think you get the Morgrim online. I don't think it hurts you ever to have it, you know?
I agree with you. I think you do get that going, especially since you're going to start taking damage.
Absolutely. You're starting some damage going. It's less room for Monkey Dory, but you know he's about to knock out a Pokemon guaranteed next turn.
Yeah.
I know it's nothing major. I probably would have kept the air balloon though, just in case. It's not like Raging Bolt's getting rid of your hand, so just keep your options open. Keep your hand as big as possible so you have more plays, more potential. The Monkey Dory's got some damage to play with now. Cody will probably keep it pretty simple here. Maybe get the baby bolt. Don't hate that either. I could see another knocked owl or hoot hoot. Sorry, I believe it'll be baby bolt though. I think that makes the most sense for the turn. Looks like he's gonna grab the baby bolt. I just don't know what he can do this turn to get it going for 90. Definitely can't do that. Because you'd want to take out this Monkey Dory or the Morgrim if you could. Especially with your opponent's got a couple of playable cards to get a Grimmsnarl out. It's not like you're really afraid of it now, but realistically, you have no energies on Teal Mask, and you need to at least have one on there. So he's got to at least get a Grass Energy on this Teal Mask to feel a little bit more comfortable. Looks like he's just going to take the Fan Rotom knockout with the Assault Landing, take the 2 prize, lead up ahead. Grimmsnarl kind of expecting to be in this position. He takes 2 damage. Monkey Dory takes the 2. He forgot about it, but he wants that damage there. I am sure of it. He has a lot of opportunity now. I do think the one thing he's really got to go for here is that Hoot Hoot. Just kind of start getting rid of Cody's board. Slowly but surely with some Monkey Dories. I'd probably grab another one off the Artisan for sure. The Grimmsnarl is good, but I don't think it's that important in this matchup. Here comes another Monkey Dory, like I was saying.
Somebody heard it.
Yeah, he must have. So it's just one of those cards that you kind of need to get going. I do like that he's got the Halloween stamp one here.
I agree. It's always Cosmos follows.
Absolutely. Yeah. Who needs the alt art,
Yeah, I agree.
Alt art, schmalt art's what I've always said. Got the Evo. He's gonna just trying to get rid of it. I don't hate the concept of just getting rid of the Evo. If you're Evoing in this late in the game, especially with the lead Cody's got, I don't think it's doing very much. If he can find a way to, because Cody can't attack unless he draws a Crispin. So if you can, there you go. So you move the damage, you get the Monkey Dory going. I would find a way. I guess you can't knock out the Hoot Hoot no matter what. If you could knock out the Hoot Hoot this turn, I would go into the Grimmsnarl. But without being able to knock out the Hoot Hoot, there's Grimmsnarl is just not safe enough. With the Crispin, the Earthen Vessel off the knocked out, it knocks out your Grimmsnarl. You're kind of at plan, because if he takes the knockout here, it does stop this Assault Landing, which is really good. So he's moving to the Hoot Hoot. Looks like he's got the game plan figured out. He knows the matchup. Gonna take the knockout, do the 10 damage. It's gonna die to the Frostlass, which is really good because it stops the Pheasantipity flip, the script from working here.
It's true. It isn't between turns.
Absolutely. Ogerpon's now at 60 as well, so it is ripe for the Grimmsnarl knockout. Cody's hand not looking too fantastic. I'm seeing energies, I'm seeing Pheasantipities like he can't use. That's why that Grimmsnarl deck's just so good. That's why that Frostlass on the screen there just does so much havoc against this matchup. That's why I was telling you I do think that Grimmsnarl is not too bad into this matchup. Works out pretty good. He looks like he's just forced to send the Baby Bolt up here. It's going to get stuck if he doesn't play the Latios, which is a tough situation. He can't really do much when he's item locked as well. Nope, that's not going to work. You don't want to bench that. Let's see if he goes for it. Hope he doesn't. Let me see if I can figure something out on this real quick. I'll be right back.
Whoopsies.
So just like we were talking about, he did use flip the script, and he wasn't supposed to be able to use flip the script. So yeah, he ended up drawing the 3 like we were talking about. Sorry, a lot of stairs there, a little out of breath, but yeah, unfortunate situation here because the Badoo attacked. It brings it to 50. What knocks it out is actually the Frost Blast between turn, put 2 damage counters. So that does not leave Serendipity able to be used. So unfortunately, should be a 2 prize penalty.
That's kind of rough. Pretty good start, and now you're kind of
Yeah.
I think that's just one of those things too. I mean, it's a habit, and everybody kind of needs to start paying a little more attention to that. Myself included, I do that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a hard one to
Did it
catch.
all
Yeah.
the time.
One of those small ones for sure. Definitely one of those broken abilities, but not that good. We should have some resolution here pretty soon. Let's see if they can. I'm going to see if I can get the other game on stream here. Let's see what they can figure out here. I'm going to see if we can get the other stream game going. Sorry for the delay, folks. Just a small judge call here. Should be resolved pretty fast, though. The real problem for Cody is just, man, when this game comes back, now 2 prize penalties, item locked. Oof.
That's for sure.
Absolutely not. Tough little place to be, man.
I'm just admiring Justin's board here. It's little things. The
Yeah.
dark energies over there. I appreciate those.
The old school ones.
The old ones are the best.
XY evolutions. I was looking through some. I have some of the old Wizards of the Coast foil ones, the old ones. And my buddy was like, "Why is there no dark and metal?" I was like, "Dark and metal didn't exist, brother.
Yep.
There was nothing there."
So we got to find the next best thing, and those are the
XY evolutions. I'm right there with him. I think Justin made a great choice on those.
I'm weird like that. I like the little things like that.
I play all min rarity if I can.
Oh boy,
Yep.
I love that.
Oh, there goes the energy. Must have attached it after he drew. Looks like we're going to resolve this issue here. Yeah, it looks like we're figuring this one out still. Yeah. Yeah. Justin played it perfectly. Yeah, I agree. There's just nothing that can really happen here. Definitely at a disadvantage to say the least, especially with the prize penalty. I mean, Justin says board up perfect. Put everything down when he was supposed to. You know, what can you do? Looks like it's pretty chalked up from here. Looks like they finally resolved the judge issue, though. I know the other game is Aiden playing Goldenga against, I believe, a local Ryan playing Typhlosion. So we're really not missing much on stream 2, unfortunately, either. But when this one comes back here, we should at least be able to move into game 2 and 3 pretty quick here. It looks like those are the cards that are decided are drawn. I'm not too sure what's going on. I'm not going to sit here and act like I do. But it looks like our judges here have got it solved. So Yeah, what can you do? Looks like this is all getting resolved. And yeah, Justin just played it perfectly. There's damage everywhere. He's got Monkey Dories down, got double Frost Last, no EXs on board. It's just an impossible way to come back here. Item lock too, just to make it even worse, man. Goodness. Looks like Gina and Zach have resolved the issue. We appreciate them as always. And it looks like we are moving forward now. Cody in a tough spot here. I do think just for the situation, I think it's time to pick it up, go to game 2. But just my personal thoughts. We'll see what happens after the next couple turns. So
I agree with you. Honestly, I was just thinking about asking you the same question of at this point, do we just scoop it up and go to game 2?
absolutely.
So-
I mean, I know you're a Raging Bolt, but this matchup is not fast. So
No.
I would recommend not getting bullied out of a long game 2 of the same exact thing happening, because it's a long, grindy game. So I'd recommend trying to get a game 2 and 3 in with as much time as possible. Just don't tilt. I think that's the big one too. Is it is top cut. You're on stream. You know what I mean. People make mistakes at the highest levels. Do not front. Life will be okay. Everything will be just fine. Just hard to make a comeback in this situation, because now when Hoot Hoots get benched, they're dead. They get instantly sniped off. It's going to be a weird situation here, because if Justin, his counter catcher is still alive. You know what I mean? So if he can counter catcher the grass one, or counter catcher and just knock out double Hoot Hoot, realistically would probably be what he wants. But he probably had enough damage on Monkey Dory to be able to do Monkey Dory, Hoot Hoot, and the grass Ogre Pawn all in the same turn here, because he set his board up so well. So remember when I said you should have saved that air balloon?
Yeah.
Funny how that works sometimes,
I
huh?
agree with you.
Oh, don't forget the damage. All right, everybody's adding up here. See what Justin does. Yeah, he's got all the time in the world here. Realistically, it's not like anything's really being pressured. Here comes the other dark to the other one. Realistically, I'd probably just keep Frost Last. Who cares? Yeah, item lock's probably better. Yeah, he's got 2 cards in hand. Item lock's absolutely better. Sorry. No, item lock's 100% better. I think it, yeah. I'd be impressed if he doesn't have bosses next turn coming up. So there's the damage. Hoot Hoot's about to be just obliterated here. Let's see what he draws. There's a Sada. I don't even know if he can play it. Sure can. Looks like we're gaming. Yeah. They changed the lyrics a little bit, but hey, there's the energy. There's the energy. Let's draw our 3 cards. Become the greatest. That's playable. Grass energy on the teal mask. Can't imagine why you wouldn't. Not exactly an ideal situation, but it's not like you have another one. Not much else to do here. He's going to just take a knockout. What he could do is do 60 to the Monkey Dory with the energy would be my recommendation. Then it dies to the Frost Last. Nope, there's the 3rd energy. He's just going to go for the Morgrim, it looks like. Get rid of the Artisan. Oh, he did knock out the Monkey Dory. Now I'm very confused, because all he had to do was attack for 60. And then in between turns, does the same thing. He could have kept the grass energy on the Ogre Pond to threaten the Grimmsnarl. Yeah, man. I think that play was not ideal, unfortunately. Here comes back the Monkey Dory. There it is again. Don't get me wrong. I do think it was the right play to kill the Monkey Dory, but I do think it was right to let it die on other terms and save the grass energy, man. I know it's nothing crazy, but Justin's going to continue to do what he's doing here. Realistically, he doesn't have as much time, though, so he's going to have to do something. Yeah, he'll knock out the Hoot Hoot. Probably put the other... he doesn't have any other damage to move, so that's all he's got. He's only got 1 dark, so... Justin, he could get a little too cute here. If he does another turn of this, It does kind of open the door for the knockout on the Grimmsnarl when it gets played if he doesn't win the turn on the Grimmsnarl turn. So we'll see what happens. Not sure what's going on here. Yeah, it looks like Aiden did confirm lose the other match. Unfortunately, that matchup was just a little too rough for him. There's the counter catcher still on live too. I mean, it's not game yet, but it's not far from it. So he's got to stay patient here, I think. If he's going to play the counter catcher, I think you have to go for the hoot hoot. Interesting choice. I don't hate the Iona, but I mean, how many cards are in Cody's hands right now? Oh, never mind. He had like 5. Okay, never mind. I get it. I thought it was like 2.
He got the other dark energy, so he can move all of that damage right now,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Here comes Heartbreak.
We're just gonna pass.
I'm utterly confused now.
I don't know why we didn't move. some
Why didn't we
damage.
do any monkey dooring?
That was weird.
I'm a little confused here. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
me
missing
too.
something.
Unless maybe he's saving it for this next turn, but I still think even your next turn, you got it.
Yeah, I think.
If you get the Grimmsnarl out next turn, you still got it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Grimmsnarl in hand. He's got enough damage to knock out the Ogrepon with the Monkey Dories at this point. If he got another Dark Energy, we'll see what
He had
happens.
he did get one off the Iona.
Yeah, he can flip the script this time because he was knocked out by Monkey Dory damage. Looks like he's going to Teal Dance. He could have done that last turn too. Could have had 2 on there. I don't think it makes much of a difference this turn though. Let's see. He's going to play the Knocked Owl. I just think that at this point, nothing's going to help you too much at this point. I think the time is just the only thing you really want at this point.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes. Like, yeah, I agree.
That changes things.
It does.
Bravery Trauma on the Ogrepon. I mean, that's why I was, I guess I get the counter catcher last turn from Justin so we can stop the onslaught of prize cards from the other Raging Bolt there. But if you would have just waited one more turn, he also wins next turn. So comes the Iona. That's why the Spike Myth is so good. Looks like he's got. I think he's just using the Spike Myth to look at his deck real quick. See what's left.
Quick reorder and a shuffle. Maybe play. I don't even know what he's doing here actually.
Maybe he wanted some of those Iono cards. I just think back to the Baby Bull, knock out the Monkey Dory. Maybe even, well, I could see the Morgrim
I was
too.
gonna say, do we go for the Morgrim?
It stops him from having game. No. Looks like the choice was to not. Let's see. A couple people go up some damage here. That 160, 180 after his turn. 260 what he's need on it. Let's see. No energy for Monkey Dory. There's the Monkey Dory energy. Speak of the devil. 6, 12, 18, 21 plus 2 is 23. Still not enough. Interesting scenario here. Like I was talking about, I think he kind of got a little too cute on that last turn. I think he should have counter catchered the other hoot hoot and taken knockout. Because there's no way unless Cody just had a Crispin just sitting in his hand out of 2 cards. I don't see it. Because then even then, if he fights with the Teal Mask at that point, then you just win the game the next turn off of the Frost Blast damage. So we'll see. This could change things a little bit.
Tail Mask is
160. It does have a bravery charm, so it has 100 left. Ops move the damage to the Fez, puts it at 140. I'm not really sure what the thought process is here. I just feel like I don't know if you can afford to do that. 40, 612, 160, 180 next turn. He's got the knockdown in hand. I don't think there's anything he can do about that, but I do think this puts him in a weird situation here.
the other thing about this, and I think Cody needs to be a little more mindful of the time right now.
Oh, absolutely. Only 25 minutes left. They do have a 6-minute time extension, so we'll call it about 30 minutes, but
Yeah.
they're game one. So, especially when it's, you see how game one went. So that's usually how that matchup for Grimstar wants to go. Knocked out. Let's see what he seeks for. Let's see what kind of jewels he has. Maybe turn off the. He could boss stall and knock out the Morgrim possibly, and hope his opponent doesn't have a way out. Looks like he's eyeing up Judge here. Maybe a jamming tower. Ooh, no, the jamming tower, what he's going to do is he's going to get rid of his own Pheasantipity. It looks like he is going to make his way to a possible comeback here if he plays this correctly. He can get rid of probably his Ogre Pawn and his Pheasantipity this turn. Very possibly. The jamming tower does turn off his bravery charm, though, which is quite bad. So he's going to have to make a choice here.
I think we get rid of the Fez and the Tail Mask.
Well, you only have to get rid of one, so unfortunately for him,
I
he'd
would've
love to
picked
get rid of
the
two. Yeah, it's a weird situation either way, because now he's going to Crispin. Does he KO the Monkey Dory with the energy? I don't think he has much of a choice but to. If not, it puts that, the Morgrim, I think the Morgrim has to go, actually. It has to be the Morgrim, because he moved 30. He can't find the other prize card. He has 3 prize cards. I do think Justin might have went a little too cute on this one.
I agree. I think if he gets the Morgrim, Cody gets into a better position with the Morgrim block out of here.
Absolutely.
That's the thing with Monkey Dory is when it's on the field and has that energy, you want to hit it, but sometimes it is not the good choice.
Absolutely. Teal dance for 1. Not a lot going on in the hand. I don't think it matters, though. You want to keep that energy just in case he counter catches next turn on that knocked out. Interesting choice. I do think. I don't think it makes much of a difference, actually, because if Justin benches the.
And it looks like Cody's scooping and going game 2.
Yeah, he forgot to take the damage, and with the jamming tower, it didn't matter. He would have knocked out. The Ogre Pawn would have died between turns. He's had to knock out the active.
Got off to a good start, but unfortunately, we all make mistakes, and Justin played that perfectly in that mid game there.
Yeah, he definitely had. Good way to close it out. I still agree with the counter catcher play earlier, but it worked out for him, so you can't hate it.
That's where I think we talked about that earlier. Cody should have scooped up probably maybe 5 or 6 minutes early.
Like game 2 is off to the start. Justin opened secret box. Love to see that. Looks like he plays the Blood Moon too. It's been a new addition to this deck. Quite good too. It helps with matchups like this one especially. Nothing worse than starting the fat hoot hoot too. It has ADHP, but it's got to retreat.
Yeah, it ain't going nowhere. This is one of those times where I'm hoping my opponent knocks out my active. So I don't have to spend the energy to get it out of the active.
Look at all those cards. Secret box so good. Gets a supporter for next turn too, so it does not punish you for playing it on the first turn. Gets a free buddy puffin. The artisan too, but you know, it gives him the fan rotom, but last time apparently that didn't really hurt him. So, you know, I just think it's better to not do it, you know? I think double snow run's just fine. There's no point in playing the artisan, but yeah, he chooses to see, and Cody couldn't be more excited. See, it just doesn't make any sense to me when you don't even know what you're supposed to be getting. You know what I mean? If he has a dark energy for the Monkey Dory, that's fine too. But I just really think that you know what I mean. You could literally win the game if Cody's hands just bad. You know, the game just pretty much ends if Cody doesn't have a nest ball or an ultra ball at that point. And Raging Bolt's not exactly known for being inconsistent, but it can also be a pile sometimes.
Seems to be that way every time I pick it up.
Draws return. He did draw the Ultra Ball, never punished anyway. But do you see that hand? Absolutely terrible. So he would have almost got absolutely for sure punished by that. But off to the races with the Artisan. If you're going to do some prize checking, if you need to grab a drink, now's a good time. Let's see, doing some prize checking, seeing what he's getting here. I'm sure he's double checking, see what's in the prize cards, taking some notes now. Eyeing up that fan Rotom, only useful on turn 1. The only problem is he started that hoot hoot that can't retreat. So we'll see if that ends up punishing him or not. Grabs Fan Rotom. He's going to fan call here in just a second. Going to Earthen Vessel first. Man, his hand is fantastic. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Going to get rid of some of those cards you don't want to see. Energies and such to make his Sadas work. Let's see what he grabs. I would think probably Teal Mask again, based on how last game went, but that didn't exactly pan out for him. So yeah, I think another problem with the prize check here is that game one, you actually lost game one. It was an incredibly long game one, so I do think that puts you in a weird spot, and that's the downfall of that Hoot Hoot right there, having to bench the Latios so he can get the Ditto. Is that too much? I guess you don't know, but we'll find out. Is it worth it for the Ditto? What's he going to grab with the Ditto to make it worth it? Grabs the 1-1 and the Ditto. The knockdown is necessary. The Hoot Hoot seems incredibly good. Switching to the Ditto. Maybe he grabs Baby Raging Bolt. That would be ideal. Kill a Snow Runt turn 1. If he's got a Crispin and a Baby Bolt, let's see if he's got it. He could play Sada too with that opening hand he had. He had an Ultra Ball for the energy. Let's see what he grabs here. There it is. Baby Raging Bolt. I feel like he's got to have the Crispin or the Sada here, so I'm guessing Sada if he's still shuffling. Interesting. I think that's what I was talking about with the Ditto thing. I just don't think that. I mean, at some point, is it worth it? I mean, sure, Ditto only works turn 1, but I mean, at some point, are we just wasting the turn for that? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean?
I mean, if you're not getting, I don't know. I honestly thought he was going to get Teal Mask, and then
His knockdowns come online. I mean, I think you're probably better off retreating into the Fan Rotom that turn, and getting the free knockout on the Impotent. But I mean, it's not like the Impotent really makes a difference. But drawing prize cards is better than looking at that Shaman that he's got right now. Yeah, you definitely evolve into the Morgrim too. Absolutely. No reason not to. It forces his Raging Bolt to attach a few more energies to do anything. I think that's quite good. Shaman on the bench locks out the bench Pokemon from being safe. Those Frostlass get to survive. Here comes the research too. I mean, goodness gravy. Not an incredible hand or anything. I do think a misstep was not artisaning first.
yes, I agree. I was just going to say that.
Should have grabbed another Monkey Dory or an Impotent. I would assume Monkey Dory's a little bit better in this situation, but I just think keeping your board as one prize as humanly possible is really, really, really good in this matchup. I think game one he played perfectly, but after that prize penalty, I don't know what happened there. It just feels like things got a little wonky.
I think here, I mean, do we Artisan for another monkey and then play Spike Myth next turn so we have the Grimmsnarl?
See, I wouldn't. Yeah, I think that no matter what, I do think that the Monkey Dory coming down was really important because you need the damage on it for these monkeys to work. He does have the Shaman though, so I guess it's kind of the same thing. As long as something's gaining thing, but he didn't price check for the other Frostlass, so maybe benching the other Impotent kind of could have been worth it, but it's not like you really need double Morgrim in this matchup. You'd rather have the Monkey Dory slot, I think. So I'm really confused about the Artisan misstep there. Maybe not misstep. Maybe I'm the one that doesn't know, but I do think the Artisan would have been a little bit better there for the other Monkey Dory, especially if you know the Frostlass is prize. Maybe grabbing the Impotent then if you know the Frostlass is prize, so that way you can start attacking more. Your opponent has 0 Teal Masks on board, has 0 Terra Pokemon, has no bench space as well. Oh, no, they have a bench spot. That Ditto's in the discard pile. Either way, though, you can't Artisan for a Terra Pokemon, so
Yeah, and this is where I think having the Teal Mask come down, because it was going to survive no matter what. So having it come down, like you said, puts the Noctowl online, and then after that, he can kind of get going.
yeah, it
But-
puts the pressure on. I agree. Especially when Cody's hand is as bad as it is. All I can see is Grass Energies the way he's shuffling them. I know he had a boss's orders, if I remember correctly, and a couple of energies, so I wouldn't exactly call that cooking. Here comes the energy on the Fan Room. See, I feel like this should have been done last turn because now he gets a 70 damage. Grimmsnarl wants 70 damage on it. It does not matter. You know what I mean? Like it's very okay with that damage. It's just going to move it around. Realistically, all you're doing is kind of killing your Hoodoos here. So
And now that we have that 70 damage, I think the artisan coming in for the monkey.
If you would have had it last turn,
Yep.
you know,
And he does have the darkness in the hand, so that does work out.
absolutely.
And I think we artisan for the monkey, darkness energy, play spike myth, go for our Grimsnarl. And we can knock out at least 2 here.
No question. I think this is a tough spot. I think some knocked owls, sorry, hoot hoots, even worse, are about to get knocked out here. Cody's hand's got a couple of knocked owls, but I don't see a Terra Pokemon like we were talking about earlier. He could have a nice little Teal Mass sitting on his bench, but this is where we're at now. So I think he's thinking about that situation right now, kind of reconsoling what he could have done differently. I just think that this is just a bad situation here. You're going to start getting run over by this big Marnie's Grimsnarl here. It does have some damage on it, but watch this all disappear just like this. It's like a magic trick.
It is. It's going to have 10 here in about 30 seconds.
Snap of a finger. Now you see me, now you don't. Here comes the dark energy on the Monkey Dory. Yeah, everything's moving the right direction here. He even keeps the damage on the Monkey Dory and the Shaman here, which is quite good for him. Now the Hoot Hoots, every time they come alive, will be gone. He will shoot fly, don't bother me. I don't think we'll see another Teal Mask personally. He kind of has to raw draw it here, which is not easy.
That's the other thing. 2 energy, 2 grass energy in hand. I feel like you should have went for the Teal Mask just to even have the draw power.
Right, exactly. It also gives you an out too,
Yeah.
right? It gives you some cards to draw with. I completely agree with that. So
That and then, I mean, you would have had 2 on there by now. You attach 1 for turn or another Teal Dance if you're hitting the Grimsnarl.
right.
So I agree that was probably where he made the big mistake.
Plus 20 there, knocks out the Hoot Hoot, just like we were discussing. There it goes. Down goes the Hoot Hoot. Brings up the baby Bolt. Doesn't matter. Everybody's got free retreat. Everybody's hanging out. Draw for turn. Is it a Teal Mask? Nope, it's a Sada. That's not exactly what you want. It's drawing cards at the very least. Cool. Draw 3. Not seeing anything good. I believe that's an energy retrieval. Looks like a Sada again, maybe a fighting energy. Not exactly ideal here. If this turn goes like this game is all but over. I forgot the Shaman damage. Don't think it's going to matter. So I believe he already did that. Yes, and it's definitely not good. So we are in a tough spot. with him. 130 to the active, I guess. Could be worse. But next turn, that Hoot Hoot is not going to see the light of day, and that should about wrap it up. Yeah, I think he sees the writing on the wall here, so. Oh, never mind. He tried to attack with the Frostlass. So, I mean, he technically already attacked. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So that actually technically ends his turn. He attempted to attack the Frostlass. There's a Shaman on bench. Turns out you can't do that with Shaman's abilities. So, unfortunate there.
The TC Live bubble came over that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, man. That is a tough situation here. Not much you can do. I mean, the game is just about wrapped up. Knocks it out without even having to attack into it. Even worse. Just take the energy off the board. Get rid of everything here. Take the knockout. Your opponent can't Teal Dance in any way. He's just not picking it up because it's top 8. You want to go out with some honor here. here comes the attack. 30 to the bench. Does not matter where he puts it. I mean, realistically, if I know it's random, I'd put it on the Volcarona just so the Volcarona couldn't attack personally because he already one shot the Latios, but realistically, it doesn't matter now. Cody picks up his cards. That's going to be our top 8 match. Justin's going to cruise his way on to top 4. I do know there's a Typhlosion. I do know that there is a Grimmsnarl. We'll find out what else here in just a minute.
Will.
Thanks so much, guys. We'll be back.
All right, and welcome back. We do have our top 4 match going of our top cut. Looks like we got Gardevoir versus Marnie's Grimmsnarl. We got another Grimmsnarl match. Getting a little prize checking in here on the Gardevoir, seeing what we got for Pokemon and some energies. Like that TM Evo decided it wanted to come out.
All right, what do we got here? Guardy versus Grim. Looks like Grim had a tactic pass. Never love to see that. Guardy got the dream. See what happens here. Doing a little bit of prize checking, making sure everything looks right. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, we got a classic. I think these are the two big heavy hitters going into Worlds. Definitely the two best decks. People do say that Gardevoir is unfavored. I would say it's definitely pretty close. Just depends on how many Monkey Dories both sides can get going. The Dark Weakness definitely does make a big difference, but it's something you can play around for sure. We'll see what he ends up getting rid of here. He's going to Ultra Ball, kind of get a board going here. I can only imagine it's going to be one thing, and that's going to be it right there. It's going to be an Impidimp. In this matchup, you want to get him going as fast as possible. Giving Guardy time is not exactly a fantastic way of going about it, in my opinion.
No, not at all. That is the last thing you want to give that his time.
It is tough, though. They got the turn 2 double Curlier ready to go.
Looks like
Evolved up.
We had a Gardevoir in hand, it looks like.
Oh, goodness. If we got some Psych Energy to this card and a Scream Tail, things are off to the races here. So we'll see what he can do here. As long as he can get a 1-prizer in the active and you can't really do anything about the Monkey Dory, you know? So you want to go around the Monkey Dory. I do know Alex plays Shaman, as you see right there, that beautiful art rare Shaman, but with how his hand is, I think he's going to be forced to, I think he had another Iono in his hand. Iono played, draw fresh 6, looking for that Buddy Poff, and maybe a TM Evo of his own would be quite good. I'm not seeing any of that. I'm seeing a Snow Runt and probable pass here. So I do think this is where Guardy starts to shine. I mean, there's only one Impidimp on the board. All he needs is 2 Psychic Energies to start attacking with that Scream Tail and to start kind of taking control of the board here. There's an Artisan. It's not exactly what you want to give your opponent, but I think there's a Secret Box in his hand. Shaman, I'm not crazy about. I do get it, though. Artisan as well. Go grab that Scream Tail. There it is. Gonna knock out that Impidimp for free.
Yes, we are. We're about to smack that little boy.
Here's even better. Is if he can get discarded a free Psychic, he's gonna put 2 already guaranteed. He's got 1 in the hand, 1 in the active. That's a guaranteed 2. So 80 damage turns out is enough. So
Yep. That was a great turn 2. Yeah.
I mean, the whole game so far. Goodness gracious! If I was playing Guardian like this, my goodness, I see why I keep winning.
Just one of these decks too that like it loses cards, but it still keeps winning
It figures itself out every time.
every time.
I mean, imagine losing the energy that it lost and the original Gardevoir that did all the damage, and now look at it, somehow better, somehow. Insane.
Yeah, Gardevoir in the days of Shining Arcana.
Ooh. Reversal energy, Shining Arcana. Goodness. I mean, we're not even talking about Curly. I mean, Refinement Curly.
Yeah,
Goodness,
yeah.
that card was broken. Psychic Leap Curlia to grab a whole bench of Curlias? I mean, what are we talking about? That deck has been oppressive forever. I mean, when I first started playing Pokemon competitively in 2008, the best deck ever was Gardevoir Gallade. So ever since I've been a young boy, this deck has been very good. Obviously not the same Gardevoir, but the creators seem to love that Pokemon, let me tell you what.
Yes, they do.
It's been good just about every time it's come out.
And like you said, I think it is definitely going to be a contender for Worlds. It will be one of the big decks there for sure.
One or two, in my opinion, of play rate. It'll be Gardevoir and or Grimmsnarl, 1 and 2, in my opinion.
Yep.
And then who knows, Goldango, maybe some Dragapult, some Raging Bolt, some stuff like that. People do like their big deck that brought them to Worlds, so you never know. People could be on their same deck. Charizard seems to be getting a lot of steam right now as well on online tournaments, limitless.com, stuff like that.
I played it today. Didn't do too well with it, but I agree with you. Yes, Charizard is making a comeback.
And I do have to say limitlesstcg.com, so just in case that's a mistake there.
And here you go.
Yep, here comes the damage. Here comes the energy. I mean, you don't want to overdo it because there's no point to. His opponent's got a Monkey Dory with the dark. Don't want to give him damage to work with as well. So here goes the Impotent. That thing is Gonzo. Alex draws for turn. His hand's not looking before. Here comes a Nest Ball, though.
That champion ho-ho map, it's beautiful.
It is, yeah, it is quite the playmat. I think he won that at the Pueblo Cup not too long ago, actually. Alex is quite good. He's one of my locals from Colorado Springs. I've been playing with him for a little bit now. He's definitely one of the better players in the Springs. He's been on the Marnie's decks since it came out. I remember we even played at my league the week before NAIC. I was trying out some Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and he bodied me in the mirror match. I had no idea what I was doing, and he taught me. Let me tell you what. I didn't stick with the deck, but I kind of wish I would have, because I played against Gardevoir and Gardevoir round 1 and 2. That's just such a bad spot to be in. He plays a Super Odd, gets the Artisan moving. He already discarded an Iono, played an Iono. He was down 2 Iono. Ideally, he'd want Iono here. Maybe a research, I guess. As long as he's got a playable supporter, I think he's going to be kind of in the game. If not, I think he would have picked it up by now. You can't just let your impotence get spawn killed like it's Halo 2 out here, so.
Days of sniping on that Halo 2 game.
Goodness, right?
There we go. The research. There was 7 fresh.
Just card, draw 7. See what he can do with this. Oh, woof. That is a doozy of a hand there. He already used the Artisan, I thought, but maybe I was wrong. And maybe he already had the Impotent in hand? I must have missed that. Here comes the Spike Mute to grab another Impotent. He's grabbing the Shaman to protect it. Makes sense. Stops bench damage from non-rule box Pokemon. So we'll save the Impotent. He's going to go get another one anyway. But this is just how fast Gardevoir can kind of start steamrolling any matchup realistically. His hand is kind of bad, though, so we'll see if this can keep up, I guess. One rare candy, and he's back in it. The Curlia on the bench is quite scary. For the Grimmsnarl deck, though, just having another out to another Gardevoir so fast is definitely a little scary. Deciding where to attach the Dark. A Shaman, so he has a free retreater next turn. I don't hate it. I think I'd rather just have it on the Impotent. I think that makes the most sense. He's going to pass it. Another Dark on a Monkey Dory. Just how the Gardevoir player wrote it up. I'm going to take a wild guess that they do not play Boss's Orders, so. No Boss's Orders spotted, so it's going to be just knocking out this Monkey Dory for now. You just need one more side character. He's got 2 of them. And it's not exactly ideal because it puts 60 damage on your Scream Tail, but it does knock out the Monkey Dory in question, so I guess that's kind of solving that problem, huh?
Yep, I agree.
You couldn't have drawn it up better myself if I was him. He's going to play the Ultra Ball, start thinning some cards out. Iono's definitely not helping anybody on his situation right now. He doesn't know Alex's hand is completely dead, though. That's what I was just talking about. You got to get the other Gardevoir out so that boss or counter catcher on the Iono turn doesn't stick. You got double Guardia. This is where the matchup gets a little tricky for Alex, especially with nothing set up. He's going to be down 2 prizes. He's going to have to hope for a rare candy and a prayer. And he's got none of those things. He's got double Grimmsnarl in hand, boss, dark, rescue stretchers. So, I mean, even with a boss or a rare candy draw, I mean, he could be in the game. It does look like Nick does play the Drifloon, though. So if things were to get sideways pretty quickly, I mean, it happens fast. You send up the Gardevoir, you take 2 energy with it, you retreat it off to get a free 40 damage. That's 280. That Drifloon puts that in play then. Here comes the knockout on the active, like we were discussing. Definitely a weird situation to be in. Let's see if Alex draws anything for turn. If anything, I'd consider scooping it up if you whiff here. See what the draw is. It's a dark energy. That's real bad.
I think you're right here. Yeah. 44. Might as well go for a good game 2 and game 3.
I mean, you could boss Shaman. Grab more Grim. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess there's no point to scoop yet, but I would boss Shaman, I guess, and just pray that they don't have the energy or force them to maybe Iono you to draw cards. Maybe force research, but I mean, if Gardevoir's got it, they've got it either way. They've already been cooking it the whole time, so I guess it doesn't really matter. The chef is in the kitchen.
All I'm thinking about now is that cook card.
Heal 70.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember when I don't know if you were playing, but Mega Mewtwo V Union. I believe it played a Cook.
really?
Yeah, it's quite the deck. That deck was a nightmare to play against. Here comes the Stretcher. He's going to retreat into the Monkey Dory, maybe attach to the Monkey Dory. I think either way, it's a tough situation. It looks like he wants to keep the monkey down. Let's see what he does with it. Could retreat into Shaman. I would filch for a card as well. He drew it so fast, I couldn't see what it was. It looked like a net ball, though. I don't want to speculate, but I can't tell for sure. Oh, the Bravery Charm comes down. Don't know if that changes entirely, but it definitely keeps his Screamtail alive. He's going to play the research either way. I guess it doesn't make a difference. I believe that's the Drifloon going away, though, which is something you don't really care to see. But the deck does play a lot of light Night Stretcher and Super Rod. He plays 2 in a 1 count. So
So the third Ralts.
third
Still
Rod.
got the
Okay, so Drifloon's still in the deck.
two Night Stretchers, a Fez. Yeah, that's a pretty good 7 off that. Set you up for some future tunes.
Takes the knockout on the active. Can't do much else. Finally, Amarni's Grimmsnarl will hit the board here. You can't search for it because you got them both in hand. I'm really hoping that's an Iono for turn. We'll probably see the boss play on the Gardevoir, I could only imagine.
Display of the garden.
Because then your opponent can't Drifloon you because they have too many energy on the Screamtail. They can only retreat one of them. Kind of keeps the energies locked into play, which is quite good. You have the Shaman, so it forces them to want to either attack with the Screamtail, which they don't want to do as well. Let's see what he chooses to do here. Oh, Arvin.
Wait, we're going for a counter catcher.
I could see that. Keep it, yeah, because it's live. That makes sense. I don't hate that either. It's actually pretty smart of Alex here to keep the boss in deck. Thin out another card as well from his deck, then 2 cards realistically.
Maybe it's in the 6.
Oh, he does play a Devo. I mean, I guess they all play Devo, but
It looks like there's 2 counter catcher in this deck, and I have a feeling both of them are in the 6 right now. Oh no, we got one. Okay,
yeah, there was one.
we got one.
Just the old one.
I like the old arts.
Me too. Let's see. We got the Arvin. We got the 2 cards. Just like we were talking about, the Arvin makes more sense. It saves the boss's orders in deck. Countercatcher's not always live. It's live right now, though. Let's see. Here comes the counter catcher on the Gardevoir. And if I was Alex, I would place the damage on any of the protected Pokemon so that way it doesn't happen. You don't want Gardevoir having free damage with double Monkey Dory down. He'll take the knockout exactly. He does not care about the damage, I don't think. The only thing he put it on is Gardevoir. He's telling his opponent he doesn't want to do that exactly. You don't want to do that. Alex's experience, he knows what he's doing. You don't want to give the Gardevoir free damage. It just doesn't make sense. You already one-shot it. What are you going to do, TM Debo? Just save it. Makes sense to hang on to that stuff instead of trying to play all that stuff like that. So Alex made the right play there. We will see what Nick does here. He's going to bring up the Scream Tail. You don't really have a choice. You have to get rid of some of those energies if you're not going to use them. He's got 6 damage on it already. He's got the Bravery Charm. The max it can do, though, it's going to be 120 times 2 is 240. So you're not really doing too much with that. And then you're leaving your Scream Tail at 10 HP left with Monkey Dories all over the place. That seems like a bad situation. It just fizzles. Like you were talking about the bubble on PTCG. Yeah. He just buzzed me. He couldn't. Nest Ball. Let's see what he ends up grabbing. It's not like he needs anything. Maybe another monkey, I guess. Probably another Ralts that he discarded earlier. Actually, I think he needs a Ralts right now, realistically. If not, that boss's orders in Alex's hand is quite juicy, and that's why you play the Arvin for the counter catcher. So this next turn, you got the boss ready to go. Quite clever of Alex. He's definitely been playing this deck for quite some time now. He definitely knows what he's doing, so. Yeah, I know a couple of them got played early, discarded early, so we'll see how many are left. It looks like he's searching through his deck right now. I don't see many Ionos. I see a Research. I think I saw an Arvin, a couple energies. Everything start to get a little bad. Let's see what he can do here. He's gonna have to Night Stretcher for a Ralts. I think that's a candy in his hand too.
Yeah, but looks like we do have 2 Night Stretchers in hand. So I mean, if like you said, we need that Kirlia, I would maybe sacrifice the Night Stretcher for that Kirlia.
Super Odd works
There you
too.
go.
Yeah, same thing. There you go. Get the whole family back. Oh, that's 4. There you go. I guess it doesn't matter. Double Ralt is fine. You can't bench either of them, is why I'm worried about it. And if he kills the next Gardevoir, you're lost anyway. So the game kind of just ends. He has to get another Ralts down. He's going to Iona, hopefully draw into a Ralts and or an Artisan, something like that. But yeah, he's in a tough spot. I don't even know if you want to attack into the Grimmsnarl, to be honest with you. You probably just go up there, retreat, and hit it with the 60 damage on the Monkey Dory. Hope Alex doesn't have an air balloon, but I do believe I know he plays it. I know it's in his deck. I don't know if it's in his hand. The Pheasantipity, that's an interesting choice. I do understand it. I don't think it's necessary. There he goes. He re-chooses that. I think that's probably the right decision. You just really don't want that down right now. You've got a shot at the game. You don't want to lose it to that. 1, 2, 3. Alex draws 4 for himself. The boss is gone. That's definitely unfortunate. Alex with a lot of resources in the discard pile. He had to play some early aggressive researches. Let's see. His hand's not so live right now, unfortunately. He's got a Rescue Stretcher, a Vessel, a Frostlass. We'll see what happens here. You got to just retreat, attack with the Monkey Dory. You don't have an option here. That's your play. Here it comes. The retreat, the Monkey Dory. Use the Psychic Embrace, take the 20 damage, move the 20 damage. Opting to keep the damage is also fine, actually, because Alex does have a Monkey Dory, so it doesn't really matter. Looks like he's going to do it anyway. Let's see what he does with it. So he's going to put it on the bench, Impidimp. Hit for 60. You are now confused. Arena Brain. Let's see what happens here. Does he have the air balloon? I believe he drew Secret Box for turn. It looked very pink to me. Nope, that's a Monkey Dory. I lied to you.
That confusion, man, that's difficult to get around.
Yeah, definitely not a fun situation here to be in the middle of. We'll see what he ends up doing with it, though. It's definitely a weird spot to be in. Noticing, though, that Nick's hand, he's got 2 cards, so just depending on what he has there, he can't have too much going on here. Not a lot of deck left to even research. If he did have a research, so he's going to be playing on a low hand size for the considerably, probably the rest of the game until he plays the research for game if he has to. Alex is definitely in a spot here. He can bench the other Monkey Dory. He can put another Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory. So the 6 damage counters don't really do anything. They kind of just go back and forth. Yep. So he'll probably move him to somebody. Nick will move him back. It'll be a fun little game until one of them draws Air Balloon or Boss, but the other player doesn't play Boss. So we'll see how this pans out. If you put the 6 on the active, he'll probably start putting it on the Morgrim. Or he could go for the flip. I mean, I don't really hate going for the flip because, I mean, realistically, if you heal the damage off of it, I mean, what's he going to do? Kind of you with the Gardevoir? You know what I mean? So if you heal the damage off the Morgrim and make sure that can't be KO'd next turn by like a triple Monkey Dory or something, I think you got a shot here to go for the flip. It's not exactly ideal, but we saw somebody flip heads on it earlier today, so can't hate that. Putting it on the Shaman. I think it's just the lowest HP Pokemon. Probably the only real option Alex thinks. We'll see. He's going to move this other 30 off the active here, it looks like. Putting it all on the Shaman. Going to keep the pressure on. I don't hate it. Does he go for the flip or not? Sure does.
Let's go for this heads.
Looks like it's a heads. That's a
Nice.
knockout. Don't place the 30. He put it on the Shaman, obviously. It does fizzle out. You don't want to give that Monkey Dory free damage to work with. Even though he did just KO Monkey Dory, the Grimmsnarl does stay confused, which is definitely a concept that is still bad for Alex here. He does have another turn to draw Air Balloon, though, or even just hard retreat this next turn he can. It's definitely not ideal, but he can afford to do so probably with the lead he's got.
Staying confused even after you flip the heads. It's rough.
Yeah, it happened on stream earlier, too. I'm happy they caught it because I was going to yell from the window and let them know that you're still confused. I think Alex is in a pretty good spot here, especially with how the game started. I mean, Guardy got, shoot, you couldn't ask for a better start than that. So definitely an interesting situation here. That Shaman kind of proving its weight here against the Guardy matchup, forcing your opponent Screamtail to be a little bit more obsolete, screaming into the void, as you could say, and forcing him to attack the active, which is not what Screamtail is designed to do. So you can never really force a Gardevoir out. So your only real attackers are Monkey Dory, Screamtail, and Drifloon. Just a weird spot to be in. He's going to Arven here. I'm not too sure what he can really find. He doesn't want to attack the active. I mean, he's already confused, so realistically it doesn't matter, but Alex's hand's kind of dead. Maybe you just load up the Screamtail, but then he's going to double Monkey, move the damage. He gets forced to get knocked out. The game kind of just ends there then. If you can't get the damage off the Shaman, kind of the same problem. I think Alex moved it really well. I think he played really smart. The Arven over the boss play seemed to have served well because now if you think about it, that counter catcher is not live. Guess what it is? Boss. You know what he needs? Boss. Funny how that works, right? That's how the better players do it.
Always save the boss. Always.
One of the best cards ever printed. I don't know if you saw that storm on X this past week when they said that they're reprinting Boss, but not too many people were too happy about it. So I can understand. I don't design the game, so I'm not going to sit here and complain, but I choose to play it, so I will be at the events. Don't worry.
I'm happy that the box got the reprint. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, you got the shiny ones or something?
I got a couple Giovanni.
Okay, all right. Full art Giovanni is the best one. During COVID, during the Players Cup, I had it in my PTCG live deck, man. It was awesome. Never owned one in real life, but during those terrible, terrible ADP and Eternatus Hammer days, that's what I was rocking.
I like it just because the way he put his hand is out. It's like shake my hand for game because most of the time bosses used.
Absolutely, yeah. He's letting you know that you are absolutely done for.
Yeah.
Those are the boss's orders, if you know what I'm saying.
Or hand me that Pikachu.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Team Rocket specialty right there. Steel and Ash's Pikachu. Yeah. Classic for generations now. Grabs another dart, grabs another Monkey Dory. You're gonna see if he can cook here. Clear off the damage off the Shaman, I guess. Like we were talking about earlier, he's gonna load up, he's gonna attack. He's gonna move 5 to the active with 30 is 80. 80 plus that is actually enough to knock out the active, ironically. Yep. 240 plus 80 does it. Yep. Yep. Alex is figuring it out. Here's the thing, though. There's no damage, actually. So that was actually quite a good play here. There's no damage for Alex to work with. Alex draws for turn. He draws the boss. It's still not enough. He's got 3 prizes. Does he have enough energy even in the deck to attack? There's 1. Oh, there's 2. Okay. Let's see. Because he doesn't exactly have game yet. Killing the Gardevoir is quite good, though. You know your opponent doesn't play boss. Well, I guess you don't know that. You take a wild guess. Your opponent doesn't, though. They're at 1 prize. Countercatcher's not live. I do think Alex is still in the right here. You just send up the thing here. They boss it up. The only thing that you lose to is a 3rd Monkey Dory and another Dark Energy. Drina Brain to that Shaman, the game ends. So that's definitely a little bit of a tricky spot here. We know he plays at least 3 Monkey Dory. I'm going to take a wild guess. Sure does. So 3 Darks, 3 Monkey Dory. So as long as you didn't prize one of those 2 pieces in that last prize card, he's at least gotten out to win. That'd be quite a sick comeback for the Gardevoir player here who I guess you couldn't really call it a comeback. I guess you'd call it him finishing the game here.
Yeah. But it did look a little sketchy there for him for a little bit.
There's the boss. All makes sense here. Yeah, we'll see how this finishes here. All the energy on the Scream Tail is kind of all committed to the pot here. Can't tell what those 2 cards are. I mean, the game just, no matter what happens here, it could come to a confusion flip too, ironically enough, too.
Yeah.
But no, actually it can't because then he'll move the damage to the Scream Tail. Bravery Charm. It's definitely not good. I gotta send him the Scream Tail. It does not matter. It's irrelevant. Send him the Scream Tail. Nope. Okay. That's not the right choice. That's okay. Oh, maybe he's trying to draw Psychic and attack, but I don't think he had any Psychics left. Ultra Ball for Pheasantipity, baby. Yeah. That doesn't matter. We don't got to guard you. Here comes Fez. See what it can do. I don't think he has any Psychics left for the confusion flip. So, I mean, even if he does have the Psychic, Alex just takes the 6 damage and moves it to the Scream Tail in the game ends. So, kind of irrelevant, unfortunately. I do think it's about time for Guardia to pick it up. You got about 25 minutes going into this next game. I do think it's probably about time to pick that up.
Yeah. Especially with this deck, just it's going to need all the time that it will get to.
Even worse, I'm looking at the delayed YouTube one, so it's probably about 22 minutes. So here's the 3 cards off the Pheasantipity. 1, 2, 3. I don't think anything fixes this. There it is. Countercatcher, not live. Research, not live. Rescue Stretcher, not it. So it literally had to be Monkey Dory Dark Energy to win the game. He missed. I guess he could research, but he doesn't have any of it left. We just saw his whole deck. I could be wrong, but I think he would have slammed the research by now. Is there a plot twist? Ooh, the dark is in the discard pile. We have a plot twist here because he has the Rescue Stretcher in hand. Brutal. So you can't research now because you need the other part too. So tough situation there. Maybe I'm wrong here, but nice stretcher for the psychic. Can he even play the research like I was referring to before? Looks like the answer is yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got 1 or 2 cards left after that. There's no Monkey Dory. There's a Ralts, though. It doesn't make a difference. Nah, none of it makes a difference yet. Game's just over. Oh, I forgot about him moving the damage off, so it might come down to the flip, actually. Let's see what happens here. It does keep him in the game. The only problem is he can't close it out next turn unless he has a Candy Gardevoir. But the real problem is all of the energies are on the Screamtail, and the Screamtail only has 60 damage now, so it's only hitting for 120. Not exactly ideal, especially when you have to do a little bit more than 120 next turn to knock out this Grimmsnarl. But if the Shaman stays alive, or if the Shaman ends up just sitting there for next turn, so Alex, I think, has to go for the coin flipper. He loses to the Adrena Brain on the Monkey Dory, so if he moves 6, I mean, his opponent, I guess, moves 6 back. He bench locked himself, so he can't do it. So I guess the damage just moves back and forth. So never mind, just talking out loud here. Frostlass. Bench the Snorunt. No, perfect. Just gonna research, I guess. Unless he plays Switch and Air Balloon, which I know he sure doesn't, so I'm not really sure what the thought is here. I guess just thin out the cards. I mean, either way, I think you got to go for the flip.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. The flip is what it's going to be based on here. Then moving that 6.
Yeah, you got to move the 6 off the Shaman, no matter what. Another monkey. I mean, you definitely got to move the damage, so hopefully he doesn't forget to do that. Nope, he sure didn't. That's good. I wouldn't put it back on the Screamtail, that's for sure. Maybe on the Shaman, just so it's just there. I don't think it really matters, as long as it's not back on the Screamtail.
I think anything but the Screamtail should be good.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, yeah, Shaman.
Here it is. The leaf flip heads twice. Nope, that's a tails. That's a tails. So he takes 30. Does he have Rare Candy Gardevoir? Even if he does, it could be enough damage. If you have Rare Candy Guardy, but you need an energy too, actually, because there's only 1 energy. Oh, man. It's going to be close here. Does he have another energy?
We do got the Rare Candy.
All that's fine. He needs another energy, though. He needs to be able to attach with the retreat. Let's see. Doing 100 is 200. Yeah, I think with the Monkey Dory, it's probably enough. Yeah, he actually discarded it, but that should definitely be nice. Moves a 6 and then hits for 200. 6 plus 90 is 150 plus 200 is 350 damage, and that is a knockout. Yeah, that's enough. Unfortunate. Flipping the tails, man. Yeah, it was a great game. That's why this matchup is a little bit more diverse and complex than people think. That Monkey Dory turn, if you would have had the balloon, it would have been different, but he sure didn't. So that's just how it goes. And it looks like Typhlosion has won our game 1 on the other stream, so, not like we missed anything crazy on this game. This game was quite a doozy as well, so, definitely looks like we might have a, Typhlosion 1 game 1 though, but that was quite some time ago.
That Typhlosion with the Brave Bangle on it these days, man, that's hard.
Yeah, that card's real good, huh?
Yeah,
Looks like they, are going into game 2 here. Gardevoir's got the advantage, up a game. We'll definitely see what they can come up with here from the Grimmsnarl side. Alex definitely did not have a great start, but Gardevoir sure did. So we'll see if that pans out again or how this one plays out here. There's no basic, thank goodness, because that hand was atrocious. Starting Lily's Clefairy is definitely bad. That's what we call a death sentence right there. You don't want a 2 browser on your board, especially one like that that can get one shot by the damage with the Frostlass, bring it to the 190, getting you Pheasantipity. Proof, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Definitely not ideal.
looks like we're starting on old Badoo, I think is what it. Yep, good old Badoo. We do have that nice art rare Shaman again. That's always a good card to see. Ever since that came out, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Amen, brother. A lot of deck searching here. We got a few minutes. Alex with double Frostlass in hand, kind of making it difficult for the TM Evo turn. I don't think Frostlass is very good in this matchup, though. They have Monkey Dories, you have Monkey Dories. I think you just want to go with the whole weakness fight.
I agree. Given Monkey Dory damage you just work with for free basically is not something you want to do in this matchup.
No problem. Looks like you got double Ralts here. Couldn't expect anything different. Nest Ball as well. Fantastic start for the Gardevoir player once again. Can't ask for much more than having a board. He might grab Shaman. I can see Monkey Dory if he's got the Dark. I think there's a couple good options here. Just double checking the deck, making sure he counted everything right. Looks like he doesn't have the notepad, but he's got that mental iron fortitude there. So looks like he's going to grab a Monkey Dory, put it on the bench with the Nest Ball. I think that's probably the card you're looking for in this matchup. Kind of play ping pong with that damage. Go back and forth as you guys both play Monkey Dories. Based on Alex's hand, it looks like he might be going for an Arven for a Buddy Poffin. There's no TM Evo, not much of an ability to do it. Yeah, here comes the Arven. He's starting to realize he needs to play a little faster. Unfortunately, with the time happening and this only having about 14 minutes left, and it's game 2 against Gardevoir. You never want to be going into game 2 against Gardevoir with 14 minutes left. That's usually a recipe for disaster. And why Gardevoir is so good. It's really good at abusing time, manipulating games to being very slow, doing 60 damage with a Monkey Dory and making you fall asleep. Literally not fun. So it just kind of depends what you run into. Yep, he's going to Buddy Poffin. He's going to Itchy Pollen for the Badoo, hitting to 10 damage. Setting up the Lily's Clefairy as well for the damage for the Grimmsnarl. He's grabbing an Earthen Vessel and a TM Evo. We'll see if he remembers he can't play it. But he's just going to Evo into double Curlia. That seems good. Grabbing the Earthen Vessel for next turn. Yeah, looks like he's just going to attach the vessel. Find a couple of Curlias and start moving his way up. Alex playing fast here is kind of what you got to do in these situations, unfortunately. It does look like he has Rare Candy Grimmsnarl, which might put him into a pretty good spot here. That There it is. The Rare Candy, the Grimmsnarl, the double Dark Energy from the Punk Up. He's also got an Iono for a turn, which is quite good. He's going to shuffle his decks so that way it's not stacked there. Spike Meat has been used. He's going to go for the Rare Candy. He's got the Iono. Quite the good situation here. Gonna knock out the Clefairy, put some damage down on the bench here. It looks like he did see the Gardevoir, but we'll see if that makes a difference here. He's gonna have to make something quick here to make this Grimmsnarl get answered, especially if there's a boss's orders in Alex's hand. It's gonna put a timer on Nick pretty fast. Here comes the knockout. That's 2 prizes. Definitely a fast 2-prize turn there. Secret box out of the prize cards. That does guarantee the boss's orders for next turn. Monkey Dory Dark, so he can move around that 30 damage. Alex still yet to find a Monkey Dory. Definitely a little bit alarming, but he'll be okay, I think. Gonna evolve the bench Gardevoir. I think that probably the right decision. Just so you don't have to put any more damage on it to retreat, but the damage on there doesn't really matter. It's not like you can really do anything with it. The Gardevoir gets one shot either way.
Yeah, and there's into the boss right here.
Yeah, even better. Watch this. 4 cards and definitely no boss. That's the Grimmsnarl special right there. 4 bad cards. He's got like 45 cards left in deck. Is the problem. Wasn't able to thin it enough. That spiked me though. If it can stay in play, it's just enough. Oh, it's bad when you have to put the Pheasantipity down on this turn right here. I mean, his best play is probably to go for Confusion again, to be honest with you. Don't think he's hitting a Drifloon. With 1 Psychic in the discard pile. Here comes the Artisan. That's good. Get rid of the Spike. But it does give him another Impotence, so it's kind of a double-edged sword, but it's better than having a Morgrim, that's for sure. Not getting used. I could see Shaman getting drabbed. I could see, I guess, Drifloon. I'd probably save it just in case. Yeah, I think Shaman's the only thing he can really healthily grab here. We'll see what he does here. He's going to have to shuffle, cut, go through the cards here in his hand. I'm guessing it's going to be a retreat into a Monkey Dory off this Gardevoir, and he's going to hit him for 60.
Well, I do know while I was down there, Typhlosion did win. So whoever wins this will be playing Typhlosion.
Really? How fantastic is that? I love to hear that. We'll have ourselves a doozy of a finals. Here comes the retreat like we were expecting. Here comes the Gardevoir, Psychic Embracing to the Monkey Dory here. Gonna move that damage most likely because there's still no Monkey Dory on the other side. I'd probably move that damage from the Curlia. Yep, there it goes. Putting it on the Badoo. That's fine. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's fine without it, though. I think he could pressure the Shaman as well. But I guess not giving your opponent damage to work with could be better. Comes the Gardevoir. Looks like Alex's hand's got an Arvin in there, so he'll be able to play the game next turn. Only 10 minutes left, so we'll see if something happens here. Alex is definitely gonna have to make some interesting choices here. Artisan, shuffling fast, playing fast. Here comes the monkey. Earthen Vessel, getting rid of the Arvin. Grabbing 1 for the monkey. Nest ball here. Oops. Here comes the Iona. Will he draw? I mean, there's no real outs to this. The boss is good for next turn, though. Go for the flip again.
No,
Heads this time. He is 2 for 3 now on coin flips. Not bad. I would take those odds. That's going to slow down the Gardevoir player just a little bit. What that does represent too, if he doesn't knock out the Grimmsnarl here, Alex could win next turn off of a boss. Manipulating some damage. Oh, never mind. There's only one Monkey Dory with Darks. If he had 3 Monkey Dories, he could have knocked out the Shaman and got the last prize. But looks like we're going to have to hold on for that one. I do think this game goes Grimmsnarl's way either way. I do think Guardy probably should pick it up and try and finish a game, but it's not looking too good for all that. Let's see what he decides here. Yep, here comes the research. See, he's got 4 psychics in the discard pile, plenty to work with. Definitely enough to get a knockout with this Drifloon here if he wants to. Serendipity first. 1, 2, 3. Dark energy. Oh yeah. Yeah, it sets up the door for another Monkey Dory getting a dark energy here. I think he has to go for the knockout. I think you take the knockout, you go for the Iona play if you've got it. He should have both with the secret box. Oh, never mind. He researched this turn. So he can't Iona, but what he does need to do is hope that Alex doesn't have another Arcandy here, because that would put things pretty sideways.
Here comes that. Next turn. Some earthen vessels to get the rest of those psychics out of the deck and then with those cards. So
Let's see. He's got to take the knockout this turn on the Grimmsnarl no matter what. Take 4 damage counters to retreat to the Drifloon. Load that puppy up. He basically only needs 8 damage counters, which would be 240, just so we can move the damage off of the Gardevoir with the Monkey Dory. That'll get him there over the line. Puts the 30 on the Grimmsnarl. Here comes the knockout with the Drifloon. Alex needs just a few things here now. The tides keep turning here. He needs a rare candy and a Grimmsnarl. Artisan first, from the deck out, get some cards out of there. Monkey Dory, a good one to get out. Dashes Dark to Monkey Dory, of course, the cool looking one. Correct, it should. Just a small mistake. The Gardevoir should have 10 damage. I can't imagine a world where it matters, but We'll see what he comes up with. Alex kind of needs a lot of things here, so it's looking like the tides have turned pretty big here. All the damage is gone. Your attacker's gone. He evolved into the Morgrim. There is no boss's orders. There's a shaman on board, so the Morgrim's pretty safe. Realistically, he's still going to draw another prize card, so he's going to retreat into the other Monkey Dory. I bet he's going to move some damage and knock out the shaman here. There goes that. He's going to move it to the active. Do something like that. Take the knockout for 60. Goes down to 2 prize cards. Alex has to do a couple things here. There's only 1 Gardevoir on board. I know he has the boss in hand, so I think if he bosses up the Gardevoir, he's in a pretty okay spot. His opponent can only do 240. Got Spike Myth in play. As long as there's enough Dark Energy, which I would assume if he attached one last turn, there has to be. Yep. There's the Grim Snarl. He's got the boss in hand. It's all coming together here.
And this ability, gotta love the name. We're gonna punk up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to punk up.
Hell yeah.
I'm not really sure what else there is to think about here, except for just evolving and bossing. But it looks like he's gonna evolve. Here comes the Darks. Oh, I'm crazy. There's 2 Gardevoirs out. That's my problem. So Drifloon has to go. I can't tell with that glare on the first
Yeah,
Gardevoir. I just saw that green hand sticking out. I was like, oh, that is another Gardevoir. Here comes the boss. I guess I was right technically still, but not in the right way. I thought there was only 1 Gardevoir. Whoops. But there goes the Drifloon. He's got to knock out the Drifloon if there's Guardies on board. It's pretty much his only play here. Looks like he's just got to hope his opponent doesn't have a Vessel, or not a Vessel, a Night Stretcher, and another Bravery Charm here. Here comes the Monkey Dory send up.
Do you have
Looks like he's playing pretty fast here. Let's see. Time's going to be coming up here, so if Grimsnarl wins, I do believe they might be in time right now. Here comes the Artisan. Artisan, if he plays another Pokemon, though, does lock himself out of winning the game here. There is, I believe, what I saw was a Night Stretcher. I don't believe we've seen the other Bravery Charm yet. I just don't know what's in his hand. He does have a Pheasantipity to draw 3. If he hits the Drifloon, he should be securing this one up. But he needs it with the Bravery Charm, so he needs a couple pieces here. Pheasantipity 1, 2, and 3. Can't see what they are. I see a Vessel. Picking up his cards pretty quickly, though. It looks like he has a Night Stretcher in his hand. Yep. Let's see if he has the Bravery Charm.
does not look like it?
He will research, draw his entire deck. Oh, yep, his entire deck. Bravery Charm's got to be in there if he's doing it. Bada bing, bada boom. He's going to retreat, move the damage up. Yep. There it is. Gardevoir gets it. What a great way to play that matchup. He played it incredible. He definitely did some fantastic work here.
So this final is going to be interesting. We do got Gardevoir versus Ethan's Typhlosion.
Love to see that. Yeah, Gardevoir played that great. Double Gardevoir is kind of the key to victory there, so they can't bully you and bully the Gardevoirs on the bench there. Alex's titles were just really mediocre. The Gardevoir player was getting turned to double curly at both games. I mean, as a Guardy player, if you're beating that matchup, I think you're beating most matchups. So pretty hard to see. In my opinion, I think Gardevoir has been the best deck. I think before NEIC was the best deck. I think going into Worlds is the best deck. I don't think it's close. I think it beats just about everything. If you're beating Grimmsnarl, I do think that your matchup spread's pretty favorable, but we do appreciate you guys checking us out on top four. Looks like we'll be back for our finals here pretty soon. Thanks for sticking around. Looks like we are back with a fun one here. We've got Gardevoir once again, our victor from last round. Played really well. Saw some plays I didn't see, obviously. I'm not much of a Gardevoir player, but definitely saw some cool outs. And his opponent flipped 2 out of 3 heads on confusion flips. So flips didn't go his way, but his setups sure did. So I think I'd rather have 2 Curlias turn 2 than a setup. So Ethan's Typhlosion going second, just what he ordered up. Hand not looking great. I think I saw a Temple of Sinnoh, which can't be possible. I think I'm getting tired. I can't even tell what card's discarded there. What is that full art card? It's all right. Mystery card discarded.
It's a basic.
Oh, it's a basic psychic. How hilarious. I just couldn't tell. Oh, it's got that cool broken glass on it. Okay. All right, makes sense. So he's got a great start. Triple Psychic in the discard turn 1. Typhlosion, not looking like an incredible hand, though. He's going to be hitting the Buddy Poffin, doing the deck search. This is what you'll see in the finals. All the better players be doing this. So if you're going to your League Cups, going to your locals, I would highly, highly recommend doing the deck searching. I do think that it really does make a big difference knowing what's prized, knowing what's not prized. It helps your outs. It helps you realize what you need to do, what you can and can't do. Imagine a world where maybe you prize double Pidgeot. You know what I mean? So something like that could be a big difference. So you always got to check what's prized, what's not. Pay attention to what you're doing. Have a game plan for every matchup if you can. Gardevoir versus Typhlosion, not a favorable one for Typhlosion in any way. But if it beat Grimmsnarl in top 4, I think it's got a shot. So Guardia, I think, is a little bit less favorable though, as it does do its game plan just a little bit easier. Doing stuff like Monkey Dory is very annoying for Typhlosion. I do know that Air Balloon's back out. It does have the Gravity Mountain to hit the one shots, but with the Brave Bengal, it also hits a one shot for 310 too. So he's got a couple of options here. Got a couple of cool tech cards. It looks like it does look like the good old faithful Azul GG list. If I was playing today, I literally had the same 60 sleeved up. I was just missing a Pidgeotto. Who would have thought in this day and age I don't own 2 Pidgeottos? But that's all right. I got asked to commentate instead, and I'd much rather do that. So I'm happy to be up here, and I'm happy to be commentating with those who are still with us. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. It's been a fantastic day. We do have one more match here. Let's see what he finishes out with. Looks like he did the Buddy Poffin into a Call for Family. What is unfortunate here is his hand is not good. So we'll see if this pans out. He does have a Pidgeotto in hand, so that's at least something here. Let's see if he can do something with it. Oh, goodness. Not the rare candy Gardevoir turn 2 with triple psychic in the discard pile. Is that a research?
Yep.
I mean, how much more better can you write it up, man? Here comes the Curlier, here comes the Screamtail, and this thing is off to the races. Absolutely. Here comes the Monkey Dories. Here comes the Dark Energies. It is flying in here. Here comes the damage. I mean, realistically, he could even just Psychic Embrace and attack with Gardevoir, but looks like he's going to send up the Drifloon. I'm okay with that too. Keeping the energy on the Gardevoir, keeping it safe. It would take just about a miracle for Ryan to get out of that play anyway, though. He would need to find 4 Ethan's Adventurers and discard all 4 of them and get a Rare Candy Typhlosion. So the Gardevoir play would have been fine too. But it does give him more time to find some Curlias. Just to keep his Gardevoir safe so he doesn't lose to a boss play, anything kind of cheeky like that. Man, with how good Gardevoir's been drawing, though, I can't imagine a world where this goes any other way. I mean, game 1 and 2 last match, she drew perfect, and this game it's looking a little bit better. Let's see. The draw for Ryan is a Pheasantipity. Nope, he hasn't drawn for turn. He had the Pheasantipity. That doesn't help. I didn't even count how many Ethans he had prized. If he had any at all, I didn't even look when he was deck searching. So let's see what he's got here. Pheasantipity, you have to flip the script. Your hand is atrocious. He can Ultra Ball for a Quilava, but with how far behind you are, I don't really know how much that helps. He's going to draw 3 off the Fez here. Let's see what he can get into here. There's an Ethan's. There's a Vessel. I think he really wants to get that Pidgeotto. He wanted to find a rare candy. I'd be willing to bet maybe even an Arvin to get a rare candy Pidgeot, but seems like he has whiffed. Yeah. See, usually a Typhlosion can afford 2 turns, right? But the real problem here is, one, you have a Pheasantipity, so that's minus a turn. And 2, the Gardevoir had turn 2 Rare Candy Gardevoir, so you can't really avoid that. That deck's not built for that. And if you're drawing that, you're just drawing hot. Here comes the Secret Box. Secret Box, goodness. The Ethan's Adventure. It looks like he doesn't have any prize, maybe 1 prize. I think I counted 1, 2, 3. I think there's 1 missing. Yep, so he's missing 1. So he's got 1 in the prize cards. Definitely not ideal. For sure.
Question: do we wait and do we use the ticket now since we know that it's there, or do we wait and use the ticket later?
Oh, you wait until you cool lava right here. Once you cool lava, you can. But 6 cards, going for 6 cards is definitely a little bit of a gamble. I'm not a big fan of that personally, but as long as you get the other Easons out, that's the whole point you play it. So I can understand the thought line there. It's the whole reason you play it. So here comes the 2 out of the deck. I wouldn't be surprised if you redeem tickets and then use the 3rd one to get another Ethan to see if he unprizes it. But I think they're okay.
Yep. So we have an Ultra Ball, and we could, in theory, maybe go for Pidgeot next turn, or Pidgeot. Yeah, Pidgeot next.
Yeah, I think it's going to go Pidgeotto into Pidgeot. Bye, Kenyon. All right, looks like they did play that redeemable ticket. Looks like you were right on that part. Looks like they're going to shuffle their prize cards. It doesn't really matter because they just go to the same spot. He's going to go for his deck anyway here in just a second. Definitely make sure we put the prize cards back out. 5. Just lava once more. Grab another adventure. The one that he unprized here. It is ironic to have to sit through a prize check not once, but twice in the same match.
I think we can get all 3 into the discard turn because we do have Earthen Vessel as well too with the Ultra Ball, so we can get all 3 of these adventures into them.
Sure. I don't know entirely what that helps this turn. You already evolved all your Qualavas. You definitely want to keep at least 1 in your deck. I don't mind the idea of vesseling 1 away if you want to, since it is an Iono deck, but with double Qualava, you'll for sure get 2. You already have 2 played correctly, maybe just 1. Yeah, so maybe they vessel. It wouldn't surprise me. I think the Ultra Ball might be too much. We want to save it for next turn for the Pidgeot. Yep, looks like the pass is coming.
Question for 40.
Nest Ball, let's see what we can grab with that. He's just so far ahead. I would grab Screamtail, knock out the Pidgeotto myself. Looks like that's what he's thinking as well. That's kind of where the writing on the wall goes on this one. Get rid of the Pidgeotto, go down to 2 prize cards, take out the Pheasantipity next, start cooking from there. I don't think that the Typhlosion deck can really catch up from there. They were able to get a cheeky little knockout on the Drifloon with the 40 damage for 1, but we'll see if that's enough to kind of keep him in the game here. Yep, here comes the Crazy Retreat, take 20 damage. Ooh, almost sent up the roll. That could have been bad. Put it on there. I'm guessing Pidgeotto has 80 HP. Here comes the snipe from the top rope. RIP Hulk Hogan. Right off the top. Boom, there goes the bird. Life is definitely tough for Typhlosion here. They're going to need a little bit of a Hail Mary here. If they can boss kill the Gardevoir, though, it does put Gardevoir in a weird situation as they already played Candy on turn 2. And I'm willing to bet they might not play another one. Nope, they played 2 total. So they're going to have to find their one other rare candy, which might be a little tough. So I could see Ryan hitting a nice little boss on Gardevoir here. He does need to find all 4 Ethans in the discard pile, but as Tyler was talking about last turn, he definitely has the opportunity to do so with the Ultra Ball and the Earthen Vessel.
2 of them. use one to get us at least maybe 2 Typhlosion and an energy. When we get one knocked out, we have a backup one, but yeah.
Yeah, Countercatcher being live too is also really good. You already have the Typhlosion in hand. 6, 12, 18 plus 4 is 22, 25. Plus the damage on the Gardevoir is only 290. So you do need all 4, unfortunately. Let's see what they decide. I don't think you have much of a choice with how far behind you are. I think you just kind of have to go for it. And if you're going for the play, you Ultra Ball first to thin your deck of 1 less card. Would have been loved to see the Pidgeot, but that's okay. Can't win them all, you know? I'd probably grab another Typhlosion just to have it. He already has 1 in hand, so I don't think he can grab much else. Both Pidgeys are knocked out, so it doesn't really change much here. Yeah, maybe a Cyndaquil. I can see that too. That's fine. Countercatcher is live as well. So I would probably just rip the Pheasantipity here, see if you hit an Arvin, see if you hit a Research, see if you hit a Countercatcher, see if you hit Boss. You got a couple outs. You got everything else.
I think we're trying to thin for it. I think we Earthing Vessel to try to get 2 out of there first.
Yeah, I think you run the vessel too. Screw it. You know what I mean? I think with how far behind you are, I don't think you have much of a choice. Because evolving and attacking with Typhlosion isn't like terrible, but with the damage that's kind of loading up on board, I don't think it's going to help you too much, you know?
Maybe not the Night Stretcher. Maybe some we're going to flip first. Yep, we're flipping first.
No Countercatcher, huh? Tough here. So we'll see what happens. Gonna attach to a bench Pokemon. Keep the train moving here. Gonna have to take a single prize knockout. Not exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, it's gonna make the Gardevoir player kind of have the door open here, especially if they find a Curlia. There goes that 1 turn that you would have gave yourself. And just like you said, maybe that Earthen Vessel came back, you know?
Yeah.
Can't avoid that.
As they say, thinning is winning.
Absolutely. I think he's just trying to consider what his options are here. He goes down to 4 prize cards. It's not like Guardy's like too far ahead, but when they kill this Pheasantipity this turn, they sure will be. So it just depends on how they do it. The Drifloon being gone is quite annoying. And I believe there's no air balloon in the Typhlosion list. So these 60 damages on the Monkey Dory could really start working themselves out here. Like Gardevoir's go-to play anyway. You know, that card is quite good. Like he's gonna be thinking about what to do here. If you can't get a knockout, I do think it's just fine going for the Adrena Brain. It might even be the right play in general to go for the Monkey Dory flips here. I'm not too sure what else would really work besides the Drifloon. You need to hit 170, kind of an awkward number. Looks like he is going with that Drifloon there. You want to get as many darks on these Monkey Dories as you can right now so you can start bullying that board, but there is no darks on a single Monkey Dory here, so Typhlosion might have the door opened up here. If they can start finding some bosses' orders here and start knocking out some Gardevoirs, I think that things might change here. Nest Ball here. Grabbing the Drifloon. Maybe another Monkey Dory. I wasn't paying too much attention. He's going to Pheasantipity for 3 here. 2, 3. There's the Curly I was talking about. That's quite a good card right now. Speaker box. We can play whatever he wants next turn. Here comes the Arvid for turn. Maybe trying to set up some of these monkey dories here.
I think there was a second card of one. Might have even been having used the rare candy card for a second one.
I could see that too. There's that. I do think it's better to Curlia just in case, so that way you keep your rare candy. But to be honest with you, double Gardevoir in the situation is probably just enough. I think this is played. I like this just a little bit better because I definitely want some Dark Energies on some Monkey Dories here. So that way you can start bullying some Cyndaquils out of the game. Dark on the monkey. Gonna move. He's got 3 damage counters to play with. Three energy on the Drifloon's enough to KO the Typhlosion. He'll probably put the damage on a Cyndaquil, maybe on the Pheasantipity, so he can Scream Tail it for a little bit less cost. Forgot to put the damage on the Drifloon there, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. There it is. With immaculate timing. 30 on this one. Cyndaquil, start bullying those guys out of the game. That's kind of the whole point of Monkey Dory being broken, is that you can kill the Pokemon without attacking.
Yep.
Here comes said Cyndaquil. I'm not sure what the plan is with that. Maybe just using Cyndaquil to get the knockout, go down to 3. I'm not crazy about the play because you lose another fire energy. The Cyndaquil will get knocked out by the Monkey Dories. You don't have to send up another Pokemon anyway. I think you're probably going for the boss play here, but Iona seems fine too, I guess. I grab fire energy so we can attack. Ooh, cool lava. There you go. Now we can't Monkey Dory and knock it out. Look at him, big braining. I like that. I'm called Adrena braining.
Yeah.
Comes the vessel. Maybe a super odd first. Just one. Not sure it feels worth it. Yeah, maybe just draw 3 first. Those are 3 dead cards right there. That's not helpful. Yeah, you can see them shaking their head. They do not seem excited about that draw there.
Also, counter catch us. What we were looking for.
Yeah, I think that would have answered some problems there. But I think now we've got some new problems here. Here comes the knockout. Keeping up in the prize race. Definitely not bad. The Bengals are wasted at this point. You might as well get rid of them. Yeah. Not wasted. That's a bad term. Because you do want it to knock out a Gardevoir. But when there's 2 Gardevoirs and you're already going to odd prizes at 3, you just need one of those to work. We'll see if they end up playing the Iona. I think that's your best play, realistically. I don't know what else you'd really do here. I'd probably play the Vessel. Thin your cards out more. Absolutely. Get more of the stuff out on bottom of the deck. You don't want to see it.
Boss and the counter catch. The 2 boss for the next 2 top cards. Gotta love it when that happens.
Let's see here. Can't get the knockout with the Cyndaquil. They look a little upset about something. I'm not sure what happened here. In the think tank about the Iona. Playing the super odd first. Not sure if it's necessary, but let's see. Not dark. Fire energy, the Typhlosion. All right, let's see what happens here. Here comes the Iona. We're all ready for that one. Had to thin some cards out first, and then bring them right back in with the Super Rod there, but that's okay. Drawing 4 off the top off the Iono. Nick is going to be drawing 3. Maybe they will brick, but there is a Pheasantipity on board as well. So a little harder to brick somebody out of the game when they have Pheasantipity down. Kind of Gardevoir's bread and butter is having that guy on the bench. Kind of keeps them moving. Looks like they're going to go through the deck and grab that Ethan's off the bottom they just shuffled in. They're going to knock out the active, go down to 3. Realistically, I mean, they've got a decent shot. Now that they've got pretty much double Typhlosion going here, they can't get locked out of the game as long as they can draw the boss. I do think that they have to discard the Ethan's this turn somehow, so I would play the Ultra Ball if you can. Just get rid of that Ethan's for sure. That way next turn all you need is boss for game. And I guess I did miss the Fez on board, so I guess that's another option for a 2 prizer with 3 Ethans in discard, but still get it out of the deck. I would have thinned just a little bit more personally.
As they say, thinning is winning.
Thinning is winning. Being able to draw into boss for game is quite good. We'll see if Nick's even got much in his hand here. I mean, it's not like he can't move. His board's good enough, but he's going to be off the Pheasantipity draw. I'm sure he's got an Iono.
Got some research.
Jabbing the research. I think instead of the Iono is interesting. I'm not sure what piece they're missing here. A little bit of a view for the players, you could say. No Pike's Peak, but it'll do. I'm guessing the dark comes down to the Monkey Dory, move some damage around, take a knockout with not a 2 prizer. So they're gonna have to pick something to attack with. Probably Monkey Dory once more. Could see a Screamtail getting involved. But all of that stuff would require a rescue stretcher.
That's not what I'm just thinking. Professor research, we did get rid of a nice.
Yeah.
So, now I'm thinking, should we have night stretcher before we research, possibly?
Probably just keep your monkeys safe because you don't want to lose Monkey Dories. That's why he's not able to keep up on the prize trade here. Because now, I mean, the door is open. If he doesn't knock out Pheasantipity this turn, the door is wide open for Typhlosion. So. Taking a regular knockout on the Quilava is not exactly fantastic here because then it opens the door for Pheasantipity. I don't think we've seen a single boss's orders yet. 2 on the Guardy. Here comes the retreat. Makes sense. Here comes the monkey. Attach the energy. Take the 20. Move the 40 from the bench. Putting those ability use markers to use here. Gonna move the damage here so we can take the knockout. Gonna move the damage off the Gardevoir, start pressuring something else. See, like I was talking about earlier, if you just would have pressured the Fez earlier, would have played the Night Stretcher for that Screamtail before you researched. I just think the game could have been a tad different here. I do think this was an interesting choice. Now they have 2 turns to draw boss's orders, Typhlosion, and a Fire Energy. We'll see what happens here. That's not a boss's orders. I would definitely start thinning some cards out here and go from there. Nope. That's why you don't do that.
Thinning is
Oh,
we always go thin for
goodness. Oh, man. Don't just raw go for the Fez there. That's a tough one.
to see this ultra ball come down because I want to see the next 2 cards that we're going to be and watch one of them be boss.
Yeah. Should have Artisan first guaranteed, then shoot an Ultra Balled, but that's okay. We'll see if there's anything in the deck. Maybe not been an Artisan target, but he definitely could have Ultra Balled first. Getting rid of 1 card. You'll never guess he did draw a Pokemon, which was the Typhlosion. Could have been thinned out. Pretty much just a boss away from game. I know he has 3 prize cards, but if he were to get the boss going here, it does put him in a pretty good spot. The opponent still wins on the Screamtail turn, though, so I guess, I mean, realistically, the opponent just needs 160 damage on a Screamtail. With the 60 damage is 220. So unless there's a Shaman coming down, which I don't believe there's one in the deck, there's sure not. I do think that with another Right Stretcher that he's going to lock this one up here. Got the dream here. Double Typhlosion. The Pheasantipity is kind of the sore thumb here. But the Iono was just in time. He's going to Iono take the knockout. Hope the Fez misses the... I think he just realistically needs Screamtail. There's 3 Psychics, unless I'm missing one in the discard pile. I think I see an Iono and another card, but I don't think either of them are Screamtail. Counter Catcher, interesting. Kill the Pheasantipity. I love that. Absolutely. Take the knockout. Go down to 1. Let's see what happens here. Oh, a secret box, but not enough cards to play it. Tough situation here. I think there's an Iono. I think he Ionos for 2. Hope you hit the Screamtail. But based on the way their energy are sitting in the discard pile, they don't have enough. Unless there's some in there hidden. There is sure not. That is bad. So it looks like Typhlosion might have found a way back in like we were talking about. That turn, last turn, I feel like he could have got there, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, it looks like you didn't have enough Psychics anyway, so maybe I'm wrong, but... If he didn't take the knockout, though, and if he just would have counter-catchered and went around it, his opponent wouldn't be able to counter-catcher either. So I think he could have played it just a tad differently. Here comes the Iono. That's showing his opponent the secret box. That's a classic move there. Oh, throwing it on the ground now. Who needs it? You know what I mean? Turn 10, get that out of my hand. Here comes the 2. Oh! I don't know what else he could really draw here. He doesn't have the energy, unfortunately. So I think that I think he's got to wrap this one up here. He's going to have to flip on the Confusion flip. Realistically, he's going to have to move some damage around and go for Confusion. I'd probably put 6 on the active if you've got it, and then 6 with the Confusion. And then next turn you can, if they flip tails, you can use the Gardevoir to attack. I think that's probably your best option. They at least have it out here. Gardevoir is just such a good deck.
You can't
Absolutely not.
just when you think you have it, you don't.
Yeah. Next, the Monkey Door. That's what they come down to right here. The 60 to the active, go for the Monkey Dory. I can't imagine a different play here. It's got to be how the story's written. Interesting. Not sure I understand that one. No matter what, I mean, what has he got? 80 plus 2 is still not enough with the Screamtail.
Switch.
No. Shouldn't be in the deck. I'd be impressed if he didn't play Air Balloon, played a Switch instead. I'd be really impressed. Looks like they're going for game here. Let's see what happens. Coin flip again. We've seen a couple of these today. Adrenablaine into the Confusion flip for game. I guess they're going to make him shuffle first. Classic. 30 damage from the Typhlosion. That's why I should have put it on the active. That's what I was talking about earlier. And even then, I don't know if Gardevoir can still close it out now. It's a head. Typhlosion lost it. Let's go. Stands up, does the pop off. It's only game 1 still. Let's not get too excited yet.
Beautiful.
Yeah, quite the comeback there. Typhlosion did everything they could. Gardevoir had another great start. Turn 2 rare candy. They just couldn't find the psychic energies that came back to bite them. Just having so many psychic energies in deck, having a bunch of dead cards in deck. But yeah, don't wrap it up yet. It's only game 1, so we got at least 1 or 2 more games left here tonight. We do appreciate you joining us. I know it's 6 o'clock here, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. If anybody out there is watching us, and an hour behind us. So we'll see if this one closes out. Good enough time to ride home here and go see the girlfriend and dogs. Shout out Mary at home. Sure do. 2 hours. Yeah. I had to get the opportunity to come cast. I was real grateful for the opportunity. Really excited to do it. If anyone else looking for some casting, let me know. I'm still figuring out the whole virtual thing, but if it's in person, I can make it happen. So it's been a lot of fun being here tonight, all day. Kind of what the other side of the League Cups feel like. That's why you can't count that Typhlosion deck out. It's still finding a way to beat the Gardevoirs, the Grimmsnarls. Just has so much agency. The deck's really consistent. Just like every time we've seen Ethan's Typhlosion on screen, at one point in the game, there is a screen with 3 Quilavas just sitting there. So definitely one of those more consistent type decks, and works really well. I mean, you can see it here today. Obviously, we had a few of them in the field, but there was more than one Gardevoir in the field as well. So you know how that works out. Looks like we got one more movement here. Coming on to game 2.
Well, just to let you know, as far as casting, I think you've done a great job today.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it, brother. It's been a pleasure to meet you, man.
Me too.
Kenyon got to jump on for a round. Let's see. That hand looks playable. I see a Buddy Puff and I see an Ultra Ball. You know that the Typhlosion's going to get forced to go first.
I know we're supposed to be partial, but I'm not gonna lie. I want Typhlosion to win this.
I'm not joking. It's the deck I have sleeved up in my backpack for this event today if I would have played.
My man.
And there it is. Secret box from Grimmsnarl, and it's good to go. Same exact 60. Literally, card for card. I have Cincinnos as my Pidgeotos. I don't own Pidgeotos, it turns out. That was my only real problem.
No, I don't blame. I had to ask for some as well too. So you're not the only one. And out of all the bulk I had to ask. So.
I did find one here at DVC, Diamond Valley Collectible Games here in Windsor, Colorado, though. So if you ever need bulk, they've got a full room of it. I am not joking.
And more comes in on the regular. Honestly, with the players that we have here, they tend to donate a lot of the bulk that they get when they don't need it. So
Love to see that given back.
yep.
Doing some deck searching. This is the one thing I found out about commentating happens every round.
Yeah.
And it's not fun. So
No, just-
I do understand why people complain about it on stream. It's definitely a part of the game. So if you do play the game competitively, don't skip out on deck searching. You have to do it. It makes a lot of sense. If you're going into game 2, game 3 with a little bit of time left, obviously look for what you need. But, there's a good example was top 4 with Alex Lang there. He was playing game 2 incredibly fast to try and finish. It did end up going to time. He did end up losing either way, but I think it's just kind of a way to see that when a player loses game 1, especially in something like Gardevoir, you've got to go fast. I think you should see the Gardevoir player play pretty quick here too. I don't know how either of these decks do in what do you call it? Overtime, sudden death now with the new rules applied. With the 1 turn, kind of a little bit of a weird change from Pokemon, but like I said, I'm not here to complain about it. I'm here to play it, so I'm all here for it.
And there are some weird rule changes coming up here pretty soon, and I'm glad that they haven't taken effect yet. So
Right.
we can just continue doing what we're doing. Yeah, I always when I play, I always feel like I take forever to deck search, and then my opponent's like, I'm so sorry," and it's like, man, I felt like I took 4 minutes, so you're okay.
Yeah, so it's a mutual agreement between players for sure. The first, I mean, when I've been playing for quite some time, so the original conversation was about a minute and a half. It's kind of like the respectable number is a minute and a half. But I mean, what are we out here chess timing each other? You know what I mean? I know that's what some people are looking for, but I think it just makes the game lose its kind of fun. I do understand that games do not get finished, and I'd rather have a winner than not a winner. But if one of the winners is really sweaty and like rush to slam cards down to win the game and stuff, unless it's like Henry Chow in the regional finals, it doesn't exactly look great. Just one of those things. Winning is winning, though. So don't get me wrong. If you're gonna win, win. If you're excited about it, be excited about it. I'm all for that. Show who you are, But I do think at some point it is a game of Pokemon. Keep that in mind.
I agree. Well, we went from having 2 great starts to an okay start for Gardevoir this game. So
I think it's not over yet, brother. Here comes the 7 cards.
Give him the
give him the high
We need the
five.
high
Yeah,
five.
7 free high five. Love to see the sportsmanship. We'll see a nice TM Evo too. Does he find another Ralts? If I know one thing, I don't know Nick very well, but if I can tell you one thing, he is quite good at getting turn 2 double. There it is. There's the Buddy Pop. As long as he didn't prize or draw a Curly, which I don't see in hand. As long as he didn't prize another Curly, he's going to get 2 Curlies out this turn. I mean, the absolute dream here once again. So I'm not sure if he built his deck any different than normal, but he seems to be getting those. He's shuffling the deck. Not sure what's up with that, especially when you lose turn 1. Game 1, you definitely don't want to be doing this. This is kind of a little bit of a time waster here, unless you're doing something I'm missing. Maybe playing a Pheasantipity, but you can't exactly do that yet. So I think you're just going to TM Evo either way. No real point to shuffle the deck here. Yeah. There it is, TM Evo.
Oh, that's interesting.
Unless we're missing something here, they must have double Curlier prize. There's no way they're in the finals of this tournament without remembering to play their TM Evolution. So I'd be willing to bet they've got 2 Curliers prized here. That's how you lose game 2 right there, yeah. Now he's relying on that rare candy that he got turn 1. But the thing is here, he does have the turns against Typhlosion. It is Typhlosion, so he's got some time here. He's got at least 1 turn here. So, but here's the thing. This Quilava is going to turn into 3 Quilavas.
2 candy.
Yeah, double candy in the deck. I see an Ultra Ball in the Gardevoir's hand. I'm still really thrown off by the no TM Evo. It's got to be double Curlier. It has to be. There's no other option.
I don't see why we would wait a turn either. There's no point to wait a turn right now.
No, absolutely not. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't help anybody. Yeah, I don't get it for sure. So it's got to be prize.
This is one of those moments where we wish we could see the prizes.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, we got everything except for the prize game.
Yeah,
so close. It's all right. There goes the deck here. They're going to grab more of them anyway. So I'll start evolving some Quilavas here. Into same thing. There they come. That's how the deck works. Go grab a few more. The Pidgeotto is not exactly safe, so I'd probably retreat into one of those Quilavas. I do think the Quilava does feel kind of safe. Your opponent could have Rare Candy Gardevoir again, but I'd rather them kill a Quilava than the Pidgeotto, and I'd rather not send up Cyndaquil because the next turn you'd force you to get your own Rare Candy to make a move. So I think just forcing up the Quilava is not bad. I didn't pay attention to the Ethans being prized either, so it looks like they're grabbing 1. Looks like they're grabbing 2 from the deck. There's a 3rd one in the discard pile. I don't see the 4th one. Looks like we have a 4th one prized once again. They're going to grab both of those. They've already played one for turn. I believe they were treating to the Quilava, maybe the Cyndaquil. I think the Quilava is the right choice, though, like I was talking about earlier. They are accessible and reusable. So there it goes.
Yep, just like you said, right into that lava.
You can attach. If you attach, I attach to the bench one. I don't think it really helps anything, but it doesn't hurt anything. I probably would attach, actually. I would attach to the bench one. That way you can't get locked again. 'Cause now you can get brought. Well, there's no counter catcher live. I'm overthinking everything once again.
See if these pearls are in here.
Yeah, good point. I didn't even think to look for Curlios. You're absolutely right. Tyler's got it up here. He's got the stream zoomed in. Oh, goodness. Turns out we've got our own replay assistants up here. It turns out those Curlios are prized. So what would have been another turn 2 double Curlia play from him is somehow stopped by the graces of Arceus himself. Here comes a bunch of energies off the secret box. That's kind of what he was missing game 1. Incredibly ironic to not have. Gosh, he'd had everything right now if it wasn't for those dang Curlios being prized. So tough way to go out, especially after losing game 1 too. Time shouldn't be too much of a factor though. If he does come back to win this game, it will end up going to time. I'm sure of that. So we'll see what happens with that. Unsure what to get here. I do understand. Kind of a tough situation here. A little bit of a sweat decision. Rare Candy.
You could grab a rare candy off the secret box. Just that way, if we do draw into a Gardevoir, or we have multiple.
He already has the Ultra Ball. Yep, the Ultra Ball and Artisan, and what looks to be that other card in his hand, which I can't read. Could be a Shaman. I could be a Bravery Charm. I'll go with that. There's the Gardevoir. Here comes the Rare Candy off the secret box. He is once again cooking. Artisan's going to grab the Screamtail. Screamtail kills the Pidgeot. We are back in the same situation. Pidgeotto, for those that caught that. Yeah, same exact. Back to square one once again. Gardevoir keeps finding a way to do it. Prize double Curlia, who cares? He does need to find one of them out of the prize cards, though. The only other problem here is the on Ryan's side, the Ethan's Typhlosion, the Ethan's Adventure is prized, that last one, so it's going to be hard to hit that 280 on that Gardevoir. So even though it does look a little unsafe here, it is pretty protected. Here comes the Screamtail. Going to move 2 energies up to it with the Gardevoir. Keep the damage on the Monkey Dory. Probably move it to the Cyndaquil.
Bye-bye, a good friend, Bird.
Yep. Bye-bye, Burb. Here comes the damage on the Cyndaquil. Oh, no. Good catch. Yeah, there goes. There goes my hero. See what we can do with this. It does give him some more time to find that rescue ticket for the 4th Ethan's Adventure. Buddy Poffin's not helping anybody. We could grab another Pidgey, I guess. But I think if he didn't already grab a second Pidgey, there's probably a reason for that. Hand not super live here. He does have playable cards just because that Ethan's deck does find Ethan's Adventure, so you're at least playing the game there. Could Ultra Ball for Fez. Don't really want to see that on your bench, though. Yeah, I think it's just fine to start powering up. Probably attacking here soon. This turn, to be exact. I wouldn't waste the evolution. There's no point to do so. Maybe evolve a bench one. Definitely get that Cyndaquil into a Quilava. You've got plenty of fire energy already. I definitely grab just more Pokemon for sure. Probably Typhlosion just for the turn after. You definitely don't want it in your deck. But Ryan last game proved me wrong with the thinning, so we'll see how that plays out. Grabs double, middle stage, grabs the big boy. Let's see what happens here. Probably just going to attach an energy to the active. Evolve that bench Cyndaquil for sure. Got to get that guy saved. If not, those monkey doors, like we were talking about game one, are going to start beating you down with that Adrena Brain there. You already got the Artisan down. It's the recipe for Monkey Dory, it turns out. Bing, bing, evolve, evolve, evolve. Look at that. Everyone's coming home here. Attach right to the active. Hands completely dead other than that. I'm guessing there's no Pidgey in the deck or that Buddy Poffin would have grabbed one. Definitely not worth it to Super Rod that back in, so that's a good place to hold that. Oh, maybe he's going to Night Stretcher for the Pidgey. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either, honestly.
I guess the other one's prized then. So he's really thinking about it.
Yep, you're right. Old bird is back.
One Super Rod, one Night Stretcher. There goes the Night Stretcher. He does have a Sacred Ash too, though, so it shouldn't bother him too much. Attaches the energy, takes the knockout like we were talking about. Gardevoir is the send up. You want to get that damage on there. Start adding that up for the Monkey Dory. Start taking advantage of. Evolves into the Curlia. Draws it off the prize. Makes sense when it's 30 or prize cards. Here comes another Monkey Dory. There it is. Now what he can do is attach 3 if he wants to, so he can move the damage to the Pidgey and take a knockout on the Pidgey and keep that off the board.
Yep. That is the one liability about the 50 HP Pidgey.
All right.
It's easy to kill.
Yeah.
2 monkeys and it's gone.
See ya. There it
So, yeah,
is.
there it is.
A dream.
That bird is just should have just stayed in the discard.
Yeah. Fly on home. There's the stretcher for the Scream Tail. Here comes the 2 Psychics. Here's the 40 damage. Here's the retreat. Comes the Scream Tail. Attaching 3. He can do something real cute here if he chooses to. He could take 3 off the Gardevoir and 2 off of the Scream Tail. Nope, he just attaches the other energy off the Gardevoir, takes the double Adrena Brain, knocks out the Pidgey, takes another prize card. This is where things start to go a little south, in my opinion. Not sure.
We froze up.
Looks like we might be back.
We're back.
Yeah, we're moving. Perfect. Yeah, looks like they got the double knockout here. Took the energy on the Gardevoir, got up to 6 damage counters. Double monkeyed over to the Pidgey, kept that off the board. Took a knockout on the active, going down to 4 prize cards, maybe even 3 if I can read that right. Alrighty, 3 prize cards. Pretty good spot to be in. Double monkey going down can really bully your opponent out of playing any other bench Pokemon. No more Pidgeys, no more Cyndaquils. That stuff will go to, well, wherever Pokemon go. The Pokemon Center, I guess.
Yep, go meet Nurse Joy and have a nice long recovery.
Absolutely. Let's see what they choose to do here. You got to get, I mean, it's funny that the Quilava is still kind of killing here, but I do think you might need just a tad bit more than that.
I think so as well too. I think we're gonna be ultra balling for a Fez here.
Yeah, I think Pheasant Liberty has to be the grab. It does speed up the game, but got to play the game to speed it up, right?
Yep.
He makes a decision. Definitely a tough spot. Is there any harm to having it? Let's see. If you don't evolve, they can bench a third Monkey Dory and attach a Dark, which is definitely possible. The Monkey Dory sitting in the discard pile there. If they have the other Dark, they can bully a Squalava out. So I think you might want to evolve the active. I could be wrong, but I would assume evolving the active keeps it safe. Nope, chose not to. Didn't choose to evolve either of them, so I'm not sure what the thought process is on that one, but looks like Guardy's going to draw 3 cards. Going to take the knockout here. Go down to 4 prizes. Got the counter catcher, got the secret box. He's got some plays available for next turn. He's only got 2 Ethan's Adventures in the discard pile, though. We do know one of them's prized. Definitely a tough spot to be in with that nice counter catcher on the Guardy kind of looking available, but especially after an Iona would be the time to do that.
Would be definitely the time to do that for sure.
I thought they're going through grabbing 1, maybe grabbing 2, but they don't have it, just the 1. So if they had them both, that counter catcher would be quite good, but then he would have made a mistake by not evolving. So
Yep.
like that's why you evolve either way. Should be right around 22 minutes left, maybe 23 minutes left. So,
Continuous Squalava just swacking the screen tail over and over, which we gotta love that.
yeah, I mean, not what I expected.
Yeah, not at all.
Not the hero we put the cape on originally, but
Right?
we will take it. Every Batman needs a Robin.
And sometimes Robin comes in clutch.
Oh, absolutely. Saves the day. I do think the way this one's playing out, the Gardevoir is just going to get there. Do they have another Dark in deck? I couldn't see for sure, but if so, that's going to make some really open doors here for the Monkey Dory play. Sure does. He definitely has enough damage to move. With another one on bench, I mean, realistically, he could even just go full commit to the Gardevoir at the active, give it a bunch of energies, evolve the bench one too if he's got it. Go from there. Does have the Dark energy in deck though. Let's see what he can do with it. It would definitely put him really far ahead here. I do think he's ahead either way, but I do think it would help close that door. Arvin, apply for Ultra Ball. Grab another Gardevoir.
Discard a couple more energy into the.
Might as well save 1, I guess. That way you can retreat. Comes that Gardevoir EX. That all makes sense here. You could have got the other Gardevoir, the other Monkey Dory down. It would have secured game, but I do understand this concept too. You could have checked how many Ionos Ryan's played too, and if he's already played 2, then you know he's not got any left. But we'll see how this one pays out here. I'm gonna retreat the Gardevoir into the Drifloon, take the 6 damage counters that aren't there. Don't know what happened to them. They should be there. Everyone's just playing a little too fast, but that's okay. I'm guessing he's feeling pretty good about this whole situation. The Gardevoir should definitely have some damage on it for retreating, but
Yeah.
that's all right. I don't think it'll make a difference. If anything, it would help him close the game out, realistically, but yeah, I do think this game is just about all she wrote on this one. I don't think there's too many things unless I'm missing. A way back into this one, he would have to get a knockout on both of the Guardies, but the door is technically open if he's got a redeemable ticket in the deck still.
Well,
Sure
no,
does.
The second energy came from hand.
I see, but he still have 20 damage, right? Or do you already have one attached?
He already got one.
I see. Okay. Looks like I was mistaken.
I thought you were right as well too, so we had to go back.
There's the redeemable ticket. You got to play that one down. I do think he's kind of got a shot here to win this one now. So he'll attach. He'll play the ticket. He'll get the last Ethans off of the deck with the cool lava. It is pretty clever. It might work itself out here. You've got it. I don't know what we're thinking about here.
Yep, I think you're overthinking this.
Uh-oh.
You know the other one?
He's got secret box, so you would assume. You got to play the ticket. He's got the other ones. That's why you attach to the active. Because now if he misses and redeemable tickets that back into the deck, things can get a little ugly here. No, don't do the secret box. Oh, goodness gravy. Does he grab a vessel or something? I don't know. I think, oh, okay, vessel's there. I think that he overcooked it, though. I think he could have done all that without the secret box, but
I think so too. Yeah.
maybe he didn't have the fire energy, actually. Yeah, grabbing boss, put your opponent on the timer. I like that. Do you need the other Typhlosion? I guess it doesn't matter that much. Put all those cards in your hand. Don't get confused here. There we go.
I think this. All you need to do is redeem one ticket, grab your Ethans with your lava.
No,
Discard
don't
your
do it. Don't do it. You got a redeemable ticket first.
You need to ticket first. You have to discard your Ethans.
I'm not sure what the thought process is here. Yeah,
There we
okay.
go.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of sequencing woes there for me, but it's okay. The problem is now I can vessel away the fires back into the deck too with that redeemable ticket. So I do think it was a missequence, and that's okay. He'll put down 4 new prize cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go grab the Ethan's Adventurer with the Quilava. No, what are you doing? No, what are we doing? What are we doing in here? Oh, goodness. What a blunder here. Quite the throw. Ah, man. He had a shot, too.
It did.
That's so tough, man.
And I'm
that feels so bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
We knew they were going to. Yep, there it is. We knew you were going to overthink it. Yep, there it is. Oh, man. Yep, I'd be upset, too. Yeah, can't do much about that one, man. Threw that one away. Had it too. Literally had everything lined up. Three is just not enough. $280. $250. Does he still have it? 6, 12, 18. Plus 4 is 220 with the Bengals, 250. Yeah, right? No, it's 280. I'm wrong. Scoops up game 2. What a mess up. Oh, my goodness gracious, man.
One discard cost that game.
That's how it goes in the finals. See, you can't be making those kinds of mistakes. Big time, man. The writing was right on the wall, too. He definitely had some outs there. Tough way to lose.
And now this is going to be a tough game for the both of them.
Yeah.
15 minutes left. They both got to set up and get going, and it's going to take a few minutes. So this will be interesting, that's for sure. I can tell you he's going to think about that for the next 4 or 5 days and just know every single.
Even worse, he can go back and watch us listen to it.
100%.
Hear us talk about it for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Tough situation. It's one of those things you learn from. I do believe Ryan is a local here. From what I know, I don't know much about Ryan, and that means that he doesn't travel. So
The only thing I know about Ryan in this situation right now is this is his first top cut.
That's that kind of it comes with the territory. Yeah, definitely one of those things. Once you've been doing this for a while, the stream, the top cut shouldn't really get to you, but we'll see. Maybe they get to play a Pidgeotto into a Pidgeot this
That'd
game.
be
That'd be
nice.
pretty cool, huh? Maybe we see the deck work correctly.
Right?
Mulligan turn 1, never what you want to see, man.
Want to give
Here's where it goes, man. This is usually what happens in the game of Pokemon. You get punished with a dead hand here. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
Usually what happens when you misplay. You had your spot. You should have taken it. You missed it. Game of Variance comes, and here it is. Going second, though, which is ideal, I would have to guess. Just like the doctor wrote it up.
Yep, you weren't wrong.
It's crazy how that works. He does have a Candy Pidgeot, though. We'll see if it lasts, but he is going second, so he should have some more time to get it to work here. Yeah, they should be playing just a little faster, but that's okay. Buddy Poffin, Rare Candy Gardevoir again in the opening hand. He is him. Nicholas has always got the sauce in hand. I can see why he's in the finals. Here comes the deck search. Double Curlia last game, triple Ralts this game. No, there's two of them. Nope. Dreams are shattered, man. Imagine, man. Tough. Cool game to tell your kids you came back and won.
Yeah.
My opponent prized double Curlia and still won.
You can't help but to think too. If Nick ends up winning this, and Ryan's gonna just be like, man, one thing. But Artisan, so we can grab some monkeys, gets it going here. Grab a couple psychic energies off that earthen vessel.
Oh, there it goes. Just like she wrote it up, huh?
Yep. This Gardevoir deck, man, it has everything every time.
If he's got a research for next turn, his hand is so unbelievably cooking.
Yep.
The Etham's deck, just like I thought, not exactly a dead hand, but forcing the Candy Pidgeot turn 2 with no supporter turn 1 is not exactly ideal. Getting Pidgeot out is awesome, but nothing else not as awesome. So,
Well, this time I'm gonna say I hope he grabs double Pidgeot.
I personally don't think you have enough time to deck search like this in a matchup like this, but that's just me, especially when Gardevoir's drawing this well. You're going to be on the back foot no matter what. You're going to be making a comeback. Gardevoir won game 2 in finals, not into time, but it definitely played well with the time there. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So it just kind of depends. Here comes a Buddy Poffin too. So he does have the rare candy. You got to bench another Pidgey to be safe, like Tyler was saying. If you don't, man, it's just going to end up like every freaking game we've seen so far. Pidgey knockout, Pidgey knockout, Pidgey knockout. So even worse, Pidgeotto knockout. So the American dream, really. And he's got Rakandy Guardy again, so we knew it was going to happen once again, man. 3 games in a row. So
One Ethan.
it was funny because he missed double Curly Evo. Then he researched it into Secret Box Candy Guardy. You know what I mean? So, I mean, shoot. You can't ask for better than that. The going gets tough. Hopefully your name's Nicholas. Here comes the call for family. Makes sense. Get that board all nice and big. Find the family. All 4 of them. Cyndaquil's on the bench. Even the cousins are around. Oh, absolutely, man. Hey. Get the Gardevoir. Here comes that rare candy we've been talking about. Is that a supporter too in his hand? Is that an Iono in hand? The going just gets better, brother. Here it comes. Let's see it all happen here in front of all of our eyes here. The Artisan, you'll never guess who that gets. That's our boy Screamtail. Woo!
Yeah.
Here it is, coming in hot, yelling at the world.
Saying I'm coming after your Pidgeys.
Yeah, give me the burbs. Well, this one's turning into a Pidgeot, so we'll see
Yeah.
here. Unless there's that, guess what? But Iono in his hand, it just doesn't get better than this. Oh, that's true heartbreak. There it is. Yeah, absolute heartbreak. It just keeps working out the way I was talking about. This is what happens when you play game 2. A little bit of a blunder. Sometimes you get run for it. So there was one rare candy in that deck, and it is now on the bottom of the deck. Those are 6 cards that you do not exactly want to see compared to your last 6. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. Here it comes. Gardevoir Onslaught once again. Rare candy Gardevoir 3 games in a row on turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, crazy. That's how you win a League Cup right there.
Yes.
Doesn't matter who you are. That's one way to lose it. Actually, flipping your prize cards. That would have been interesting. That's the only way you could throw this one. Here comes. I don't know about attaching 3 energies. I think that was a little overkill for no reason. The bravery charm, none of that makes any sense.
You don't have a monkey on the energies. Or I guess you do.
Yeah. Nah, it should have been 40. Should have kept the bravery charm.
Yeah.
Could have kept an energy in the discard pile. Absolutely no reason to do that. I think he realized it. You couldn't tell by the hand motion he kind of put up there. Here's the problem with the lava deck. Your entire deck has to take another turn. Earlier, your deck's already kind of slow, so especially with time here, with about 9 minutes left. That's without the delay. I don't know exactly where it's at. It's probably around 8, and that's not good. So
I know it's difficult, but I think he needs to start picking up pace here a little bit.
oh, absolutely. He's in the think tank way too hard here. He had an opportunity game 2. After that, you got to really play it fast. A lot of thinking going on here. He's going to be too far behind at some point to really make a comeback. He's going to lose on time either way at this point. So really got to start making some plays here. Can't be thinking like this.
And like you said earlier, that game 2 and Pokemon Gods rewarded you with the worst hand possible right now.
Yeah, it's just sometimes how it goes. You make the right play, you get rewarded. You make the wrong play, you get punished for it. That's just the game of Pokemon. So it's definitely a game of odds and variables, but if you can play into some of those odds and variables, that's why you see the better players stay better.
The Sacred Ash in hand. This is the first time I've seen this in any deck right now.
It's been a while, man. I was actually, ironically, when I was digging through some of that bulk earlier, I found an old Sacred Ash. Yep. I didn't have time to go out there and grab it yet, so it might be in a pile still. We'll find out. Someone told me there was a Diving Draw Empoleon in there that I was looking for. I love that deck. I played a bunch of that, so. You just have to do that thing, bring it from your discard pile and put it in your hand at any point so your Ultra Balls were completely free. Propagate, discard 2, propagate, discard, propagate, discard. That was one of the most overpowered cards of all time.
Yeah.
Execute. They even made a shiny of it. It was so good. Executor didn't get a shiny.
No.
Execute sure did.
I need to bring Shiny back.
Cool concept. They brought back gold cards.
Yeah.
They look pretty sweet too. Hey, it took too much time here. 2 minutes on this full turn here. We're already looking at 7 minutes already. Still thinking. Ah, man. This is just not what you want to see here. He's got a rare candy in his hand again, but it turns out he went into the Pidgeot. So did he get it off the Arven? Is that what that was? Is he going to be supposed to go get a Typhlosion, but he doesn't have a fire energy? I think he's just kind of realizing what's going on here. I think he's just kind of getting too far ahead here and messing some things up here.
I think he's overcooking his recipe a little bit too much right now.
Yeah, this food is burnt. Just like those Cyndaquils. So yeah, Pheasantipity, I guess. What are you gonna get though? I mean, realistically, even if you were Candy Typhlosion, like what are you doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's probably his only out too. Candy Typhlosion, kill the active. Doesn't even kill the active. 90 plus 50 is 140. Yeah, barely. I think Ryan's realizing you can't take another minute to decide this, though. This is the difference right here. Players watching at home, people that don't know, this is the difference right here. You have to be playing faster right here. If you're not playing into the clock, you're definitely making a mistake here. You're playing against yourself, the clock, and your opponent now. So, see, he already picked up his card. Now he's going back in. All could have been done in one fell swoop, but here we are. Turn started at 9 minutes, going to end at 5 minutes. It's a 4-minute turn while your opponent's going to be head 2 prize cards. You're about to bench another EX. I don't know, man. Not looking too solid here. I can definitely see things turning around. It's going to take a couple bosses orders. It's going to take a full Ethan to the discard pile. It's going to take a couple Typhlosions. It's going to take that Silver Bangle he's got there. We'll see what happens here. Retreat. Yeah, I mean, the other real problem is even if the Syndical stays active and he still just kills the bird again, I mean, he's in the same spot once again.
Exactly.
Nothing changes, so. Now the Gardevoir player gonna take their sweet time, unfortunately. That's how Gardevoir goes. There comes the Artisan. You'll never guess. Here comes Monkey Dory. Deck searching here. Maybe he's going for the Arvin, just trying to get a couple of things ready to go here. There's the Arvin. I'm going to grab the Vessel, going to start getting some Dark Energies down, grab the other Psychic, why not? That's that thinning is winning mentality that we're missing on the other side here.
You're thinning.
Notice how he's drawing good, you know what I mean? It's just usually how it goes. Never wrong, he's running hot. Gardevoir doesn't draw this good all the time, but if you were to watch tournament results, you'd think he does. So, absolutely. Just not really sure what happens here. It's just next turn, with how much time is left, almost has to be Rare Candy Typhlosion or Typhlosion attack, but you already know that the Syndical is trapped active now, so it has to literally be Rare Candy Typhlosion.
Yep.
And you wait. He's got most of it, but it ain't gonna come with the counter catcher. It's not gonna come with 3 Edithans in the discard pile. Man, tough spots. So here goes. Draws for turn. Buddy Poffin. Not what you need here. That's not your buddy. Here comes the Ethan's, ripped it right off the top. Seems like he's realizing that time is not on his side now with 3 minutes left. If you would have figured that out 6 minutes ago, we might have a game here, but I just think without the boss right here, the game is almost wrapped up.
I agree with you at this point. I mean, Nick has too much of a setup board to continue. This game's.
Yeah, here comes the knockout. All of this could have happened last turn. In the exact same scenario. Yeah. The Gardevoir player will most likely take the last 2 minutes, and this game will end pretty close to there. Here goes the knockout, drawing the prize card, discarding the Pokemon. Gotta do it in order. Classic Gardevoir. Here comes the Guardi EX, free damage on the bench. Phesantipity's the draw, probably doesn't need it. Artisaning for who? No. They call that they call that getting rid of time, sir.
Yeah,
It's not exactly a fantastic way to go about it, but it's legal.
it is.
That's kind of Gardevoir 101 right there. So
This is where I think Ryan's going to realize that sitting in think tank, like you said, for how long he did, it's just going to come back and bite him,
yeah,
especially right now.
that's absolutely how you throw a game right there. There comes the Curlia. Everything is kind of buttoned up here, as you could say. He's going to try and use as much time as possible. You can kind of tell by him thinking about a rescue stretcher here. Tough way to sit there as a Typhlosion player and watch your opponent do this, but what can you do?
I agree. This game 3, we shouldn't be watching this, but it is what it is, and hopefully from this moment on, that is a mistake that will not be made again.
I mean, it's not like he had game 2 wrapped up, but he had a shot,
He did,
and he lost that shot. Yeah, he definitely had a plan there. He had the boss in hand, he had the Silver Bangle in hand. He had a plan, but sometimes if your name's not Stan, you don't got a plan, so. 7 cards off the research. Didn't even play the rescue stretcher. Oh, no, they did. They rescue stretchered the bravery charm. Here comes. We got a minute left. He's going to draw the prize card. Go down to 3. Make it 3-2. His opponent could boss kill at that point, but if he does, it does leave the door open for the next turn for him to just win. Here comes the Scream Tail. 20, 40, 60, 80 times 2 is 160. So he does need a lot here. He's going to need some Monkey Dory damage here to make that work. Yep, there's that. Just like we were expecting. And the knockout. Only taking 1 prize card. He's going to Ethan's Adventure. He's going to grab the Typhlosion, grab the energy, grab another Typhlosion. He's going to counter catcher up the Gardevoir. Nope, he's going to take the knockout. Looks like time is called. And that should about wrap it up. Yep. You can tell. Looks like that's time in the round. I think Gardevoir's got it wrapped up here. It is their turn. Even if they were to get another turn, which I don't believe they do, it might go to just best. I don't know how the time rules are right now, but it definitely should be turn 0 right here. Yeah, it should be turn 0.
I think that's what his main plan was, to maybe try and get an attack off so that way he could pass turn before time ran out.
Yeah, you should have thought about that 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
It took him too long to figure it out, unfortunately.
Yes, it did.
Comes Drifloon. Yeah, they're trying to discuss how time works. Both of them seem to be a little bit newer.
Well, if we were playing on the new, Gardevoir wins.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out. If they've got it turns, he goes to 2, his opponent counter catchers. He goes to 1. He would have to knock out double Gardevoir in a row, but
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
that's-
it's technically possible.
Three things in the discarding.
Retreat, put 40 down. Oh, that should be there. Yep. 3, 6, 9. 6 times 3 is 18. He'll move the damage to Cool Lava. That just about wraps that one up. We'll see if he can hit. Gonna have to hit so much. This is the right case. He should be turn 1. He doesn't even have enough Ethans in the discard pile to knock out the Gardevoir. This game is chalked.
I think this is that moment where you see the writing on the wall and you kind of just give your opponent the old fist bump.
And we'll see how this one closes out. Not a ton of options, unfortunately, here for
No.
Ethan's Typhlosion. Looks like the flame might have run out here. I think he's trying to figure out how time works. Yeah,
He should have last turn.
yeah, he'll have last turn, but realistically, it won't make a difference unless he kills a Gardevoir this turn. So he can get it to tied prizes, but then the Gardevoir has another turn to win. So yeah, here it comes. Let's see if they can do anything about it. I just think the writing's on the wall here. Oh, I see. We were a little incorrect. It's turn 2 right now. Yeah, so the game's absolutely over.
This game's dead.
Yeah. I just think he doesn't understand the time rules too well, so I think he's just trying to figure out. There he goes. Got it figured out. Oh, that's going to wrap it up for here up at Diamond Valley Collectible Games here. It looks like Gardevoir once again finds a way to get another win. He did prize in Ethan's Adventure all 3 games. His opponent got Rare Candy Gardevoir, turn 2, all 3 games. But man, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Gardevoir is one of the best decks for an absolute reason. We got the crowd going crazy down there for our champion, Nick. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. My name's Kevin. I'm here with Tyler. Shout out to everybody at home. Shout out to my work for letting me take today off. Shout out to my girl. Shout out to everybody at home. Thank you so much. We will make this happen again soon. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good night.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, DVC. We appreciate everybody. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night, everybody. Get home safe.